The government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government,
Immigrants come in, watch the benefits they get. They go past black folks at 200 miles an hour. Past them. That's why in all these cities, in Chocolate City, they do better right here in Chocolate City. Now they're underneath the immigrants. Immigrants, they come in the country, they get a point over black folks for being an immigrant. Blacks are the only non-immigrant. Two, they classified, all of them classified as whites. The Arabs, Asian, Hispanic, they all been reclassified as whites. Even American Indians back in the 1890s became classified as whites. They get a point. That's the second point. They get over black folk in getting access to resources and benefits. The third thing they get the benefits for being put into a minority category. They're classified as minorities over black folk. Thirdly, they come in with a culture that they can now they can establish a culture that they can now build businesses, industries, and relate back to their homeland. And lastly, what they can do, they also bring in a religious aspect and business opportunities for their people. Black folk get nothing.
It's the government, it's the government, government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government.
Y'all come on in the room. Come on in the room, ladies and gentlemen. Come on in the room. And let's get this thing going like we always do. How y'all doing, man? Y'all pop on. What's up, Joel? I see you, brother. Y'all pop on in here, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the building. Just doing the late night tap in. I hope you guys checked out my broadcast earlier on my YouTube channel. That's Tariq Radio. You guys need to subscribe to my YouTube channel, Tariq Radio. You got to subscribe to that. Real heavy game on there. Y'all start getting yourselves in the queue because we're going to take phone calls early. Before we do, let's give a shout out to some of the regulars in here real quick. Let's do a real quick roll call. Let me see who I can see real fast. We got Melanin Magic in here. We have Zaire in here. We have Ivy in here. We have Seven in the building. We got Malcolm. We got Maroc. What's up, brother Maroc? We got the other Malcolm. We got Michi God, The Black Receipt, Sexy D, Sir Mike, Hoodoo, Grinds TV, Party Goy, Brother Adonis, what's up, brother? D. Wilkes, Brother McCall, Nikki the God, Solon, Anubis, the Tethanator, Ani Asaru, 215. Glad to have y'all in here. But yeah, y'all need to check out my broadcast earlier. I was getting some more straightening on the whole Fat Joe situation. But that whole Fat Joe situation blew up in his face, man. Boy, the backlash. They did not expect a backlash. I mean, that everybody's going in on Fat Joe now. They really miscalculated, boy. Everybody's going in on dude because of that interview. They had to take that interview down, and from what I understand, the Math Hoffa people, I think they wanted me on this show, that broadcast, and I might do that. I might do it. I might do it to get on there to chop up some game and do some straightening. So we'll see. I'm gonna see what the schedule is like. But yeah, I think they want me on there to chop it up. And yeah, I'm down. I'm down to chop it up. Um, but people are, it's a new day, it's a new energy, it's a new vibe, man. People are tired of lies. People are tired of misrepresentation. Um, there's a new energy, there's a new era right now, man. We, as foundational Black Americans, this whole thing where we just let people denigrate us and our lineage, those days are over. Those days are over, and we have a collective um, codification where we're just looking out for the respect level that we're supposed to receive. We've been disrespected by so many people for so long, and we're just saying enough is enough. That's just not going to happen no more. And a lot of people are crashing out. I saw something on Red Joker's page. Red Joker, you in here? Red Joker put up a video. Some African immigrant woman, she was really complaining. She was over here talking about she came to America 20 years ago, and the Black Americans treat her so bad, and she has to tell their kids to stay away from Black Americans because we're so divisive. And she said something like, we need the Africans more than they need us. I'm like, what the hell are these people talking about? What the Red Joker? Red, can you get on real quick, brother? I know you don't like to speak too much, but man, that video, man. Hold on, Red, can I get you on real quick, brother? If you don't mind. That video is insane. Y'all need to follow Red Joker's page. Go to his page. You know what? Let me try to, Red, if you can put your video in the Jumbotron, that'll be great.
All right.
What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Now that video, because I was going to share it, but it had something like it was a strike or something real weird about that video, where they said it can't be shared in certain countries, something like that. What's the deal with that?
You know, they just attacked my page.
Okay.
So, yeah, so my banner, everything is just gone.
Oh wow. Wow.
Yeah, so fuck 'em.
Yeah. All right. Now, where is that lady from who was talking all that crap?
I don't know. I
Okay.
don't know.
But
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah. She
Yeah.
had, boy, that had me heated. She was talking about we need them more than they need us, and we are that's why I want to know, what country is she from talking like that. But
Somewhere in Africa.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Who knows? They're all the same at this point.
Yeah, there it is, my man. But thank you so much, Red. I
All right,
appreciate
can I
you.
say one thing?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You,
Yes.
you, you know what? I was about to be petty. Nah, I'll just keep it like I
Go
always
ahead, be
do.
petty. Go ahead. Go ahead. We're already here. Go ahead, be petty with it. Let's go
Man,
be petty.
there are just so many mad bitches out there. It's like, who do you pick? It's just too many of them. You know how it is.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. All right. Have a good one.
There you go. That's the video right there. Thank you, Red.
Thanks.
I didn't want anything. I just put this in the jumbotron for him. Thank
Oh,
you.
oh, there you go. Thank you, dear. Thank you, dear. All right, yeah, Nikki put that in the Jumbotron. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Sister Nikki. But yeah, this woman was talking real greasy. Man, these folks got a lot of nerve, man. But we're getting straightening. Another thing about that whole Fat Joe situation. Another thing about that. What's up, Luna? I'm gonna get you up, and I'm gonna get Ty up, and all these people. You notice online, whenever videos about the whole Fat Joe situation is posted up, a lot of the Caribbeans, I'm noticing a whole bunch of Caribbeans are co-signing Joe. Yeah, Joe was right. Oh, Fat Joe is right. A lot of the tethers, a couple of Africans too. The only people who are co-signing some of that foolery Joe was talking about were tethers, non-FBAs. And the reason why they co-sign that nonsense is because they're used to these um, non-black people going into their homelands, pulling rank, talking to them crazy, and they sit around cacaing and kikiing. Y'all used to that. Y'all come from that in the Caribbean. You go to the Caribbean, you see Asians and East Indians and the white Hispanics running stuff, and all the black people are the consumers, and you're the majority there. Same thing in Africa. It's always been like that. Going all the way back to the Lancados, those descendants of the Portuguese, those lighter skinned half breeds who are half Portuguese, half African, and they would be the middlemen in the slave trade to a certain degree. But these non-black folks who are in these African and Caribbean nations, they get over there and start talking all crazy to everybody, and y'all don't do nothing. Y'all sit around and just caca and kiki when they're denigrating you. When these people try to pull that with us, we straighten them out. When you're using the N-word incessantly and you're talking greasy about the lineage, we don't give them a pass. We as foundational Black Americans, we check that stuff. Other groups, y'all don't check your non-Black colonizer class who come among you. So family, that's why we see a lot of these non-FBA Caribbeans and Africans sitting up here co-signing and cacan and kikiing with that Fat Joe foolery. You see. That's why we need straightening, and that's why delineation is very important. So we know who's who and who's doing all types of off-code foul behavior. Let's get we got a lot of people trying to get in. Let's get Mr. What a Name. We're gonna get Earl Muhammad in the building. A lot of folks in here. Mr. What's your name? Where you at, brother?
Just the one name.
What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Just a long time caller. I just want to ask you, bro. Did you see what academics said about the Fat Joe shit?
I saw some clips. He was just kind of, academics was kind of all over the place. But what was academics? Well, I heard what I did hear. He was like, yeah, Puerto Ricans, yeah, they didn't create anything. Yeah, they didn't create nothing with hip hop. But yeah, hip hop, a lot of it came from Jamaicans. He was kind of trying to give it to Jamaicans. And
Right.
I've been face to face with academics, and I checked them on that Jamaican nonsense and debunked that. But go ahead. What all did you hear him say?
Yeah, it's like he was talking about he was trying to put it off on Fat Joe as far as like not agreeing with him. But when it came to like the lineage, he was like, yeah, they're just being divisive. I don't agree with Tariq about, black people and what he said. He said he don't agree with how you're delivering the message, like you're radicalizing all the younger folks or the younger black generation here. And I was just like, that's a odd phrasing.
Right, right. Dude, yeah, thank you. Thank you for the call. Yeah, they got this thing where I've brainwashed millions of people. Dude, folks are just recognizing their lineage and not letting tethers and other people disrespect them. People are standing up for themselves. That's all it is. And it ain't about what people agree with or disagree with. Our lineage is our lineage. You can't disagree with a damn lineage. Either you have our lineage or you don't. See, for a long time, people expected us to be these damn generic goddamn Africans. They've expected us to be generic Africans forever. And that ain't it. We're not playing the whole generic African game. We're foundational Black Americans. Somebody just Brother McCall just sent me Myron Gaines. So Myron Gaines is co-signing Fat Joe. Myron Gaines says Fat Joe is speaking facts. FBA stands for frequently bitching always. They cultivate racism, the very racism they cry about every day, perpetuated via white supremacy. Tariq Nasheed, aka Negreek Jushid, oh, how creative, is constantly creating divide among blacks by using the term tether on blacks from Africa. Fine, have your title. I don't want to be a part of your degenerate black culture anyway. Dude, you come from degeneracy. Dude, you come from a whole degenerate nation state, dude, where you had to flee from. Nobody wants to be a part of no damn Myron Gaines. Nobody wants to be a part of the cow piss shampoo brigade. Dude, these people got a lot of nerve. Nobody wants to claim you, dude. Nobody's trying to get out with you. Nobody's trying to ally with you. You're already divided. You a white ass kisser. You a fleer. Yeah, so of course you're going to agree with your fellow tethers. Yeah, we call you tethers because you try to tether onto our culture. You have disdain for us and you're projecting your own failure. Y'all come from failure and y'all project your failures onto us. And we as foundational Black Americans, we're not absorbing none of your goddamn failures no more. That's what these people are mad at, family. We as foundational Black Americans, all of y'all negativity, we're not absorbing it no more. They get to do all of this janky stuff and then we get blamed for it. We're saying no more. Just like out there was in Kentucky, a dude tried to violate some kids. And it was an African dude. We pointed out, hey, that's not us. Don't you? That he ain't us. This is like some Congolese immigrant. And now the news stories, they're reporting him as an African immigrant. That's what it's supposed to be. You're not going to throw these people under the umbrella of black. Y'all not doing that bullshit no more. We're not absorbing none of this nonsense. We're not absorbing Myron Gaines' janky-ass homeland where they're bopping each other upside the head, starving and washing their hair with cow piss. We ain't absorbing that. That ain't us. Not only are we not absorbing that, we're not going to let these folks come over here and wag their little old musty fingers at us either. You're not going to come from a failed homeland and then come over here talking about some damn Chicago. Chicago is paradise to your homeland. That's the new normal. That's what people are mad at. They're mad because we're not letting people come over here from third world countries and start wagging their damn finger. Those days are over. You're not going to criticize us at all about nothing. Mr. Earl, hop on, sir. Earl, hop in. All right. All right. Earl ain't saying nothing. Let's get
You
Park
there?
happening. Oh,
I'm
there we
there.
go. That's Earl. What's up, Earl?
Hey, Tariq, how you doing?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
Good, good. Yeah, I was hearing Black Authority speaking. I was just want to just throw out there. We have never. I want to hear a derogatory term for Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, because they use the N word so freely with rap songs. Where's that word to where they can use that we can use in a rap song on them?
Yeah. Yeah, because that's not our thing, man. Our thing, we don't really have a desire to denigrate people all the time. We just don't do that. As foundational Black Americans, that's not our culture. We're not just denigrating people all the time. We're not. We don't denigrate other ethnic groups. Now, some of the non-FBA Caribbeans and Africans, they sit here and act like we're thinking about them all the time. We only address them when they come around. They stay in our mix. A lot of them stay in our mix. They always wondering what we're doing. They're always commenting on what we're doing. They're always kind of cosplaying. So they stay in our mix. We're not following none of these other groups. Park, what's up, Park?
So to kind of respond back to what the other brother was saying, getting back at them, why don't we just do what's actually going to make a difference? Why don't we take a look at where Fat Joe and other people have their money invested, and let's boycott all of their investments? If Fat Joe owns properties or owns establishments in whatever type of communities, let's just stop going because they're probably in our communities. And that will make all the difference compared to making rap songs about, you know, Dominican people or whatever.
Right.
Myron and all of them.
But thank you for the call. Thank you. Here's the thing. Let's be real. Black folk, we don't really rock with no Fat Joe like that. Let's be real. We don't rock with Fat Joe anyway. We don't rock with, ain't nobody running around here bumping Fat Joe. And if Fat Joe has a record, he has to team up with some foundational Black American or some Black artist in order to get it popping. But generally, people ain't really rocking with Fat Joe. So he's being paraded around by the establishment. And I talked about this the other day. The Democrats, he's running around with Kamala and all of that. They're parading him around like he's a thing. Just because the dominant society, they're parading somebody around, that don't mean that they're hot on the ground. They parade around Lil Nas X. Lil Nas X ain't hot on the ground. They have an agenda with these people. So they parade these people around in black spaces, like the Lil Nas X's and the Fat Joe. They parade him around so they can push the black and brown agenda so that we can start stumping for issues that's going to benefit Latinos and immigrants. That's the only reason they parade Fat Joe around. He was supposed to usher in the black and brown coalition. That's why they pushed him out there to be the crash dummy, talking about, yeah, blacks and Latinos started hip hop 50-50. He was their crash dummy. The problem was he said that nonsense and he didn't expect the backlash. He threw it out there and we were all supposed to be quiet and go along with it. We didn't go along with it. You see, that's where the problem is with them. Not only did we not go along with it, there was a massive pushback. And that pushback culminated in the film Microphone Check, which shut all that shit down. It shut it down. So now they're very, very mad. And they were not expecting the delineation movement as it is now. And the Democrats, they're pushing the Fat Joes and these other people. And it backfired. And you saw the Democrats lost in a major way. These people are scrambling, they're desperate, and they're crashing out. Average Black, hop on, brother.
Sir. Oh, man, much appreciated. First of all, hope you're doing well
Yeah.
on this Sunday evening. First of all, Myron Gaines is irritated by the word tether, and this man calls Black American, well, Black women, and quote unquote, N-words or whatever. He did that personally, and he
Oh,
calls anybody that looks black the N-word, the hard R, and everything else. You know, agreeing with Fat Joe about taking our culture makes him a tether. And he hates the word, but that's just what he did. Literally did something that was a textbook tether move. And, you know, Fat Joe, there's a clip right now Sincere the Love God has going around. And it's like one of Fat Joe's members of the terror squad is talking about Fat Joe denigrating us with another white dude in the terror squad. He referred to him as white. I think it's Cuban something. He's referring to Fat Joe as one of the white members of terror squad, saying that they denigrating us openly, how he would just latch onto that conversation. And when it comes to calling us broke, one of Fat Joe's own members of his community actually, defrauded him of millions of dollars. It was like a Cuban or somebody in Miami at a firm or something. So he shouldn't be calling nobody broke, because he's out here scrambling because his money's drying up, because he's basically like a retired rapper that nobody ever liked. So I land my plane.
yes. Yeah, and I played some of those clips on my broadcast earlier. But yeah, it sounds like Joe's getting a little desperate right now. Because yeah, the record sales, Fat Joe hadn't really had a hit record in a long time. Definitely not one by himself. Yeah. And without a hit record, them shows are gonna be drying up. And the only relevance he's getting is being paraded around by the DNC and the establishment. Yeah. And the left-wing white media trying to make him some kind of hip-hop icon, which he's not. It never has been. Fat Joe has never been in anybody's top 10 or top 20. Let's be real. And, he's crashing out because the end is near. All right, let's get John Horse in the building. John Horse in the building. What's up, John?
Hey, what's up, Tariq?
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing pretty good, man. Hey, look, right now, man, look, see, a lot of these people, they just upset because basically the whole entire lineage, like Jason Black was saying earlier, everybody's just comparing notes right now.
Yeah.
Everybody on all the coasts basically just comparing notes. People from, FBA family from California basically sounded the alarm with a lot of this shit with a lot of them Latinos. And you know what I'm saying? So that's basically just what's going on. And I'm gonna be honest, with the next Hidden Colors film, you might have to take up the mantle of what Dr. John Henry Clark was gonna do about really telling the history about how you've had these collaborators with white supremacy from a lot of these other groups. You're probably gonna have to, actually take up that mantle because he was gonna write a book about it. But I think it's time for us to just really just let it all hang out with these people. I'll land.
Thank you for the call, brother. I appreciate you.
From New York Times bestselling author Tariq Nasheed comes Foundational Black American Race Baiter, the groundbreaking book shaking up the conversation on race in America. As one of the most influential voices for Black Americans today, Nasheed exposes the tactics used to manipulate, subjugate, and control Black communities. In this powerful read, Tariq Nasheed equips you with the knowledge to resist injustice and reclaim your narrative. Don't miss out on the book that's redefining the game. Foundational Black American Race Baiter, available now at officialfba.com. Get your copy today.
Do y'all know that Fat Joe has stepped down from doing the BET Awards this year? Do y'all know that? Yeah, Fat Joe did an interview with Billboard, and he announced that he's stepping down from hosting the BET Awards this year. Wonder why? Yeah, he said he just wants to focus on other things. Oh, I bet you do. He's going to have 2 Chainz hosted. Yeah, you see? Oh yeah, he ain't doing the BET Awards no more. He know it ain't good out here for him. You see? He knows it's not going to be a good look. He don't want to get in front of no damn crowd. The last thing Fat Joe wants to do is get in front of a foundational Black American crowd. He don't want to do that at all. You see? Boy, folks don't understand how the foundational Black American family getting folks up out the paint. They thought we were playing out here. Man, the foundational Black American family is getting people up out the damn paint for disrespecting. That's why people are so pissed off at our unity. Because yeah, we're shutting bullshit down. But yeah, Fat Joe just did an interview saying that he's not going to do the BET Awards this year. Yeah. We know what that's about. Family, people, the tethers were trying to say, well, you niggas talk that FBA, that's just online. Oh, really? There's 43 million plus foundational Black Americans. And many of those 43 million are on code, and that's the last thing they want. Family, us being on code, there's a reason why everything is all about getting us off of our codified square. That's what the COINTELPRO papers were about. The COINTELPRO papers were about not letting these Black Americans get unified. They said these Black folks, if they get unified, that's a national threat. Do y'all understand how deep that is? Just let that sink in. The head of the FBI said our unity is a threat. Not unity with Hispanics, that's not a threat. Not unity with Asians, all these other groups, their unity is not a threat. Our unity is a threat. Yeah? That's interesting. That shows the power that we have innately. They know the power that we have. That's why everything is all about lumping us in. You notice that everything when it comes to us, we have to be lumped in with people because they understand that's going to keep us disunified. That's why they're always throwing, hey, minority, people of color, we're all in this together. Makuna Matata, DEI, diversity and equity. We're all in this together. Okay. But other groups, they can corner off and gatekeep their culture for themselves, and it's not a problem. People can have the Puerto Rican Day Parade, Cinco de Mayo, the Caribbean Day Parade, the Trinidadian Day Parade, the Jamaican Day Parade, yeah? The African takeover at the HBCUs. Remember when they did that? The African students had the African takeover. Yeah? Everybody can recognize their lineage and get codified around their lineage, but the minute we do it, all of a sudden, well, what's y'all goal? What are y'all about? It feels kind of divisive. God damn. Why is it divisive when we want to look out for ourselves? I want the FBA family to understand it is not divisive to make sure that you and your family and your lineage is good. There's nothing wrong with that. We got to stop letting people try to guilt us out of looking out for our damn selves. We're not supposed to be the sacrificial lambs for everybody. It's okay to look out for ourselves. It is all right. It is all right to make sure that we're good. Everybody else make sure that they're good and they're not called divisive. We're going to make sure we're good. Let me raise your hands in here. Raise your hands in here, ladies and gentlemen, because we are in here deep. We're in here deep. All right. And the frog guy, we're not going to have no troll, not no failed trolls. I don't know why you raise your little old musty hand. We're not going to have you in here. All right. Ooh, let's get West Coast Bodyguard in the building. West Coast Bodyguard.
What up, Flex?
What's up, brother? How are you?
How you doing, my boy?
I'm good. You out here in L.A.?
Hell yeah.
What's going on with you?
Yeah, man. I just came and just realized, man. I noticed that, man. What's going on, man? We gang banging for our lineage, man. That's all that's going on. We gang banging now.
Yeah.
Now we not just letting people tell us what we doing. We gang banging for our lineage now, and people are scared.
Yeah. Yeah.
They getting scared of how we getting down. We ain't flexing. We ain't backing down from nothing, and we letting them know what it's about. And they scared because they used to do that to us.
Oh yeah.
They gang banged on us, and we didn't even know it. We wasn't even tripping.
Yeah.
But we didn't realize how the Africans and everybody in the diaspora was getting down on us. You know what I'm saying? Man, it's like crazy. Not even to go that. My girl just came back from Jamaica. And she not on what I'm on.
Yeah.
But I try to tell her, what's up. But she out there telling me all the females out there looking at her crazy. And I had to tell her, hey, you and a Black American woman, they had a problem with you.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And you out there in Jamaica, and they don't like that. So, man, it's we gonna continue to do what we do, and we gang banging for ours, and keep doing what you're doing, big dog.
My man, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, brother. Yes, sir. Let me see. A lot of folks in here. Oh yeah, somebody. My brother just showed me a picture with me and you, brother. There's a picture. Somebody we took a picture at the museum. All right, shout out to you. My brother Macau just showed me a picture of me and you at the museum, brother West Coast. Man. Let me see. Shout out to everybody in here. Boy, we're in here heavy. Let me see. Vibe, you want to get on Vibe? Vibe is raising his hand. Go ahead, Vibe. Let's get Vibe, and then we'll get Billy Mars in here. Let's get Vibe and then Billy. Vibe, what's up, Vibe?
Hey, what's up, Flex? What's up, Flex? How you doing, brother?
I'm good, Bob. How are you, sir?
Man, blessings to your family, man. Hopefully you guys be protected out there, man, to be honest, man, because we need you here. We need your family here, brother. You've been a strong advocate for us. So, blessings to you, brother.
Respect.
But I want to say this. I want to say this. I grew up in Altadena, my young years. I went to Loma. I went to Altadena Elementary. I went to the middle school out there, and man, this is sad
Yeah.
because I grew up out there, and at that time in the '90s, it was a lot of black. It was man, the whole city of Altadena was all black at one time.
Mm.
And it's a beautiful city. It's right there by the mountains. That it's a beautiful city to live in, man. Altadena, people don't know about Altadena. Altadena is a beautiful mountain city, and it had a and Shaq used to live up there a little bit more up. We could see his house, his big old house when he was playing for the Lakers.
Mm.
We used to look up, and it was a lot of big. I'm talking about like double mansions up there. You couldn't get up there because it was a gate. It was a gate. It was a gate, and it was a lot of security. But yeah, man, Altadena at one time, I think it was like 60 to 65% black at one time, to be honest. So Altadena and Pasadena is a beautiful city. And I want to say this also. I think, I don't know if you know this, Flex, but they've been doing a lot of ICE raids in Bakersfield right now. I'm talking about it's a lot of illegal immigration raids that's happening right now. I have family that's in Bakersfield, and they're doing. I'm talking about. I've seen like 30, 40 ICE trucks just roaming around the streets. They're going into people's businesses. They're going into farmland. So they rounding everybody up.
Yeah.
And I seen the footage. So that's all I want to say. If you didn't know about that, brother.
My man.
Thank you for having me up, Flex.
Thank you, brother. But yeah, Altadena, man, we film a lot up there. A ranch up there called Zorthian Ranch. And I've shot a few of my movies up there. We shot part of 1804 up there. So yeah, we used to film in Altadena all the time. Yeah, they got like a lot of film ranches around town, and Zorthian Ranch. I'm real cool with the folks up there, and they got like a lot of filming. They got like different locations at the ranch that looks like different exotic and period piece backgrounds. So we've shot a few film projects up there in Altadena. So yeah, it's there's a lot of money up there too. A lot of money up there. Let's get Billy Mars in here. Billy.
Hey, how's it going tonight, man? Just want to give you a shout out, man. And I didn't want to change the subject too much, man. There's been something on my mind I've been meaning to ask you, or at least a subject I've been meaning to bring up about reparations.
Go ahead.
So you notice how when we bring up the conversation of reparations, naysayers' talking point is, well, how do we know who will get it? How do we know who was a slave, or who's a black immigrant, or who's from here or from there? But whenever they want to demonize the black community or like talk down on it, they know exactly who the black Americans are. They can tell you who the lazy ones are. They can tell you who's committing all the crime. But then when it's come time for us to get reparations, they act confused.
Oh,
Have you ever noticed that?
oh yeah, they try to act dumb, and look, these people, they know who we are. They know what our lineage is. They know that our lineage is different. They know how to go get non-FBAs and elevate them to certain positions strategically. That's not a coincidence. Like the Congressional Black Caucus, somebody pointed out that the majority of the Congressional Black Caucus is tethers. There's a bunch of non-FBA. That's why they don't do nothing for us. I mean, just look at the results. You got the Black Caucus that's been around for 50 years, something like that, ain't done nothing for foundational Black Americans, but they'll bend over backwards for immigrants and LGBT and all of this other stuff. So we just have to look at the results of these people. And we're saying enough is enough. This whole benign neglect thing, those days are over. We ain't going for that no more. And we've been letting these people play the Jedi mind trick on us. And our brother Claude Anderson has been trying to give us the game for a long time. He kept saying, hey, man, we need to make people say what they're going to specifically do for Black people, particularly Native Black people. Claude Anderson has been trying to give us the game for a minute. And truth be told, Claude Anderson, man, over a decade ago, he basically retired. I pulled him out of retirement. I put Claude Anderson in Hidden Colors 2. Before that, he was retired because he's like, man, I done tried to wake Black folks up. Black folks want to be on this minority coalition, and I can't do no more. I said, brother, come on. We need you to spit this hot fire. I reintroduced him to a whole new generation. I reintroduced him to a whole new generation to drop that hot fire. I said, no, I'm not going to let you retire. Hell no. No, no, no. You need to give the game. Francis Cress Welsing too. All of them. Hey, come on. I had to bring them out. I wasn't going to let them great scholar warriors just wither by the wayside. No, no, no. I'm going to have them drop this game. But yeah, we're recognizing um, the importance of delineating, and that's not divisive. That is not divisive whatsoever. These other groups, they got Caribbean scholarships. Y'all remember when Botham John, the Amber Geiger situation out there in Texas? She went in there and murdered the guy, and she went to jail, and his brother up there hugging her all in court. And it was us on the grassroots really stomping down to make sure that woman got charges. We were really, really highly on top of that. We were digging into information about her family, showing some of her and her relatives throwing up these all alt-right white supremacist hand signals and all of that. So we were really on that woman's bumper. We were on these prosecutors and lawyers' bumpers, making sure they don't do all of this real nutty nonsense. All that hugging stuff, I wasn't really down with that. But the family, Botham John's family, they got some money. They got, I don't know if they got a settlement from the city or whatever, but they got some money. And then they start talking about doing scholarships for Caribbeans. I said, oh, okay, okay. I found that very interesting. All right. It was the Foundation of Black Americans stomping for Botham John to get justice and the family. And then they're going to go and create some scholarships for Caribbeans. Oh, okay. All right. So when I start seeing little stuff like that, I'm like, oh, okay. All right. Okay. Just like when some of these British actors, these black British actors, they'll come over here and they'll get a bag, and then they'll say, well, I'm going to go set up a studio in Nigeria somewhere. I'm going to set up a film studio here. I'm going to set up a production company over there, overseas somewhere. So they come over here, get a bag, and then go run and privilege their own lineage. Okay, I'm not complaining. Now, when we do it, don't complain either. You see what I'm saying? I ain't taking no complaints. I want to do the same thing y'all doing. You privilege your lineage. So I make sure that foundational Black Americans are good first. I look out for Black people globally because I got good friends globally. But I damn sure prioritize FBAs. I'm going to make sure the foundational Black Americans, all 43 million of them, are going to be good first. Yeah? I'm going to definitely prioritize them. Let's get, let me see. What's your name, brother? Sarish. And I hope you're not one of these weird Indian dudes who be calling in the middle of the night because it's probably like 10 a.m. in India right now. And this dude trying to get a pen pal. Sarish, what's happening, man? All right, Sarish ain't saying nothing. Sarish is over there about to set up a biryani chicken stand. All right, let's get elite football. Elite football in the building. Elite football, what's happening?
How's it going, brother? Thank you. Thanks for letting me in the room. You're an OG. I respect you. I wanted to talk about the subject at hand. Is Los Angeles under attack? When we think about these fires and how they're ravaging the mansions up in the Palisades, it seems as if the government is kind of complicit with the fact that we release so much fresh water into the ocean. They're trying to save a certain fish in the Central Valley. I played football at Fresno State, and there was a huge controversy for years. It's called the Delta Smelt, but the farmers up there, they've built these dams that channel the water out of the Central Valley, and we just emptied it out to the ocean. And yesterday, when they were fighting the fires with these ridiculous winds, there was a report that they had ran out of water. And it seems as if that's just a huge amount of incompetence. And it kind of reminds me of the situation in Maui, what happened in Maui. But when we talk about California, I'm trying to figure out what makes this state so desirable. You know, I live in Orange County, and I'm currently moving over the weekend. And when I'm looking at these rent prices in Irvine, where I reside, for a 2 bedroom, $3,600. It's like,
Yeah.
what is the value in California? I know that you live in LA. When is enough enough? When do we get the out of here? I mean, sure, they talked about reparations. They got a lot of laws that, California's super liberal. They're DEI and all this, but is California really worth living?
Hey, man, you're making good. I've thought about everything you saying, man. 'Cause look, I was just in Vegas, and a lot of people from LA up in Vegas. I see why. Vegas is cool. Vegas, the cost of living is cheap. The food is much better. Good eating. Yeah, it's smaller. It's hotter, colder, whatever. But you can still do what you do up there that you can do in LA. And a lot of black people are moving down to Texas from LA. A lot of people in LA are moving to Texas, getting great houses down there. You ain't got to get shots for school, from what I understand, down in Texas. So your kids ain't got to be subjugated to that. It's just there's a lot of advantages to go to other places. Now I like LA. I've been in LA my entire adult life. Aesthetically, I like LA, but just yeah, a lot of stuff that's happening politically, environmentally is taking a downturn, unfortunately. So, I can understand why a lot of people are bouncing. I can
Do
really.
you feel like you could possibly, is it so for me, for instance, I own a business here, a nonprofit, and on top of that, I've got a great corporate job. But I mean, is it location, location, location? Is that really something that we should perceive as of value? For instance, when I look at buying a house, I'm 38. The American dream. When I was growing up, I thought I'd be able to buy a house, but now it's like, okay, I'll spend $1 million on a 2 bedroom, 2.5 bath townhome. Really? It's like
Yeah, but
this.
I like it. I'm in the film industry, so a lot of film stuff pops off out here. So that's my thing. But yeah, I can understand why a lot of people are going places like Texas, because Texas is the hot spot. Texas is what Atlanta was supposed to be. Atlanta, and I love Atlanta. Shout out to Atlanta, but yeah, Atlanta is just too much right now. You don't know. You got moist gangs running around Atlanta, so you don't know. Atlanta's a potluck. You don't know what you're getting in Atlanta. I saw a video of some moist dudes fighting in flip flops in Atlanta outside of a club. It was a gang of moist dudes beating each other up. Niggas had pink bandanas and flip flops and waistlets, bracelets around their waist fighting. I'm like, these niggas are different. It's just real different. All right. Sarish, are you still here? Do you need to talk, or do I need to get you out of here? All right, let me get you up out of here, Sarish. All right. And we see King Chief Dusty Wolf in here. Yeah. I see you, Chief Dusty Wolf. Chief Dusty Wolf wants to get in so he can do his drunk babble. Get Adonis in the building. Adonis, what's up, man?
Good morning.
What's up? How are you?
How are you? Been battling all day yesterday and all night. They've been really trying to drag FBA through the mud, but I'm a fighter, so I've been in there defending you and defending FBA, but it's cool. I wanted to say a lot of the people that come here, where I live in Tennessee, they come from California, and they're actually displacing the people that were born and raised here because they're jacking up like the home prices. And then like I don't pay rent, like we have a house, but they come here and then they get like higher paying jobs, and a lot of the people that were born here are displaced, and they have to move out of the areas that they've always lived in, because people from California are coming here and they're changing the politics here. They're making it more liberal, and they're also bringing like culture that's not Nashville culture, and it's been really bad for the people here.
Really? So what kind of culture are they bringing down there?
It's very liberal. Again, they can sell like their house and stuff in LA, and come here and get like a humongous house, and they live in like a little tiny house in like LA that they pay like $1 million for. They come to Nashville and they get like a huge house, and then it just basically, like, half the people that live here now aren't even from Nashville. Like, it doesn't really feel like Nashville anymore.
Oh, wow. Man, you in Nashville. I thought you were in like Atlanta somewhere. I didn't know you were in Nashville.
No, I don't live in Atlanta.
Okay, I didn't know. Don't get offended. For some reason, I knew you lived in the South because you have a Southern accent. So I just assumed that it would be Atlanta. But
Because I'm gay, right?
oh, no. There's a lot of people who are not gay who live in Atlanta. Just a lot of folks who got Southern accents. That's the first thing I'm going to think is that they live in Atlanta. Yeah.
It's cool. It's cool.
Yeah. But anyway, thank you so much, Adonis. I appreciate you, brother. All right. Adonis got offended. He's like, how dare you? He's like, he gay, but he ain't that gay. That's bad when gay people get offended if you say they're from Atlanta. That's how gay Atlanta has become. It offends other gay people. They're like, hey, I ain't that damn gay. That's bad when the city is so gay that other gay people get offended. How dare you? I don't suck that much dick, nigga. It's that. Come on now. Don't do me like that. That's funny. Golly. Yeah, y'all not going to dump on Atlanta. I still like Atlanta. I got a lot of folks down there. Atlanta's still the spot. Atlanta's still the spot. Let's get FBAJ in the building.
Yo, what's up, Tariq? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you, brother?
I'm doing good, man. We actually met at the not the Ralph Reparations, but the Reparations meeting in Oakland, California. I don't know if you remember that.
Okay.
We had met a while ago. You know what I'm saying? I just want to say I'm 20 years old. I've listened to you since I was 18 years old. And I just want to say you put me on a lot of game. You kind of just like enlightened me on a lot that I didn't know was going on. So I really just want to say like I appreciate you, and I want to give you your flowers because you really are doing great work out here,
Man.
and me and millions of other people really do appreciate you, bro. Like for real.
Man.
You know what I'm saying? Like you're an inspirational figure to me. Like I'm not even trying to not even trying to like deride or nothing, but like you really do mean a lot to me. You put me on a lot of game. You taught me a lot, just by listening to these spaces. So to actually be here, it's crazy to me. But yeah, I just want to say thank you, brother, for everything you do.
My brother, man, I really appreciate the love, man. I appreciate that, brother. I really appreciate that. Let's get Mr. Beeks in the building. Beeks? Mr. Beeks.
Yo, what's good? I didn't really have a whole point of view. I thought I was coming to talk because we're talking about the LA fires. I live out here in LA, and the shit's crazy.
Anything you want to talk about? What's on your mind?
Well, I mean, what's your temperature gauge on how conspiratorial you think the fires are in Southern California so far?
Yeah, we've been on for a couple of hours, and I think, me personally, being in
How down the rabbit hole have you gone?
yeah, my thing is I've been out here my whole adult life. I ain't never seen no shit like this. With this
Right.
all these
Yeah, I've been out here for 10 years,
Yeah.
and I had to evacuate maybe about 4 years ago, like twice, almost 3 times in 1 year. And then this time, I mean, it's basically pinpointed, if you looked at a dartboard, it's pinpointed everywhere around me. It's drawn a perimeter around me, and it's like I look like I'm the next one to go.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, like, even when you look at evacuation plans, you look at the 14-5 juncture to go north to like maybe escape out to Las Vegas. It's like it's closed. It's like you look down to go east, west, south. I mean, everything's trapped. It's
yeah,
really an insane situation. I mean, I've never really seen. I mean, I know I hate to be the hyperbolic statement of like, I've never seen it like this before, but I really feel like this time it's warranted to say that.
Yeah, man, because usually the fires are like in the outskirts. Right now, it's not only in the outskirts, it's in the heart of the city. It's in Hollywood, right up in the hills now. So yeah, a lot of the pathways, the exit ways to get out of LA are starting to be engulfed. You can't really go north like that on the 5. You try to get up there on that 14, that's kind of engulfed. The 10, well, not the 10, well, but going over there to Glendale and Pasadena. I mean, it's literally all sides. Going up there to Calabasas, Thousand Oaks, Pacific Coast Highway is shut down. So the only path is basically south. Um, on,
Now, the last thing that I got most updated on, I actually kind of, the reason why I'm playing a little bit of catch up here is because for the last 48 hours, I've been staying tuned. Literally for the last hour and a half, I've pretty much tuned out of it. But the last thing I saw, and stop me if you guys already kind of caught up on this, was that Andrew Huberman, who I know is like a well known podcaster and all that stuff, all these fires were like coming out and out and out. And then next thing you know, he kind of posted this thing, I think about 90 minutes ago. I want to kind of loosely guess where he started spotting like citizens, or just civilians, I want to say, rather kind of just like actually starting like actual fires themselves, kind of like basically adding fuel to the fire, no pun intended, with all this bullshit. So
yeah,
have you guys caught up on all that?
yeah, I've seen videos of it. My brother Macau sent me some videos of people actually going out here starting fires and they're being caught on video. So yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's real weird. It's a real weird thing. So we got our eyes and ears open. But yeah, the city, it feels like the city is under attack right now. That's what it feels like. I'm gonna put the tinfoil kufi on. There are people deliberately starting fires. So Andrew, let's get Andrew in here.
Yo, what's good?
How you doing, Andrew?
Not too bad. I just came in here because I saw it was related to the wildfires, and I was actually living in South Bay, so it wasn't too bad where I was, but it was crazy because I'm actually originally from Michigan, and I moved to South Bay in the summer, so I'm like relatively new to California, so this is all like new to me, but it was crazy because I think like where I originally was, it was like 30 miles from like the where the fires were.
Yeah.
But like I opened up my like screen door yesterday night just for like 5 minutes to get some fresh air, and then like within 5 minutes, my entire apartment just smelled like wildfire smoke,
Wow.
and it was just the weirdest thing. Like I'd never experienced that before, and then like all day today, it just like smelled like wildfire smoke, and like started like with your lungs, like just you couldn't really breathe right,
Yeah.
and so. I took a trip, like went out and like out west and then up north, took a little bit of the 101, and now I'm like up in Santa Clara, and it's just crazy how much like cleaner the air feels up here. Like I feel like I can breathe a lot better versus down in South Bay, but it's just like a kind of surreal because like all I saw that like a lot of the restaurants I go to in Malibu are burned down now, and it's just like I didn't really think I'd ever be in this situation. And so it's just crazy to think. But I was just going to ask you, like, I don't know where in LA you are, but like, do you feel the same way with like the air quality
Yeah.
and like breathing and all that?
Said earlier, I've been all damn day. I'm kind of woozy now, breathing this weird air because all of these chemicals. Remember, these fires they're burning chemicals, and now they're vaporizing chemicals all in the air. So it's real dangerous out here right now. My eyes have been burning, so we're trying to figure out what we're gonna do until they get this thing contained. So yeah, it's a real thing. It is a real thing out here. Oh man. Okay. Let's get Adrian. Get Mr. Adrian in the building. Adrian in the building. What's up, Adrian? And everybody who's new here, y'all need to follow me here on Twitter or X. Follow me, all the new people. Mr. Adrian, what's up, brother? Oh, Adrian bounced. Okay. All right. Let's get Waksabi. Waksabi in the building. Mr. Waksabi, unmute your microphone, sir.
My man.
How you doing?
First off, yeah, salute. Man, I be listening to your space. I'll be having to take notes, man, because you guys you go in.
Oh yeah.
And I don't want to come in, I want to come in and take anything off topic, but what old boy was talking about, what the topic is, the wildfires. I got some mad questions because, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Since the Emancipation Proclamation and people were freed, I was wondering how many areas was built by FBAs and how old are those areas? Because they're on fire. And then what if those race massacres and the fires is happening over there actually happening because the ancestors, like what you said before, or because some white supremacists is upset that the places they living at and coming from is actually built by us. They're living in our shit. Wondering that. I'm gonna lay my plane in.
Yeah, man. Listen, we built way more than we get credit for. I really want foundational Black Americans to understand how instrumental you were in just building and establishing so many towns, cities. Remember LA, some of the people who settled LA were Black people. One of the earliest pioneers of LA, who became very wealthy, foundational Black American woman, Biddy Mason. We talk about her at the Hidden History Museum. But family, it's deep, man. Our history is so deep and we get written out. Hell, just the fact that they would have Western expansion. One of the people who was instrumental in helping Western expansion, meaning the rest of the United States coming out to the West to settle, that was a foundational Black American brother named James Beckworth. He discovered something in the Sierra Nevada mountains called they named it the Beckworth Pass or the Beckworth Trail. That was instrumental for some of the white settlers to come on through and safely get through those Sierra Nevada mountains to come to California and get the gold rush thing popping. It was a foundational Black American man who was clicked in with some of the Native American tribes. They made him a chief of the Crow Indians, but he was a slave at first. He was enslaved. Foundational Black American, James Beckworth. It was a frontier man, badass brother. Bad brother. They've written this brother out of history. They don't talk about him enough. This was a badass brother. The reason why they could come out here to the West was because of him. He was very instrumental because white people would try to cross over these Sierra Nevada mountains and get stuck and die off. Remember that Donner Party, that infamous story about the Donner Party? They got stuck up there. They didn't know how to get out the Sierra Nevada mountains, and they dumbasses went up there and started eating each other. They got stuck in the mountains and started cannibalizing each other. They always do that shit. The white supremacists, they get stuck and they're like, hey, nigga, you look like a snack. Hell, I'm hungry. Bitch, don't go to sleep because I got some hot sauce for your ass. They just start eating each other. But this brother said, hey, you ain't got to eat nobody. Just go this way, go that way, go this way, and go that way, and then you get out the mountains. That was Brother James Beckworth. Badass brother that they really downplay in history. So yeah, a lot of expansions in this country, a lot of movements, we were in the front of that. We gave them the game. Yeah, you dig? I want us to know how instrumental we were in a lot of this stuff, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Well, we got a lot of folks in here. Shout out to everybody in here. But you know what? Let me just start making sure everything is good because these fires are really expanding and I want to keep an eye on everything. But y'all check out, go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com, get the book Hidden Heroes from A to Z. Go check out my new film, the greatest documentary on hip hop culture, Microphone Check, phenomenal film at microphonecheck.com. Get your Majara shirts. People love the Majara shirts, the Majara sweaters at majara.org. And I'm up out of here, man. Y'all have a good night. Papi Akute Lolavuve to the family. Peace.
You've heard the buzz. You've seen the media stories. Now experience the truth for yourself. Microphone Check, the critically acclaimed documentary uncovering the true origins of hip-hop. Available now on Blu-ray and streaming on Amazon Prime.
Visit microphonecheck.com to learn more.
Okay. All right. Hold on one second. Okay, so some of y'all might be late to what I explained before. I said, so I agree with Turk Nasheed as far as a lot of degenerate behavior in FBA culture. This is relatively new. This ain't something that was like 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s. This is pretty much influenced by our family from the diaspora and the continent coming over here and living amongst us and influencing us with their back home behavior. Okay, so what do I mean? Check this out. So right now, if you ask the average FBA, where did the term baby mother come from? The average FBA gonna say from us, black culture or FBA culture. It's black culture, but it ain't FBA culture. It's Jamaican black culture. Okay, so they come to this country with that degenerate behavior, mix amongst us, cosplay as one of us, act like one of us. So now when they talking that baby mother stuff, we believe that's one of us talking that, and we start to basically parrot that bullshit. But check this out. Origins of baby mama. And y'all need to clip this. Y'all need to document this, take a picture, so you can use this talking point when you're talking to some white supremacists, some tethers, whoever, haters, trolls. All right. Watch this. A baby mama or baby mama, also baby mother, is a slang term for a mother who is not married to her child's father. Although the term often carries other connotations as well, this term is associated with African Americans originally. See, it pins it to us. All right. But look, coming from Jamaica. Hold up. So they want to take credit for hip hop and small contributions they made in our culture, but they don't want to own what they actually brought over here, which is baby mama drama. Won't y'all own that? Now watch this. Coming from Jamaica Creole and finding its way to hip hop music. So who introduced this garbage to hip hop music? Exactly. Jamaicans, but we're not done. Check this out. The term originated in Jamaican Creole as baby mother, pronounced baby mada, with the first printed usage appearing in the Kingston newspaper, okay? Their homeland. Listen, look at the date. This is important. The Daily Gleaner in 1966. Now, anybody who knows a little bit of African FBA Adolf's history in this country, you freedmen, you know that in 1966, our marriages were skyrocketing. Our nuclear families was intact. And so a baby mama in African America, FBA America in 1966 did not really exist. It was not a thing to even point out. It was rare and far in between. We had nuclear families. We were married. We had babies. We had wedded babies. Okay, so while we were having nuclear families in 1966, look who was having a baby mama problem. Okay, so they was having a baby mama problem way back in 1966. Okay, now keep that date in mind. Keep that date in mind. 1966. What else is going on around that time? So let's look at what's going on around that time, 1966.
Ship called the Empire Windrush arrived at Tilbury carrying nearly... Next, 65 years ago, a ship called the Empire Windrush arrived at Tilbury carrying nearly 500 people from Jamaica to start a whole new life. It was the first large group of West Indian immigrants to arrive after the Second World War. Ruth Banks has the details.
Tilbury sees the arrival of more than 400 happy Jamaicans.
It was the first wave of mass migration from the Caribbean to the UK, a boat full of workers called in from the colonies to plug Britain's post-war labour shortage. Among them, Sam King, whose father...
Okay, so in this period, this is before 1966. So this was Jamaicans who, I mean, it's beyond me. They fought for independence from UK. They went to Jamaica. They bragged about the independence, right? They got their own flag. Okay. Do you, boo? No. They start to flee back into the UK. So 1947, 50-ish, this is when this is happening. World War II was happening. British was getting their butt handed to them. Pause. Straighten it. from the Germans and their allies. So they was calling for work to help restore their country because a lot of folks are warring. So they don't have the daily laymen to do the daily activities in Britain to keep it afloat. So they brought in Jamaicans. And of course they fled Jamaica first chance. And they went into Britain and they was doing the daily activities that the regular British person would do, but they're in war. Okay, now, lo and behold, record shows that Germany lost, right? America and its allies destroyed Japan and all the German allies, Mussolini, all those people. All right, so now let's catch you up. So look at the date. So this ship was called the Empire Wind Rush. Okay, it arrived with a group of 802 migrants of the port of Tilbury, near London on 22nd of June, 1948. All right, so you see a date. So in 1948, these folks came over there. And look, let's keep reading. Empire Wind Rush. Empire Wind Rush was a troop ship en route from Australia to England via the Atlantic, docking in Kingston, Jamaica, in order to pick up servicemen who were on leave. All right. An advertisement had appeared in a Jamaican newspaper offering cheap transport on the ship for anybody who wanted to travel to the United Kingdom. Where did the ship go? It appeared in Jamaica, okay, offering cheap transport for anybody who wanted to travel to the United Kingdom. Many former servicemen took this opportunity to return to Britain with the hopes of rejoining the RFA, whatever that is. What is that? The Royal Air. No, they want to go fight for Britain so damn bad, while others decided to make the journey just to see what England was like. Unlike the previous two ships, the arrival of the Wind Rush received a great deal of media attention and was reported by newspapers, reporters, and New Real. Okay, so the first chance they got to flee Jamaica. Now they got the independence. They bragging, "Hey, we all we got." The first chance they got to flee back to the UK, they took route. Okay, now look what happened next. So now they're there. Look at this.
Why have you come this week instead of next week?
So the audio is pretty low. I don't know why this audio low. It used to be kind of loud. Let me see if I can get a louder one. Oh, no. Okay. All right.
Next, 65 years ago.
All right. So I just got to play it. Sorry.
Why have you come this week instead of next week?
Well, I would like to be the band.
Do you have a job to come to?
Well, actually, no.
So he asked him, did he have a job to come to in the UK? He said no. So he just come in with his backside and some luggage. Like, so he didn't really, he was a low skilled worker who just trying to level up. He couldn't level up in Jamaica, obviously. So now watch this. So I want y'all to paint a picture of who is coming to the UK from Jamaica. It ain't the doctors, the high skilled construction, and who could build it. No. It was layman women workers coming for a better opportunity. They had no real skill. Watch this.
I'm expecting to work and study meanwhile.
Watch this.
Instead of next week, say.
Well, at home, we heard that there was going to be difficulty in obtaining an employment entry into Britain, and we thought that instead of getting through all those difficulties, we'd do it now and get it over and done with, for this time.
Have you a job to go to in England?
No, not.
Okay, so she has no job to go to in England. No, not particularly. So she's hoping to take some British person job, right? But the problem is when they come back from war, after the war was won, they want their jobs back. Watch.
What sort of job do you want?
Well, I'd like a job with a newspaper firm.
Well, you can do that back in Jamaica. All right, now watch this. Now, look what happened to UK. The UK, so now that was around 1950, 55, like around that time. All right, so now they're living it up in UK. So UK was like, all right, listen, let's put it into this shit. So they came up with the Commonwealth Immigrants Act of 1962. So now keep in mind the date I just gave y'all, which was 1966 with Baby Mama. We bring that over here. So Baby Mama, right? 1966. The UK in 1962 had passed an act that was an act of Parliament of the United States. Act of the Parliament of the United Kingdom, The act entails stringent restrictions on the entry. Stringent restrictions on the entry of Commonwealth citizens into United Kingdom. Only those with work permits. So no more of those that came over, which were typically only for high skilled workers such as doctors. So they didn't want a bunch of 600 Jamaicans with no true skill set trying to level up in the UK. They passed the act. Pretty much what they did was they closed the borders. Okay? So they closed the borders in 1962, pretty much just for Jamaicans. They made it real clear. Okay? And they wanted just highly skilled workers like doctors and all that shit like that. Okay. Let's move on. So let's keep this in mind. 1966, they had a baby mama issue. 1962, they had a UK issue because they got kicked out of the country or they was restricted to coming to the country. Watch this. While they were doing that, in America, look what we were doing. We were where we at? So we were over here passing a Civil Rights Act for FBAs only. So I wanted to show this. Okay, so the 19th Civil Rights Act of 1964. So in 1964, we just won our war, which was the Civil Rights Movement, right? And they passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 for FBAs. But look who's looking on the outside. Now these people are locked out of the UK in 1962. 2 years later, oh, Jim Crow's over. Oh, racial segregation, racial discrimination. Oh, it's illegal federally. So now they start to redirect their attention towards the UK. I'm sorry, towards the United States. Because UK closed their borders, restricted them, locked them out. No, you're going to come over here. You're going to come over here with the real skill set that can level up our country. No, we ain't taking no more laborers and, agriculture. Now, we're good. We want the best now. So now they're looking at America. All right? Okay? Watch this. It's at 64. Look what happens in 65. The next show, after we won and we got the Civil Rights Act of 1964 passed, look what happens the very next year. 1965 in America, the Immigration of Nationality, also known as the Hart-Celler Act, and more recently as the 1965 Immigration Act. So guess who's coming to dinner? Okay? Because they were closed and locked out of the UK. Now they're coming over here, not with the highly skilled doctors. They're coming over here with the, hey, you got diabetes? Well, eat this berry and you'll be cured. They come in with that type of skill set. Okay, you want sea moss? That type of bullshit. All right, now watch this. Look at this. In the past few decades, natural disasters and deteriorating political and economic conditions have caused significant devastation and displacement, driving more migrants. Because 1965, it allowed, the Immigration Act allowed a few people from Cuba, a few people from different places, Haiti, and a few people from Jamaica. But look at 1980. Like they didn't even have a date for 1960, 70 for Jamaicans because they were too small in numbers. So they started growing numbers in 1980. So watch this. It says it driving more migrants from Cuba, Haiti in particular, to seek routes to the United States by land, sea, and air. While the Caribbean immigrant population tripled in size between 1980 and 2010, its growth rate had declined by 2019. Okay, so this is why they know nothing about racial discrimination, redlining, housing discrimination, all those things. They know nothing about it because they pretty much got the experience during the 80s. They know nothing about Dr. King, Malcolm X, Emmett Till. They know absolutely nothing about prominent people in FBA history. They know nothing. They came during Ricky Ross. All right. So anyway, as you can see, they tripled from 1980, 1.2. I think this is pretty much, this is a 4 point. I think this is like all the immigrants together or all Caribbean. So this ain't exclusively Jamaican. This is Barbados. This is, Trinidad and Tobago. This is Guyanese. This is everybody. So collectively, they came here as a collective the Caribbean, like 4.5 million. Okay, now their 65 was the Immigration Act. So they started coming over here with this baby mama stuff. Okay, so they started come over here with the baby mama stuff. So the Daily Gleaner in 1966, another Daily Gleaner used dates from November 21st, 1989. Originally, the term was used by the fathers of illegitimate children to describe the mothers of their children. So they didn't they had a thing called paternity fraud. I'm gonna show you guys in a second. They had a thing called paternity fraud, whereas mothers was having sex with everybody possible. So that little horror behavior. So not only did they influence us with the baby mama culture, but the promiscuity, just sleeping with everybody. This is my body, my choice. All that type of attitude that was going on in Jamaica. And the mother did not know who the father was. So they were just any, mini, money, mo, a Jamaican. And guess what? According to Jamaican law, whoever she said was the father, that's the father. And he's financially obligated and legally obligated to that child. And in Jamaican terms, that was called a jacket. So when a mother chose the wrong Jamaican man to be a dad, that was called, she's giving him a jacket. And in Jamaica, a jacket is known as, I'm not the dad, but I gotta be because she gave it to me. So Nigeria has the same problem. Like just Nigeria and Jamaica had this huge jacket problem, this huge paternity fraud problem. Nobody in the world knows anything about it. Just Jamaica and Nigeria. But I want you to catch the date. So I'm saying that 1966, when the Immigration Act was passed, and 65, they came over here with this baby mama, sleep with everybody influence that they portrayed on, that they tethered on to FBAs. So I agree with Tariq that a lot of our degenerate behavior is coming from outside influences, particularly people who look just like us. Now, watch this. Twerking. You would think, hey, twerking is a FBA thing. No. Let me show you something. All right. What do we got here? List of characters. Oh, I left something out. Left something out. Okay. So now this twerking dance that you just shake your butt and nothing else. I believe that was also influenced by the Caribbean. So Caribbean Carnival is the cultural celebration held because they have nigga and chicken ass. Right? It's annually throughout the year in many Caribbean islands and worldwide. It's highly anticipated festival in the Caribbean where locals and visitors come together to dance, savor culture music, and indulge in delicious foods. It stems from a pagan holiday, later adopted by the Roman Catholic Church as Carnival. So they tethered on to this. Like they act like it's theirs. Oh, we don't like when FBAs participate in dance. No, we hate it. But you stole it from Europeans. The Catholic Church. Look, it says European slave traders brought it to the Caribbean. What? European slave traders brought Caribbean Carnival to the Caribbean, excluding African slaves and hosting lavish masquerade balls. So you tethered on to that. And you're trying to tell us that we can't, y'all wear costumes, come over here, don't do that. But it's not even yours. You stole it from your slave masters. After emancipation, freed Africans transformed the festival into a celebration of freedom, blending African heritage and Caribbean Creole culture. Twerking. That's all it is. It's twerking. So now, again, when they come over here after 1965, they bring all this half-naked, shaking booty, baby mama drama, paternity fraud to us over here in the Western Hemisphere. All right. Now, let's drop all that. And let me show you. Let me show you something. Okay. Let me show you something. Hope y'all writing this stuff down. Chopping it up. But you make sure you remember this. Okay. Let me go to my FBA folder. Oh, no. You know, it's not even here. It's here. Watch this.
Now, King, let them know how the beginning start.
Okay. All right. Here we are. Here we are. All right. Right here. Let's start right here. This is big in Nigeria and Jamaica. This degenerate behavior. So the Nigerians came in almost the same time as the Jamaicans, by the way, after the Immigration Act of 65. Remember these dates. Remember the name. 1965, the Immigration Act. 1964, the Civil Rights Act for FBAs only. But they extended it to everybody else in 65. Okay. And then after that, handful of Nigerians and West Indians start flourishing over to the United States in America. It wasn't until like around the 1990s where they just blew up. They got really deep. So they don't really know anything about us. Like they came with hip hop, hooray, yo, hey. They came with Tretch, hip hop, hip hop. They don't know who LL Cool J is, Run DMC. All right, so here we are. Listen clear.
Angered by the insistence of his now ex-girlfriend that he did not father his unborn child, a corporate era man is demanding that he be reimbursed all the monies he spent on her prenatal care.
So a Jamaican. So this is in Jamaica. As you see, this is Jamaica. This is her show is called Jamaican News, and she's reporting of a Jamaican guy who was given a jacket to a kid that he ain't his, uh, and he went to court demanding all the money that he had to pay to maintain her and her child. He wanted it all back because he has now proven it ain't his kid. He was a victim of paternity fraud. Remember these names: paternity fraud. They want to talk shit and point things at us.
There big crime going on in Jamaica with women.
Wait, say that again.
He spent on her prenatal care. A very big crime going on in Jamaica with women is the paternity scam. A crime that carries no penalty, and the young sometimes suffer from this crime, which are the children. The saying goes, only a woman knows who the father of her child is. But at this rate of how some of these women are going on nowadays, it is not always the truth. Some of these women do not know, so they give the jacket to the man.
You see that? She said, so many women do not know, so they give the jacket. Jacket in Jamaica is the responsibility, right? Jacket, or you could say in America, they'll put the father's name on the birth certificate. So a woman in Jamaica, she'll give the jacket because she don't know who she screws. So this is, oh, by the way, this happens a lot in Jamaica. All the women are screwing everybody all the time, and they have no idea who's the dad. So they give the jacket to, Bob's Cartel. Here, it's your child. Jabba Ranks. Come on, Shaggy. Come on now.
Nowadays, it is not always the truth. Some of these women do not know, so they give the jacket to the man that can best afford to take care of the child.
So the man who could best afford to take care of the child, that's the dad. I mean, that's crazy. The actual dad, get out of the house. Let's keep going.
So, yo,
And I'm giving this to everything. Every video I'm showing you is from Jamaica, from Jamaicans in Jamaica. All right, none of this stuff is over here.
Yo, Jamaica, right? I learned this in university still. Like I actually did a course on this. And I saw it being circulated around social media. So Jamaica has the highest paternity fraud in the world with 34.6%. I learned this in first year university, right?
34.6%. That's almost 4 out of every 10. So if you see 10 Jamaican women, 4 of them got children, and the person who they calling the father ain't the father. So if you see 10 Jamaican women, just say, okay, you 4 step over here. Okay, because those children ain't his. It was that serious. And Nigeria is very close. And nobody else in the world is close to them. Nobody. Matter of fact, nobody in the world is even having this problem besides Jamaica and Nigeria. And these 2 countries, these 2 black immigrant countries, talk the most trash to FBAs.
So basically what they're saying is that so Jamaica has the highest paternity fraud in the world.
Highest in the world. Write this stuff down. These are talking points.
With 34.6%. I learned this in first year university, right? So basically what they're saying is that I be a jacket. I just be a jacket I give away.
Y'all have some tailored jackets too.
Yeah, you have some well-tailored jackets still.
Not lying.
But yeah, so basically like a lot of men are taking care of children that are not their own.
Unbeknownst to them.
But I feel like you see it a lot. Yo, there was an article, you know, remember the man and him did have like must say 5 or 7 pitney and him find out say no, them have 7 pitney and him find out say 5 a jacket.
Yeah.
And I feel something like the uncle or something like that. Yeah, but this and him yeah. But
7 men and 5 had jackets, which is it was pinned to a kid that ain't theirs. I mean, and they got the nerve to look at us as savages and that is the most savage you can be. You have a child, you know full well this is the father. And you tell that child, well, you tell that man, you're the dad, government, that's the dad, and the child grew up, that's the dad. And you know full well they ain't the dad. That is barbaric. We can't even fathom that over here. Look at this.
Jamaica may have a higher rate than other places, but in any country, especially in America, there are a high number of people who are taking care of children who are not from their bloodline, to say the least, right? And in Jamaican culture, jacket is a thing that is almost, how would you say?
He said,
accepted, praised in certain circles.
So he said the jacket culture in Jamaica. Now, keep in mind, all these baby mama cultures, jacket cultures, they don't want to own them. They want to come to FBA's country and claim our culture, but their own culture, they run from. They flee. Well, they flee. They flee from their own culture. No, your culture ain't hip hop. Your culture is jacket. Your culture is baby mama. Your culture is tether. Your culture is scamming and defrauding.
And it's just a part of the culture that's just normal to a certain extent, no matter how dysfunctional it is, because you basically have a situation where the man taking care of the children, taking care of the child, or the one registered as a legal guardian, or the person who thinks it's their child, is not the father of the child. Women do it for numerous reasons. Some is just a mix-up where there's just too much, what do you call it, promiscuity, and you have others where it's a strategic thing where
so you see, this is a serious issue.
Talking about the domestic abuse part of it, Jamaica already have a high domestic abuse rate, right? And a lot of these domestic abuse are based on the speculation that the man is caught up in paternity fraud. Remember, we say speculation, you know. So imagine if the speculation of you getting a jacket seeing, or getting, for others who don't fully understand the jacket thing, getting a child that is not yours. If most of the men speculate this and start abuse them women, what will they do when they actually find out that this is not theirs? So how crazy it be? And what I think about Jamaica now, we have to think about the next part of it. I mentioned the family structure now. I would think about something really interesting, because as a culture, we have so much single mothers. Is the same culture that have paternity fraud, is high in paternity fraud. I think the statistics them say approximately 25% of the population is jacket caught up in paternity fraud. I mean, we laugh now, but it's a serious thing. If the culture so high with this particular area, right? And then there's a single mother thing right now. You have to think about why them really do it now. And if I think what I mentioned some of the pointers them, but now it even ludicrous, because when you start break it down more deeper and deeper, a lot of these women, majority are intentional, you know. It's like, so if we think about unintentional versus intentional, majority it is intentional, and it's intentional for purposes of economics. And it's so strange to me, because when we think about economics, the father them, with them I give the youth towards, still not high on the economic ladder. So you have to think to yourself, like, why them do it? And what is the context of economics towards them and the situation where them coming from? Because that deep, me feel like it attached to a psychological problem. And it's a psychological problem where we need to evaluate as a people. If we don't evaluate it, then believe me, the nation always in a chaos. And it will lead to a sense where I mention all the time, accountability. If we don't have any form of accountability towards these type of actions, then the system and the nation itself are going to start get more corrupt and more corrupt and corrupt. So while it sounds like, oh, that's just for them internal problem, she don't know who fair baby father is. See, it sounds like it's just a individual problem, but this by far, I can tell you, this is not an individual problem. This is a national problem, and it's a problem that will affect the whole country, so to speak, if it is not eradicated, because the culture will start dwindle away. And then they are going to start some more gruesome things happen, because what balance now going at the whole soul. And most time, when you have a youth.
So what he said was that the jacket thing got so out of hand in Jamaica that the men who they gave the jacket to, he will find that woman and beat her to a pulp. So domestic violence went crazy in Jamaica. That's all he's explaining. So they got it bad, in the words of Usher. And they got nerve to come over here and say shit like this. Listen, all this wretched, degenerate behavior they got in their country, and they come over here and say stuff like this. That's why, like, we are reacting the way we're reacting. Like, yo, we like, what? Listen to this.
A lot of hate. Feel that way. Explore.
Listen to this.
That's interesting. So let's explore that.
Yeah.
That's
really
interesting.
I had no idea.
So
Oh, my bad. I wouldn't even share my screen. Oh my God. My fault. My fault. I just noticed my screen wasn't being shared. Y'all ain't say anything.
that's interesting. So let's explore that.
That's
really
interesting.
I
had no idea.
So I have this tweet by McBeanie _ and they said African Americans are by far the worst representation of Black people. They are obnoxious, self-righteous assholes that make people's lives a living hell anywhere they go. And then she got like 390 likes.
Okay, so she got 390 likes. Right, watch this.
She also Black?
No, I don't know what she was. But this is what she said. Yeah.
Obviously, she's Black.
Oh, that's really a lot of hate, I feel like.
Okay, so now listen to this young Jamaican words. She heard what they read, and she said, that's a lot of hate. So when you let these tethers lie and say we're going both ways, yeah, both y'all. No. This ain't both ways. This is one way, but the root of everything is why this is even happening. the date for their hatred towards us, when it's like been fully expressed, with this human being turned to a full werewolf, right? It happened when we asked for reparations from white people. We didn't say, hey, Jamaica, you owe us reparations. We didn't say Nigeria, you owe us reparations. We didn't say Haiti or Dominican Republic. We said white America government, white America, you owe us reparations. So you would expect the outlast, the trolls, the hatred to come from white Americans. That's what you brace for. Hey, look, white America, you owe us reparations. You ready to square off for white Americans. You start to see all these black tethers come. You're like, what the fuck? What? Why you here? You get no reparations, nigga. We want reparations. For what? You wasn't here before this, the 1965 Immigration Act. I don't care. You ain't gonna get. I mean, and that's pretty much where all this stems from. When they start to like violently express their hatred towards FBAs, that wave came once we said, Manny Tone Talks and said, hey, we want reparations for the mistreatment and slavery and Jim Crow for FBAs, Adolfs, Freedmen, wherever you want to use. We're still the same person, same lineage. And that's when white folks was like, wait, what? And they were like open to listen. But our black cousins from the diaspora and the continent, they came out in droves saying, hell no. Hell no, you must go. Okay, now keep in mind what she just said. She acknowledged that this was hatred. Look, listen.
No, I don't know what she was. But this is what she said. Yeah.
Wow. That's really a lot of hate, I feel like.
That's really a lot of hate, I feel like. Go on.
I don't even really feel that way. I feel like that's a little harsh. But I do, like, coming from, my mom would say, because I'm obviously, like, American, right? And I'm born and raised, like, in New York. So I have a lot of, like, culture, you feel me, from America. But, like, my mom would agree with that.
Okay, so draw. So look, the in-between stuff, omit. We don't care. What you want to cling on to is the fact that she said that's a lot of hate. And then she said, my mom will agree with that. So that means your mom will agree to a lot of hate. Your mom taught you a lot of hate about FBAs. So this is a one-sided war. We're catching straight bullets and we don't even know why you're shooting at us. Like, yo, what's good? I mean, I'm gonna start punching back, but you blocking like, hey, what the, yo, like a kung fu flick. Yo, you block all the punches like, yo, why you swinging at me? Listen, I'm gonna beat your ass. You better stop. All right. And then when we finally punch back, oh, you guys are going back and forth. No, we not. I just defended my life. Now I punch you in the mouth. That ain't going back and forth. That's me stopping the threat. Ain't nothing going back and forth about that. All right. So now, because I was not sharing my screen, let me just freestyle it. Look, 1964 Civil Rights Act. Okay. So this was the Civil Rights Act of 1964 is a landmark law in the United States that outlaws discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. Okay, I don't know what they talk about, but it should have stopped right here. It should have said a landmark law that in the United States that outlaws discrimination based on race and color. And that's it. That's all it was. That was all that was happening. Ain't no religion, sex, and national origin. Okay, now let's go here. Let's go one more year. Now look who get tagged onto it. Because once the Civil Rights Act was passed, we dropped our guard. Like, okay, good. Woo! Federal protection, baby. Now we can move and maneuver without all this, now it's illegal to attack us. So we dropped our guard and they passed this right beneath our nose. Here we go. So 1 year later, they passed the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965. Right, this is 1 year after the Civil Rights Act. So now I'm gonna do a time frame for you. Or origins of baby mama, because you guys couldn't see my and look what it says right here, Jamaican Creole. Okay, you couldn't see my screen earlier. Look, in 1966, So in 1966, they was having a baby mama problem and a paternity fraud problem. Meanwhile, our marriages at 1966 was like this. Okay, let's see if there's something that can. Okay, so when they was having this baby mama drama problem, okay. In 1960, roughly 75% of whites were married and the rate dropped to, I don't know about blacks. Okay, 61% of blacks were married in 1960. Okay, so 60, well, the numbers can, it go from 60 to 70, but the most like median number is like 66%. So 2 out of 3 of us were married. So this baby mama problem or this out of wedlock marriage, like that wasn't a real issue with us. Okay, so they brought this disgusting culture to us, this baby mama stuff. And this is 66. All right. So then I showed you this. I showed you guys this. So from here, I did this. I said, I don't know how I worded it. Oh shit, I spelled that wrong. Here we go. This was it right here. So I said, look, it says it stems from a pagan holiday later adopted by the Roman Catholic Church as Carne Valley. European slave traders brought it to the Caribbean, excluding African slaves and hosting lavish masquerade balls. It says after emancipation, freed African slaves transformed the festival into a celebration of freedom, blending African heritage and Caribbean Creole culture. So they took a white man's carnival, dressing up the masquerade, and they made it their own. Now, when they did it, they became half naked and shaking their ass. So I believe the twerk, when they came to the United States, of course they brought this festivity, they half naked shaking their ass. So that's where I think the twerk influence came from on FBAs. The baby mama influence came from them. The Rasta, Shata, I kill you, gangster, that came from them. All right. So a lot of influence on FBA culture helped us become degenerates. Okay. But it was influenced by somebody else. Now, I talked about this. When Rush, ships. Let me see. What was it called? What was it called? What was it called? British Jamaican. I'm gonna try to here we go. Here we go. It was called, yeah, Windrush. Okay. 1948 is when they was trying to sneak back. They was trying to sneak back into the UK. So what was the point of fighting for independence just to desire to go back to the UK? What was the point? You got your independence, you got your own land, your own government, you're the majority. FBAs, we were never the majority. The white folks never took their knee off our neck, so to speak. They never did. You control your own future destiny. You are the police. You're the president. You're the clerks. You're the job hired. You don't. You're the bankers. You don't experience no. You're the person letting you buy a home. Y'all didn't experience in your country, because y'all were all black. Y'all didn't experience no housing segregation, no job discrimination, no school segregation, no whites only. No, y'all were the majority, and y'all failed to show white folks how well you can achieve by yourselves. It became a hellhole, and as a result, 1948, you guys start to flee back in the UK, basically begging for citizenship. And then this what happened. What was it called? Oh my God. I pulled it up. It was called a UK immigration 1962. Hold on, I'm trying to type in keywords. This ain't Google, so it's gonna be kind of hard. They want you to be specific in Wikipedia. Okay. All right. UK. I want the 1962 one that I had up earlier. I'll find it. Ah, boy. Because the UK got tired when they came in 1948, and then once the war died down and the Jamaican fleers helped restore Great Britain, the British people was like, "Hey, man, thank you, bye, bye, Felicia, you ain't staying here." So let me just get you that. So when they talking all that shit, man, you bring up stuff like this. British. Okay, I found it. It's called the Commonwealth. Okay, I found it. So when they start talking that shit, man, you bring up this, the Commonwealth Immigrants Act of 1962. So while their Immigration Act was limiting immigration, I'm sorry, when they came up with the Immigration Act, their Immigration Act was limiting immigrants into their country. America's Immigration Act was welcoming. So UK 1962 said, all right, get out. And nobody was coming in. If you ain't a doctor or some Albert Einstein scientist, you ain't coming into our country. So 3 years later, United States passed the Immigration Act, and Jamaicans said, all right, we'll go there then. You dig? And they came over here disrespecting our culture, our history, because they refused to learn anything. All they know about is Marcus Garvey. So let's get together and look up Marcus Garvey. Let's see if he's this hero. Let's see if Marcus Garvey is actually this hero in Black America. Or he's another scammer to flee from Jamaica and come to the United States and try to scam us out of our identity. You know, come over and say, nah, y'all not African Americans. Y'all really Pan-Africanists. Let's go to Africa. All right, let's see how that worked out. Let's see how great Marcus Garvey is. Because it's funny how Pan-Africanists skip over his true history. That's on Wikipedia. Watch this. So he came up with stocks. So so look at the criminal charges. So the way Pan-Africanists teach Marcus Garvey, they'll tell you that J. Edgar Hoover done Marcus Garvey wrong. You'll hear about informants, all this fake news. Listen, in January 1922, Garvey was arrested and charged with mail fraud. Okay, so this is either true or false. Okay, so mail fraud is either true or false. Did he do it or did he didn't do it? What is mail fraud? What is mail fraud? Watch this. So when they arrested him for mail fraud, was this a legitimate charge or was this a bullshit charge? That's the question. Okay, so mail fraud is a scheme. Let me make this bigger. This is either true or false. So mail fraud is a scheme or fraudulent activity carried out with the use of United States mail, a deceit, trickery, scam perpetrated through the postal or private mail carrier sentence. Okay, and let me do this. Let me do this. Let's do this. Okay. Now, so now you got mail fraud in the stocks, right? In stocks. Mail fraud in stocks refers to a fraudulent scheme where someone uses the mail system to deceive investors into buying or selling stocks by providing false information or misleading claims about a company or a security. So listen. Mail fraud is you're deceiving your investors, which is FBAs, to buying stocks and they have false information attached to them, or there's misleading claims about the company or its stocks. All right, watch this. In January 1922, Garvey was arrested and charged with mail fraud for having advertised the sale of stocks in a ship, Orion, which the Black Star Line did not yet own. He did exactly the definition. The definition is you got people buying into the stock by lying or giving misleading information about the ship. Marcus Garvey advertised stocks to a ship, and the Black Star Line did not even own the ship. And on top of that, he was selling stocks, but the stocks were never licensed. He had printing experience back in Jamaica. He came over here and he printed out certificates, stock certificates, and was telling Black folks this is worth some money. He lied. That stock is not part of any exchange, no market exchange, New York stock market, nothing. When you have a stock, it's part of a market. So it's some type of market exchange. It was nothing, just printed paper saying, hey, you own a piece of this ship. Hey, you buy it. Okay, you own a piece of this ship. But what is the value of this certificate? Nothing, just the ink and paper it costs to get it. That's it. 10 cents. So you're lying about what the paper stock represents. It does not represent a ship. It does not represent a country. It's just paper with words and drawings on it. Okay, watch this. Come on, my typing skills fell off. Okay, this is how a stock certificate is supposed to look like. Okay. Mining company. So you're going to see like the names of the company on the stock. Okay, and what it represents, and every stock is supposed to be liquid, where you could like sell it and get something of value back for it. When you sell these imaginary stocks from Garvey, what are you getting back for it? So he got locked up for mail fraud because he was actually committing mail fraud. Like there's no conspiracy theory there at all. Okay, so now let's go back. Because that ain't all he did. That was crazy as hell. That ain't all he did. Okay. Garvey's ideas became increasingly popular and the UNIA grew in membership. His Black separatist views and his relationship with white races like the KKK. You heard me? He had a relationship with white races like the KKK. This dude joined and met up with the KKK. And as a result, Black folks, so basically Marcus Garvey was the first Fat Joe, basically. Look what happened afterwards. It caused a division between Garvey and other prominent African-American civil rights activists, such as W. Du Bois, who promoted racial interrogation. Okay? So Eric, you got to understand, that's what I'm trying to say. They come over here, they don't know our history. They don't know the KKK and Black folks, we don't mix. They did nothing but treachery, they terrorized us, and they murdered and brutalized us. We don't affiliate, associate the KKK at all during the 1920s. This is still 100 years as lynching, by the way. 1922, you got lynching still going on. So Black society start to resent that, and they start to like Black powerful leaders decide to resent that and say, all right, Garvey, you got to go. Watch. See, but it was the low hanging fruit who still was vouching for him. Like, you know what I mean? Because every society has like the low hanging fruit. So if you look at the fat Joes and the math hoppers and academics, we know that they should be canceled next, right? But the hip hop crew, like they all caught up in the ratchet behavior. So it's kind of hard to just shake them out of it, but they'll come out eventually. But the ones that know, like you in the chat, y'all know these guys are full of shit. So it's easy for us to unsubscribe and never go back to their channels. I'm not subscribed to Math Hoffa, Academics, The Breakfast Club. I ain't none of those big media, Joe Budden, all these media big platforms, they are silent to this. They said absolutely nothing. So guess what? Unsubscribe, 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 unsubscribe. And that's how black leaders were during the time of Marcus Garvey. W. Du Bois and other prominent black leaders unsubscribed from Garvey, unsubscribed, unsubscribed. And the low-hanging fruit, they know any better, they were still holding on to his nuts. All right, check this out. Okay. Oh, we're not done. We're not done. In June 1922, Garvey met with Edward. So now we got names now. He met with Edward Young Clark, the imperial wizard pro tempore of the Ku Klux Klan, at the Klan's offices in Atlanta. Garvey made a number of incendiary speeches in the months leading up to that meeting. And some he thanked the whites for Jim Crow. Only a tether can do that. Come on. Yeah, read it. Take a picture, screenshot it. He thanked the whites for Jim Crow. And this is your leader? You're worried about Tariq being our leader, which he's not. We said he's not. He said he's not. But you make him our leader anyway. But your actual leader is a convicted felon who was deported. And he's on record thanking the whites for Jim Crow. He's in our face selling us fake stocks that's not licensed to a ship he don't even own. And behind our backs, he's with the Klan making deals. He thanked the whites for Jim Crow. So he's lying to us, trying to bring us to Africa, or North Africa, West Africa, wherever, Central Africa. But meanwhile, he's trying to make a deal with the Klan to go to South Africa. All right. So now he thanked the whites for Jim Crow. What happened when Black society found out about this? What happened? As you can imagine, we canceled them. Look, news of Garvey's meeting with the KKK soon spread, and it was covered on the front page of many African-American newspapers, causing widespread upset. When news of the meeting was revealed, it generated much surprise and anger amongst FBAs. Can y'all read this? Am I making this up? Grant noted that it marked the most significant turning point in his popularity. Several prominent Black Americans, self-respecting FBAs like myself and like you all, we didn't go for that. We ain't giving no Fat Joe, Math Hop academics a pass. No. Several prominent Black FBAs, Chandler Owen, Philip Randolph, William Pickens, and Robert Bagnall, launched the Garvey Must Go. Okay, so when you're in the same space with tethers and they're talking shit in the chat, just put Garvey Must Go. Garvey represents all of them. Nigerians, all of them. That's undermining us. When you're in a space with Black immigrants who are undermining us, or Black people, period. They ain't got to be immigrants. They could be in Africa. But if they're undermining us, just type Garvey Must Go. You did? Because that's what our prominent Black leaders typed. They typed Garvey Must Go. Campaign in the wake of the revelation. Many of these critics played to nativist ideas by emphasizing Garvey's Jamaican identity. So we start to realize you met with the Klan, you're thinking of Jim Crow. Yo, is he FBA? Yo, is he FBA? Nah, he's from Jamaica somewhere. Oh shit. And look what they said next. And sometimes calling for deportation. So don't feel bad that we're doing that now in 2025, calling for the deportation of these tethers who undermine us. We were doing this back in 1922. And now it's 2025. So almost more than 100 years later, we're still calling for tethered deportation. You can't make this up. Now, what happened when one of Garvey's ships actually went back to Africa? Now, notice Garvey was not on that ship. And what I also say is this: if Garvey's from Jamaica and we're FBAs, why is he interested in Africa? Like, wouldn't you think that he was trying to build an alliance with FBAs in Jamaica? Like, why was Marcus Garvey disinterested with having a coalition between Jamaicans and FBAs? Why did he leave Jamaica out of it and say, nah, FBAs and Africa? Second question, why didn't Garvey say Jamaicans in Africa? Why didn't Garvey say Jamaicans in Africa? Why didn't Garvey say Jamaicans in America? Why did he leave Jamaica completely out of it and said, you know what, we're going to have Africans and Americans get to some bullshit where they both are eliminated, and now we can come into these spaces and dominate? That's what I think. I think they're trying to get us both out of there so they can come and be the filler in, like they filled in the UK. When they was out there fighting in war, what they do, they fled to UK, they filled in those spots. They were trying to fill in our spots. Let's get these FBAs out of the country in Africa somewhere, starving with flies all over them, and let's take over what they built. I truly believe that. It was a bait and switch. And they're mad. That's why they're so mad that we're saying we're FBA. Because that means by saying you're FBA, by saying you're ADOS, by saying you're a freedman, that means I'm no longer game for this bait and switch. It's impossible now. Because I appreciate who I am here. So now when they realize they can't do the bait and switch, trick us to go to Africa somewhere, it's like all gloves off now. All right, well, shit, let's just fight. Okay, so now watch this. Watch this. So some Africans, some FBAs actually made it to Africa, but look what happened. In February 1924, the UNIA put forth its plans to bring 3,000 African American migrants. Okay, now we're migrants, you dig? So look, they tricked us out of being natives, FBAs, into immigrants. So now we're going to Africa as illegal immigrants. So he's trying to make us illegals. So in February 24, UNIA put forward its plans to bring 3,000 African American migrants. Now we're migrants to Liberia. The latter's president, Charles D.B. King, so now we got names to this, okay, assured them that he would grant them area for 3 colonies. In June, a team of UNIA technicians was sent to start work in preparing of these colonies. When they arrived to Liberia, they were arrested and immediately deported. When these FBAs under Garvey's leadership made it to Liberia, they were arrested and immediately deported. So now some of us know how to feel to be a tether. We try to, because you're sneaking in the country illegally. They ask you, hey, where's your passport? Like, yo, who invited you? Mosiah Marcus Garvey. Who? You know, Moses in the Bible. Mosaic, man, get the hell out of here. Arrest these guys. Get the hell out of our country, man. Go, Mark. They said Garvey must go. The Liberian government said Garvey must go. And they sent those FBAs way back to America. At the same time, Liberia's government issued a press release. Look what they said next. Declaring that it would refuse permission for any FBAs to settle in their country. So Marcus Garvey was literally trying to set us up. He was trying to bring us to a country where we were unwanted, and now we're just stranded, homeless like them. When it didn't work, look what they blamed. Like they blamed Tariq Nasheed, they blamed Lord Jamar, they blamed Doggy Diamonds. Look what they blaming now at that time. Garvey blamed W. Du Bois. There's no accountability with these guys. So they go blame W. Du Bois for this apparent change in the Liberian government's attitude. For the latter had spent time in the country and had links with his ruling elite. W. Du Bois denied the accusation. Okay? Later examinations suggested that despite King's assurances to the United States, the Liberian government had never, look at this, the Liberian government had never seriously intended to allow FBAs colonization, okay? Aware that it would harm relations with the British and French colonies on their borders, who feared the political tensions it could bring with it. So these guys never seriously entertained 3,000 FBAs or 6,000, 60,000 come into Liberia. They never seriously took us serious. And you got this guy coming from Jamaica who don't have no allegiance, no political affairs with anybody from Africa, let alone the Liberian government. And he's trying to bring us somewhere where we're just stranded like the Israelites in the wilderness with no home, while these influx of Garveyites from Jamaica can occupy America in our place. So when we finally get back, our history is wiped out. And now the Jamaicans will lie and say they have been enslaved, they've been Jim Crow, that's what they was trying to do. It didn't work, and they're mad as hell. So Garvey is gone. So never allow anyone from this point forward brag about Mel Fraud Garvey. He's out of there. Okay, he was the first Fat Joe. So now, done. All right. So when they say Tariq's your leader, oh, he's an ex-pimp, oh, he did that, all lies. He's not a leader, but let's deal with your leader. Your leader is a convicted felon, and guess what? He ain't a felon for his past life like Malcolm X, or like some of you guys for your past life. Marcus Garvey is arrested in his consciousness, and he's arrested for what? He's arrested for defrauding FBAs. That's the most important thing I got to say to you guys. He's defrauded for misleading, defrauding, scamming FBAs, not the KKK. He met up with them. He didn't scam them, the people who deserved it. He scammed the most vulnerable people in the country at that time. He scammed FBAs. We should hate him and resent him like we do Fat Joe even more. All right? So Garvey must go, and he's out of there. Who's next? Where we at? So now, I want to check the temperature, okay? Because there's this clip of Fat Joe. He's still using the N-word. Look.
It's out there, nigga.
You heard him? Out there, N-word. Look at this.
You can't retract.
They all just laughing because, they all like immigrants.
The stunt, it is what it's out there, nigga. It's, we've been doing too much.
It's out there, N-word. You are doing too much.
Might as well just do it all the way. It remind me of Frank and them niggas. When they...
Look, Frank and them, this dude just, what? Dude, you are on a podcast that got 1.3 million subscribers. Can y'all see that? Okay. So that means that all of FBAs throughout America is going to see this video. So now, although the tri-state might tolerate this behavior, this degenerate behavior you have amongst FBAs, but bro, people from Virginia, the DMV, the Carolinas, the Texas, Mississippi, the Midwest, the West Coast, bro, they're not used to that. But let's call him that Joe. We're not used to that Joe. Spewing an N-word like that all day long. So they're looking like, yo, what is that? What you just say? Bro, what you do in New York, you do in New York, where you get a pass. You don't have the right to come before 39,000. Now, of course, the original video had more views than that. But you don't have the right to come before all of Black America and get his N-word. You know why? Because all of Black America didn't give you a pass. Only one state gave you a pass. That's New York. The other 49, 48, 47, 40 states, they didn't give you a pass. And that's why you're in this position. Because you couldn't read the room. You're the elephant in the room, my boy, literally. Literally, you're the elephant in the room. Look, you're the elephant.
They had the feds, my mans. They kingpin. They've been in jail forever. They had the niggas outside the. We used to.
Every last word. The nigga. So elephant in the room. This is what did it. Now, let's read some comments. Now, you, look at this is me. Crazy. His album is called. Wait, let's make this bigger. See, because I'm out here frontlining it. You dig? Okay, so I said Crazy. His album is called FBAs Changed on Me. I said he's a prophet because his album is called The World Changed on Me, and they did. But I said FBAs changed on me. So I said Hoffa next. So he says, I'm from New York, and I've been a serious hip hop head since '91. Fat Joe has always been a B-list rapper. He's always seemed to know the right people, but at the end of the day, he's never looked at as a great MC. He's under average at best. Okay, so next guy said, DMX, I'm not an industry artist. I'm an artist. I'm an artist in the industry. Fat Joe, the industry is one big family. The lies, Joey, the lies. Okay. One of the problems with urban culture is we give a voice to our idiots just because they have little fame and fortune. 100%. 12 minutes of babbling with no apology ain't gonna get it. Cap. This damage control stunt was weak as F. No bueno. Joey Cap. This is the year of the truth and some people can't handle it. Furious 5 member Raheem interview with Doggy Diamonds just ended Fat Joe's career. A white boy in a tether. He disrespected a whole lineage. I'm FBA and has never done anything to Fat 304. We got called slaves and our ancestors made fun of daily. Our response is harsh. We are tired. We will defend ourselves on and off like everybody else do. But when we do, we are looked at as radical. We are tired. Leave us the F alone, period. Okay? Wait. Hey, let me tell her, hey. Dig. Okay, Lord Jamar wasn't talking crazy. He was talking facts. Joey turned into a clown. FB is a lineage. It's not a crew or group. Math Hopper, you are not of our lineage. You nor Candace Owens. Your car has been revoked. Math Hopper has exposed his ignorant hand and another drain to the culture. You should bring Lord Jamar on. FJ telling half truths. Fat Joe. Shit wasn't even that deep. Joe lying about the facts of hip hop origins and he trying to change the narrative like it's all about something else. We're not taking no more social media apologies. Now look, every comment, FBAs, we are totally on code. Ain't nobody giving this guy a pass. And he got an RBG flag and he's still on code. We're not taking no more social media apologies. And Matt, you got to figure out how to deal with that sinking ship of a podcast. All of you are sus. You let a racist siding with racists come on your show and talk down about black people, and you all laugh. It's over. Okay, now look. Let's go up. Let's go up. I ain't subscribed. You see what I'm saying? No, sir. You won't disrespect my lineage thing. I'm going to support you. Okay. And this guy went in with an RBG flag. That's deep. Why this lame said he'll pay for Lord Jamar's funeral? That sounds like an innuendo. You don't even like the guy. Okay. Big Joey Capper, the rapper, making more numbers on this than his album. Aside from the content. Okay, this is cool. He said his brother held crates. He got put on by a black man. He admitted to lie 95% of his music. What has Joe did that was legendary for people to think he's a legend, or did he just exist in the world and that's what makes him a legend? I'm following this channel. Adios. You see? So real self-respecting FBAs. We're gonna do what the prominent FBAs did during Garvey's time. We're going to unsubscribe from Garvey and his ideology, and we're going to say Garvey must go, deport him. So we got to keep that same energy in 1922, that same energy in 2025, 100 years later. Hey, man, okay, yeah, academics, entertaining. Yeah, he got some inside information, but you know what? Unsubscribe. I'm out. Because my pride, my lineage, and what my ancestors did for this country is worth more than the suspense of watching y'all channel or the laughter of watching y'all channel. I'm good, dude. I'm good. I'm telling you, any other race, no matter how much they like LeBron James or this person or Michael Jackson, let them say something slick about them. Gone. They loved OJ until OJ was accused of harming a white person. Now he's the worst black man ever. We got to be on that same stuff, man. Y'all like to laugh too much. Pure hot air, actor. The problem is Fat Joe saying Tariq was an extremist, which he is not, and say Ricans can help create hip hop, which is wrong. Okay, capping. Math Hopper, I'm disappointed. See, everybody, no. Don't. I don't want to do too much of this because they could like time me out, whatever. NYC Tether Central. This is the year all invitations to the cookout will be revoked. We are tired of culture vultures. Leech. This is straight damage control with Lord Jamal. This is all cap. Math, please stop rapping. Why is he talking about himself in the third person? He's a clown. Little Joey, why you lying? He's eating a lot of humble pie now. I stood with Kamala. You stood on the wrong side of history, bucko. Okay, so anyway, as you can see, all of the comments are on code. And these are, a lot of these guys are young, in mid-20s, late 20s, and early 20s. You dig? But look how they ride it. See, it's y'all older FBAs who want to give a hug out, who want to apologize for him, who want to give passes. A lot of older FBA men be suspect, like for real. Y'all be in the way. Like, no, we ain't doing none of that. All right. So now, Math Hoffa, he came on and tried to address, he sound like a babbling tether. Let's read some of his comments. What we got here? You see me 13 days ago. I unsubscribed and I strongly advise all FBA unsub, and we'll see how successful he is with his allies, which is the Caribbean, bullshit. But you see me, I'm out there frontline on social media 13 days ago. The hip hop is black culture. What are you talking about? You don't want Tariq on your show because he's going to tell the truth. You're ashamed of your show for letting Joe disrespect the black race. Black youth at NYC created hip hop. Puerto Ricans were our first students as a black foundational to hear in 2025 that hip hop is not black culture. It's disgusting. Your FBA support is over. Let your Caribbean people support. See, we on code. Y'all not. Yeah, you dig? Math loyalty is to celebrities who have helped his platform by coming on as guests, not to FBA duly noted. See, that was another L for NYC talking about other cities are too segregated to understand getting called the N-word is diabolical. They trying to like make it appealing, like, no, just accept it. The N-word is. The issue is you allowing Fat Joe to call Black Americans radical racists in your platform. No pushback at all from y'all. That was disappointing. So you let a Fat Joe come and lie about Tariq, and Laura can't come tell the truth. Okay, got it. Black Americans need to understand that people like Math Hopper don't see Black Americans as his family. I'll start right there. I'm 57 years old, FBA that lives in Brooklyn. I've been in NYC all of my life. I really suggest you educate yourself on the topic of FBAs and just Black Americans. No, don't educate yourself. We're done with y'all. A culture vote is a person or persons who benefit from the art without giving or paying homage to the very culture. I agree. You really thought blacks were too weak and docile, which was got him. This man only loyalty is to the dollar bill. He thinks Ozempic Joe going to put him in the rooms. Yeah. Math sounds ridiculous. He's literally listening to Fat Joe say the N-word. Math Hopper, you was my guy, but I have to unsubscribe. You see? Garvey must go. That's what people like me doing. Nah, we ain't, I don't care how much I like Math Hopper show before. I don't care how much I like DJ Academic show before. I don't care how much I like Charlemagne, all these guys who won't cover this, who trying to let this go away. Unsub. Hope all y'all fell. Okay? We did more than dominate. We created hip hop. Math, the issue goes deeper than the origin of hip hop. It's about your platform playing a role in a particular narrative being broadcasted to the world. For example, Vlad won't allow you or anyone to say anything remotely controversial about their culture community. Good point. Matt, Black immigrants like you are weird energy. You let Fat Joe make you look like a sucker. Told you. You're not genuine. Why didn't you have this conversation with Busta Rhymes when he was in a room full of Latinos being divisive, saying that Black Americans don't have no culture? You allowed that Puerto Rican to disrespect an entire lineage. Yeah, all skin full gang. They all going in. Do I keep going? They going in. How many comments were these? Look at this. Almost 3,000 comments. I ain't read one that support Math Hoffa yet. They were going in on this tether, yo. I was so proud to read those comments. Like, yes, we get it. We get it. I was so proud to read those comments, man. I was so proud to read those comments. I'm like, okay, we're on to something. We're serious. All right. Where we at? Okay. So let's go here. Let's go here. So now let's debunk two other lies. While we're here, let's just debunk two other lies. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. While we're here, let's go debunk.
I can speak from my perspective, being Nigerian and like my parents coming over with thick accents. The most kind of backlash that they experienced was from African Americans.
Okay, so now he's lying, saying his parents came over here and they got backlash from FBAs. Let's hear him out.
For the way that they spoke, assuming that they're like uneducated.
Okay, now he just said the way Africans spoke, we assume that. Now he lied. Now Caribbean come over here with broken English, so they can make that claim. But when continental Africans come over here, their English is perfect. I ain't never meet an African that came over here that couldn't speak perfect English. Like you do, you're lying. Look at his English. Yo, you the way he's talking, you don't even know he's from Africa.
And so I also experienced that, like being Nigerian, like people, clicking, like all the like basic, like kind of prejudicial things against Africans. But I also will say that, like,
okay, so now he's talking about, he's lying. He's talking about he came over here as an elementary school kid, right? And he's comparing that, he's claiming these are FBAs. Now, how do we know? Because Math Hoffa looked just like an FBA. So, dude, you don't even know if that person was Jamaican, Trinidadian, Guyanese. You don't even know who's getting on you. You think because you're in America, and by the way, you see the dates, this is probably 1980, 1990 or later, because they were not here before then. So that means everybody was here. All the Black immigrants were here. And we all look alike. So, dude, and look his accent. He don't have one. So the person and don't forget, in Africa, they got tribalism. So that could have been a tribal African talking about clicking or this and that. Somebody from your continent. Why do you believe he's FBA? Dude, you're in the second, third, fourth grade. How, at that young as a kid, you're 9, 8, 7 years old, how do you know where somebody's from? Hey, dude, stop with the lying. That Black person could have been anybody from the diaspora. And you want to tag them to FBAs. And again, if you say baby mama, you'll believe that's FBA. It's not. It's Jamaican culture, twerking and this whole gangster shit. That's all Jamaican culture.
My parents definitely came over here with stereotypes about African Americans.
Okay, there we go. He said he's claiming little kids in the third, fourth grade was picking on him. Little kids, they don't know no better. But then he's gonna talk about so he's gonna compare third graders to his grown ass mammy. Listen.
But I also will say that, like, my parents definitely came over here with stereotypes about African Americans.
My boy, if it's true that FBA was teasing you, could it be they're defending themselves? Could it be because your mother came with those views you just expressed and your mom was calling FBA kids something? And FBA kids, the way we are, we don't give a damn how old you are. If you disrespect us, we're going to have a mouth full of stuff for you. So, bro, is it possible that your mom, with these hateful views about FBAs, start to talk shit to little kids and they start getting on your mom, and when you came to school the following day, they got on your ass next. Is that possible?
But I also will say that like my parents definitely came over here with stereotypes about African Americans. So it's just both sides, like not
both sides. He said both sides. He named kids and parents. That ain't both sides. What are you talking about? You're supposed to compare kids with kids and parents with parents. He said kids and parents, so both sides. Yo, this is their delusion. Matter of fact, where that link at? Because I'm dying to get a Pan-Africanist on this show, this podcast. I'm dying to get a continental African or somebody from the Caribbean. Yo, hold on. Let me put this in the chat. Put in the chat. I want to talk to one of y'all so bad in real time. And then I'm gonna go over Reggie's debate they have with Mike Larry. Like I'm trying to understand Brother Reggie's point. I just can't. It's not. He's not his FBA. I don't even know what he disagreed with. Cause I'm trying to hear his argument. And I'm like, dude, what are you saying? You just reaching. All right. Oh, my bad. Hold on. Let me put the link in the chat because anybody can click it, but I really want somebody from the diaspora or the continental African, or even a Pan-Africanist to click the link and hop on. I'm saying, you just reaching. Okay. Let me throw this in the link. Because a lot of y'all pick and choose who y'all go talk. You want to debate Mike Larry and catch him with ambush scholarship. It's like, dude, and you start talking about stuff that don't even matter. All right, so that's the link. You put the phone number in there. This phone number in there. Okay, whether you agree or disagree, call in or hit the link, either one. All right. So if y'all think I'm capping, I said something wrong, okay, well, here's your chance to prove it. And if you guys agree with me and you want to support it, you can click the link, call the phone number, or you could just stay right in the chat, and no matter to me. But I give the opportunity. So this guy, straight line, he's comparing his mother to a kid. And like I said, he said his mom came to this country with racial stereotype views. Dude, why does your mom have racial stereotypical views for FBAs when she didn't even get here yet? She don't even know who we are. Look what he said. See, I pay attention to what you say. Listen.
Things against Africans. But I also will say that like my parents definitely came over here with stereotypes.
My parents definitely came over here with stereotypes. He didn't say my parents came over here and then they developed stereotypes. He said my parents came over here with stereotypes. Dude, how the hell you have stereotypes? You don't even know who we are. And again, he's comparing a parent to a child. All right. Let's get some more of these testimonies. This is fun.
From the United States, it wasn't white people that were making me uncomfortable or making me like, I mean, I'm never gonna be ashamed of the fact that I'm African, but like making fun of.
It's always the biggest, fattest, ugliest woman that got all the confidence. Well, I'm never gonna be ashamed of being African. Like, bitch, stop it. You insecure as hell. You insecure as hell.
When I immigrated from the United States, it wasn't white people that were making me uncomfortable or making me like, I mean, I'm never gonna be ashamed of the fact that I'm African, but like.
It's always the ugliest one that has the most confidence.
Making fun of like my friends that were Africans, like making fun of them because they had thick accents or they were eating their food. Like I didn't fight. I didn't end up getting in fights.
Okay, so again, I need you to prove that it was FBAs, not Jamaicans, not Trinidadians, not other tribal Africans teasing you. Like, how do you know as a kid that this person is FBA when we don't even know? We don't even know. That's why we got to ask you, yo, who's your dad? Who's your mom? Where you from? We don't even know. FBAs don't even know who's FBA. We got to ask. You look just like us. I never knew Math Hopper was non-FBA. I never knew Busta Rhymes wasn't. I'm thinking these guys are black. Pete Rock, they all look black to me, American black to me. So it was like a shock that they were like, oh shit, wow. Like the movie Us. They look just like us. So if I can't tell, how can you tell as a kid who's FBA, who's not?
With white people over that. I ended up getting in fights with Black Americans over that, right? And I think it comes from a lack of understanding, and people have to understand that, like, when Africans are immigrating to the United States, their idea of African Americans, like, take away modern times where we have like the internet and everything, it's coming from TV, right? Where
Okay, that's a TV lie. Okay, so another thing what tethers do is they try to adjust it now. Keep in mind, because the argument is going to change where these views come. Because the Kenyan guy said that his views of or stereotypes against African American came from his mom, right? She said her parents got it from TV. So like they be lying about where these perceptions, these bad perceptions about us come from. Okay, so let's go with that. Let's go with you got it from movies. Okay, so you never watched Distinguished Gentlemen? You never watched Trading Places? You never watched Bad Boy? You never watched The Bone Collector, Denzel? You never watched Mo Better Blues? You never watched Do the Right Thing? You never watched all the great movies that Larry Fishburne was in? Morgan Freeman? You never watched the Wayne Brothers show? The Martin Lawrence show? The Bill Cosby show? Red Sanford and Son? You never watched A Different World? You never watched Good Times? Roger was doing a dance to that show. Like, so, I mean, like all the shows were positive, like when I was growing up. JJ Dynamite, like what was like all the shows, even like the cartoons, Fat Albert, like they was positive. Static, that came later, but the Jackson 5 cartoon. So like what are you talking about? Movies get you no. There were more movies painting black folks in a positive light than painting us in a negative light. So this whole movie theory is a lie. They just have this hatred for us and they can't pin it to a source. But we know the source though, it's jealousy and envy.
You're just seeing these rappers and these music videos, and you're seeing these movies.
Us, the rappers, okay, so again, common sense. Okay, you got Busta Rhymes. You don't know he's Jamaican. You think he's black like we do. Pete Rock, CL Smooth. Like, again, if you go to rap, Big Daddy Kane, you got, again, same thing. You got a bunch of rappers, Talib Kweli, Lupe Fiasco, Digital Planets, Most Def. I could go on and on and on. Rappers, Black Thought. These are popular rappers. So, like, again, you're lying again. Even in rap, today was a good, like, like Ice Cube said some ratchet stuff. They also said some good stuff. Like everything they said. So it's again, we're lying again. LL Cool J, Run DMC, Wu-Tang Clan, like different artists, the Jizza. You dig? These guys rap positive. Like, what are we talking about? But again, Rakim, Eric B, and Kendrick Lamar, even till today, J. Cole. Like, look, J. Cole and Kendrick Lamar as popular or more popular than Future and all the artists who rap gangster. They're just as popular. The music is just as good, if not better. So you can't even go with that lie. So no, rap didn't do it because you heard good rap, bad rap. Movies didn't do it because you watched more good movies than you did bad ones. Sitcoms didn't do it because there were more good sitcoms than bad sitcoms. So again, try again. These are just tethered lies, man. Justifying their hatred. But we know why. It's because you live in a shitty country, right? With no opportunity there. And we're in the land of opportunities. And you wish you could replace us. Because we're not an immigrant. We don't have immigration. We don't have visa. We don't have H-1B1 visas. We don't have none of that shit, right? We aren't going nowhere. Nobody could kick us out. And you're jealous because you want to be here with these resources.
And TV shows with people shooting guns and like cussing.
Okay, so you never watched Shotas? You never watched the movie with Steven Seagal he beat all Jamaicans up? When every movie about Jamaicans had guns. There's only one Jamaican movie that was positive I ever watched in America, and that was Cool Running. Cool Running was the only positive Jamaican movie I ever watched in my life. And I still ain't look at them as trash. Every movie I watched from Jamaica, they were killing each other. In Jamaica or here in the US. Cool Runnings was the only movie I seen that put them in a positive civil light. Every other movie, motherfuckers was savages. But I never say, you know what? Write them all off. Don't be around them. So stop lying. But it's always the biggest, it's always the literal elephant in the room to sit there and lie. Fat Joe's the biggest one in the room lying. Now she's the biggest one in this room lying.
Whereas, where you guys, when you're raised there and you're young, you're seeing.
Oh yeah, A Tribe Called Quest. And what about De La Soul? Like, stop.
Africans, these skinny children with the big belly and their star.
Well, okay, so that's real. That's not a movie. That's real. There was real African kids with big bellies with flies on their face. That wasn't fake. That was real. And if I show Jamaica right now, it looks like that today. What are you talking about? Jamaica look. I ain't even gonna do it.
Originate from like Sudan and
No. Okay. So let's go here. A few more. Let's go with the lies. So now, my question is, which is it? Is it movies or is it your parents? Because we keep hearing both. My parent taught me. I watched the movie. My parent taught me. I watched the movie. Which one is it? Which lie are you gonna keep up with?
It's divide.
I think that it all started with childhood.
It started with childhood. You see, they bring it back to the playground. They never say in the work field or on the basketball court. It's always the playground where we all got tormented by each other. I remember like one of my biggest bullies was a damn girl. I used to dodge her ass, always getting on me in front of everybody. What was she? I don't know if she was Islander. I don't know if she was Continental or FB. I had no idea. I didn't care because all I see is a black woman, black little girl getting on me. And I got to run the other way because you ain't going to win if I go back and forth with her. She's a girl, so I'm going to lose her. My friends ain't, if I see something funny, my friend's not going to laugh because she's a girl. So I said, this is lose-lose. Let me dodge her. But I didn't like, what is she? Is she from Nigeria? I ain't do that. She could have been from Nigeria. Oh, I know. I didn't know.
I know personally I was made fun of for being African. Those typical comments like, do you live in a bush?
That's a good point. That's a great point, MC Fact. The rappers that she's claiming, the gangster, Biggie Smalls, y'all claiming him, right? Y'all say he's a tether. Well, guess what? He gangster. Yeah, so you're right. A lot of these Kodak Black, a lot of these guys, these rappers that's negative and advertise drugs, yeah, they definitely from the Caribbean.
Do you own an elephant? Like stuff like.
Okay, so she said, so now she's comparing. Listen, she said kids asked her who she's identifying the FBA. Hey, do you own an elephant? Do you live in a bush? Now this is a kid. Okay, watch the compare and contrast.
That, so I feel like it stemmed from that and just ignorance from our parents as well.
Uh-oh. So you're comparing a kid's ignorance to a child, like, okay, Africans, Caribbean. You guys are acting like, as a kid, FBA parents are shitting on you. If you came with that, I would say, I apologize on behalf of FBAs. That was wrong. Look what you guys are saying. You're saying other peers of yours in the playground were teasing you. Then you'll talk about your parents, a grown-ass adult, teasing FBA kids. So at this point, you have to ask, which one came first, the chicken or the egg? The FBAs from the playground talk about you and then your parents came back and talk about them? Or did your parents talk about them first and they responded to you? Which one came first? Which one plausibly came first? It sounds like your parent had disdain for these kids and these kids took it out on you in school. That's what it sounds like to me.
Our parents say things to us in which, at least I can't speak for African Americans, but I know Africans, our parents say things to try to get us to stick with other Africans instead of branching out, and for that festered. So now
that's called delineation. Okay, so your parents wanted to delineate from FBAs. So why are you guys mad that we are saying, okay, let's draw our own line. Let's draw our own line. Why they got the right to delineate, but we don't? Straight foolishness.
I've kind of broken this down, so it started basically from childhood, at least.
Here we go again. Here go the chat. See, I'm so glad they're being honest. They're not saying FBA parents were disrespectful, but they are saying Black immigrants' parents are disrespectful. Okay? It hurts more for a parent to say something negative about a child than a child saying something negative about another child. It's worse when a parent does it.
For Africans. So we definitely got made fun of about our background and everything, being told
we don't know your background coming over here.
You're not Black enough and stuff.
Okay, you a goddamn lie. You? Okay. Now she just lied. No FBA gonna say you're not Black enough. Man, you're the second blackest in the room and you are definitely the blackest. And the other one with the glasses is the third blackest. So you guys are the blackest in the room. So there's no way we're going to look at you as Black as you are and say you're not Black enough. We're not going to say that. You're lying about the insults that you're saying that we use. Stop lying. We're never going to say an African ain't Black enough. Because you, in most cases than not, you're the blackest one in the room. No pun. That's just a fact. Yo, why is not letting me? What was that about? Why not you take the tool off? Okay. Yeah, so we ain't never tell African ain't Black enough. That's stupid.
Stuff like that.
Anything, we'll have Black jokes, but we ain't gonna tell you not Black enough. That's just dumb. Can you, if anything, we'll have Black jokes. Now, if she said, hey, FBAs were saying we were too dark, too Black, she might be right. Okay? But you just said, we said you're not Black enough. Man, you just making shit up on the fly.
Our background and everything, being told you're not Black enough and stuff like
that. That's 100% cap. I don't know what it is with our Black immigrant cousins. They just cannot be honest. And that's why I gave the link right there from the click. I put a phone number there from the call. I want to meet the first honest Black immigrant. Or even Pan-Africanist. It could be an FBA Pan-Africanist. I believe all y'all liars. Okay, I need to meet the first honest one. The phone number is there. The link is there. Let me meet the first honest Pan-Africanist. Let me meet the first honest Black immigrant today.
Like that. And so, as Africans got older, they kind of held that.
Right. Serious B. If we said you were too Black, I could believe that. Now, I wasn't I never did that. I never did the whole you too Black. As a matter of fact, I hated when people did that. Because I felt like, hey, man, I don't know what too Black is. Black is Black. So I don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all cooning a little bit. It digs like that. That was always my position. Like, hey, man, y'all all this you Black and dark shit. Y'all cooning. That was my position growing up.
Inside, and then when all of a sudden it became cool to be African, you'd see people wearing
So Biggie Small mom is Caribbean and they don't know what his dad is because as I played earlier MC Fact, Caribbeans, their dad ain't really their dad. So look, going forward, you cannot ask a Black Caribbean who's their father because their father might have a jacket. Don't forget, the Caribbeans got the biggest paternity fraud. So you really can't ask them who their father is. You got to ask them who their mother is. And Biggie Small moms, I don't know, but I heard she's Jamaican, Caribbean. So there you go. But remember, the Caribbean and Nigeria got the biggest paternity fraud cases in the world. Nobody close. They said 4 out of 10 Caribbean men are not the father of the child they're raising, but they think they are because they have the jacket. They call it a jacket. They had the responsibility of raising a child. So you can't even ask who Biggie's father is because you could give a name, but now we need a DNA test because we can't trust y'all because y'all are known for jackets.
The dashiki and wearing like cloth and all of that stuff, like, and I guess to Africans, like, it was just kind of like a slap in the face, like, oh, like I was made fun of like this entire period of my life, and now all of a sudden, like, you want to take that and like use it, and I guess like that's why Africans like at our age like tend to be a little bit more exclusive with the culture.
Oh, you're drawing the line. So Africans at your age like to be more exclusive, not inclusive, not Pan-Africanist. You guys want to be Africanist, uno Africanist, okay? And you want to draw a line between yourselves and FBA communities. Cool. Keep that smoke. Donald Trump, fix it for us.
Because they haven't necessarily dealt with their trauma yet and stuff like that. And so like they take it out on everyone else.
Trauma. A little kid at the playground getting picked on. And again, they act like, okay, listen. Look, listen, stop. They're acting like they okay, so they're acting like they experience what we experience in white segregated schools that will now be integrated. Like they act like the whole school was saying, go Garvey, go to us. They're trying to draw that comparison. Ma'am, that's why like the questions got to be asked. How many FBAs are actually teasing you? Was it 2? So you're going to blame all FBAs, 43 million, on 2 bad experiences. Okay, so are white people worse than us then? Because there's no way you're telling me you was in a white majority environment and you didn't get those black, same remarks, same jokes. You're lying. Because white folks get on us and call us the N-word and things like that, and when they are the majority in the setting. So ain't no way they sparing you. And you got way more differences than us and to them. So that's why I need to speak to the first honest Pan-Africanist. The number's there, the link is there. I need to speak to the first honest Black immigrant. The number's there, the link is there. If y'all don't call or click the link, y'all just making my point. Ain't none of y'all honest. Y'all keep lying like these people on these damn podcasts.
Africa. Okay, so I agree with her in that aspect, but also another thing I feel like isn't talked about enough is the way our parents will talk about
parents again. Parents. They are comparing grown-ass, mature, educated parents to third grader FBAs who are learning life. They're not even 12, they're not even a preteen. They're 9, 8 years, 7-year-old. You're comparing 7, 8-year-olds to your mom. Because you can't say your dad because your dad has a jacket. That might not be your dad. Okay? That might not be your dad. So we got to go with what we know. And you're comparing your grown-ass mom to kids just joking around. They don't really, if they are saying it, they don't really mean it. When I was picked on by kids, they didn't really mean it. I grew up, got older, we cool now. I had like my brother friends used to torment the hell out of me with jokes and I used to hate when they come over. Okay, they were funny as hell. Jokes and jokes and jokes and jokes. But as I got older and older, I realized he just joking on me. But and guess what? He grew out of it. We cool as hell now. Ain't no I'm traumatized. I hate hell. No. Looking back, I could laugh at it like that shit was funny. I ain't gonna lie, you were funny. You dig? But it ain't that big of a deal. Again, he was in my house. You're talking about classmates. This guy was in my house damn near every day. I had to run and close my door. He about to get on me. I looked at real funny when I was young. Just like y'all look real funny when y'all come over here. So I was a target. He had hella jokes on me. It was funny as hell. I yell something at him, close the door. And he's to get on me, man. Am I traumatized? And he was very dark. He was very, very dark. But no, I knew he just had, I knew he didn't hate me. I knew he'll defend me if I was fighting or whatever. If I needed some money, he'll give it to me. So I knew he just was a funny guy. He had hella jokes, and I was the #1 target. It's like at a comedy show with D.L. Hughley. And you're sitting there looking like Ronald McDonald's. What's going to happen? You sitting there looking like Tyrone Biggums in a D.L. Hughley comedy stand-up show. What's going to happen? You're looking like Clayton Bigsby, you dig? In front of the line, first seat at a D.L. Hughley show. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? So do you hate D.L. Hughley? No, that's what he did. He get in the crowd and he get on your ass if you look crazy. Okay, so I didn't take it personal. I was mad, I didn't like it. As I grew up, I understood, hey man, people joke. And I was unfortunate enough to have a brother, to meet a guy who was funny as hell, who had jokes for me. Am I traumatized? No, sir. You guys are not traumatized. You come over here with an embedded hatred and envy towards FBAs because we live a better life than you. Because we built our country up and you cannot build yours up. You can, but you just won't do it. That's a fact.
About Black Americans. Because if we're being honest with ourselves, our parents are not respectful. They will say things to try to instill within us to divide away from them.
Oh, see, okay. Our parents, let's be real, our parents are not respectful. A little kid not being respectful to a parent not being respectful. Is that even? Is that even? But what do you mean? Okay, people hate us so much. They will act like that makes sense. Like that's a fair comparison. A 7-year-old kid to a 35-year-old baby mama. Like they'll act like that's a fair comparison. My moms are disrespectful. They would say things to us about FBA. Now, keep in mind, this is before they even come to the country. They don't want them to align themselves with us. So they're saying things about us to their young kids so they can draw the line, which we call delineate. Delineate just means draw a line. It's a fancy way to say draw a line. So they are causing this division that you're saying we're causing. They're causing this division before they even come to the country. This is why most FBAs don't have no experiences going to an African cookout or African function, African wedding. We don't have those. We don't know what that is. We never been to the African house. You dig? Like we don't have, but no, like because they come over here with the line drawn. No, don't invite them over. You don't go to their birthday party. They ain't going to yours. You dig? We ain't going to church together. That's why they got African churches. We ain't gonna do nothing with them.
But like being lazy or not as clean or stuff like that, and I feel like that also helps perpetuate the divide, which also needs to be acknowledged.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I agree with her in that aspect, but also another thing I feel like is our parents came here. Most of our parents, at least like that came from Africa, or immigrants here. Like I know my parents immigrated from Sudan. I'm a first gen, and the biggest thing, at least talking to my dad.
Okay, so she actually defended us, by the way. She defended us, but I ain't trying to do that right now. So she actually defended us, and so now look what. So before this expression was demonstrated by our diaspora family, our continental family, before these expressions were made well known. Look what Tariq was talking about. Okay, so you can see his evolution to FBA, because he was struggling with how Caribbean blacks, African blacks were weird, bringing weird energy towards us. Listen to the beginnings of his evolution until they got to hold their own nuts. He was struggling with it. This started in the new year, January 2018. Tariq Nasheed started to get weird vibes of our black family in the diaspora and at the continent. Listen to how he was talking, how he was like shifting towards cutting them off, drawing a line. It took him 10 months to like say, you know what, I'm good. Because it took 10 months of them being consistent. It took 10 months. It took 10 months of them showing Tariq consistent hatred towards FBAs. It took 10 months. He had no choice. Like, you know what? All right, I'm good. Listen.
But like I was saying earlier, when it comes to empowerment, family, when it comes to laying the foundation for global empowerment.
Oh, I got clips. You know why I got clips? I'm a researcher. I am a journalist. All right. That's what I do. So listen, he's talking about global empowerment. Okay. He's not talking about FBA empowerment. He's talking about global empowerment with our family from the diaspora and the continent. Okay. So one more time, check it out. I'm a great researcher. I got clips. Listen.
When it comes to empowerment, family, when it comes to laying the foundation for global empowerment, we have to understand as Black Americans that we are in this thing on our own.
Okay, now look at the date. Well, all right, let me show you how the date after he finished.
Meaning that we're going to have to really be in the forefront of it, and then when we're
be in the forefront of it. So he was still entertaining this. He was still entertaining that we are all in this together. He's saying, but now we're not equally seated. He's saying, I'm realizing that we are not equally seated in this Black power movement to fight against white supremacy. He said, I'm starting to realize that we got to be in the front seats. We got to be the drivers and the passengers in the front seat, shotgun position. The other Black family got to get in the back. This is what he's saying. He's saying, so he still believes in this Black power unity bullshit, but he's saying that we got to be in the driver's seat and the passenger seat, and the other Blacks get in the back. Listen, because he's getting clues and red flags from our family in the diaspora and our family in the continent. He's not feeling good about this whole alliance thing right now. He's feeling like there's some backstabbing. There's some Malcolm X shit going on. Like, yo, I think we're getting lined up.
I was saying earlier, when it comes to empowerment, family, when it comes to laying the foundation for global empowerment, we have to understand as Black Americans that we are in this thing on our own. Meaning that we're going to have to really be in the forefront of it, and then when we're on the forefront of it, everybody else will get in line. So I'm not trying to disclude other brothers and sisters globally.
But so he wasn't delineating. He was inclusive. Now, he's inclusive, but he has no idea what these Black young girls are saying, that their mothers are saying, he does not know that these Black girls' mothers are saying, don't be inclusive with Tariq. Be exclusive. Tariq doesn't know this. So now as they call it his podcast, his view streams, he's starting to understand, oh shit, like they're very exclusive. I'm trying to be all inclusive, but a lot of our family from the diaspora and the continent, they are secretly low-key exclusive. So you got to watch out for them. Matter of fact, let me get in the front seat. Y'all get in the back. I'm going to watch out from the rear view. You dig? Tupac song. Rear view. I'm watching out from the rear view.
But everybody's looking to us. They're looking at our example. See, Black folks have this thing, man, it's so bad over here, we just need to pack up and go to Africa. We don't understand in parts of Africa, not all parts, but the level of coonery that's going on in Africa right now.
You see? So he started to peak, like, yo, they not really like that on cold like that.
Now, I don't want to keep, I keep saying this, and I want people to understand the gravity.
Okay, so now, watch this. Look at the date. Look at the date. 6 years ago, this is January 17, 2000. See, I'm a dates guy. Okay, I keep dates, keep receipts. This is 2017. This is 2017, January 17, 2018. Okay, this is 7 years ago on the money, where he's starting to feel like our family from the diaspora and the continent really ain't rocking with us like that. So he's keeping the olive branch there, but he really want to take it at this point. Be like, yo, I'm gonna give him more time to show me otherwise. So now listen to him still. This is the same podcast. Listen to him.
In parts of Africa, not all parts, but the level of coonery that's going on in Africa right now. Now, I don't want to keep, I keep saying this, and I want people to understand the gravity of it. And I'm going to Africa this week, and I'm not saying everybody in Africa is cooning, because you do have people who are about empowerment. But the thing is, a lot of the coonery outweighs the empowerment.
You see? Okay, so he's looking at Africa saying, yo, I thought y'all was all in cool. I thought y'all was about black empowerment. But I'm seeing it's more of y'all that are on some white man is God type time over the ones that are for this black empowerment thing. So he feeling like, yo, I gotta watch my back, unfortunately, towards these countries in Africa and the Caribbean, because yo, y'all coons got numbers, yo. You know what I mean? Y'all ain't a handful. Y'all make up the majority of the country. Like, hold on now.
And a lot of times we have to understand there are people who are black who we think are down just because they're black. Now, we know what situation they are in. We know what predicament they are in. And a lot of times we think because they look and sound like us, we're supposed to bring them into the circle and they're going to be team empowerment.
You see? So he's realizing in 2018, January 17, that every black person can't be invited to the cookout. Like, we got to vet them a little more stronger. So MC Fact says Alicia Cook, probably known as Alicia Keys, was born to a Jamaican father and Irish Italian mother. That's interesting. That she changed her name. Yeah, because that Keys last name, I highly doubt that's her original last name. Alicia Cook sounds like it could possibly be her real last name. She changed it for, a smart thing to do, change your name so it's like more gravitating. Okay.
And a lot of times we have to understand there are people who are black who we think are down just because they're black. Now, we know what situation they are in. We know what predicament they are in. And a lot of times we think because they look and sound like us, we're supposed to bring them into the circle and they're going to be team empowerment. And a lot of times we bring these people around us and we think that they're on the team, or we entertain these people, and psychologically they're team white supremacy all day.
You see what I'm saying? So he's getting his revelation in the new year, January 17, 2018. He's getting his revelation that the people we're aligning ourselves up with are low-key cosplaying. Like, these guys are looking like this. Hold on. Let me see if I got it. I got it. These people are low-key team white supremacy, but they're around us, undermining us on the low, acting like they about this global empowerment. Because Tariq Nasheed was pushing, at this point, global empowerment amongst black folks. But he's secretly realizing, not secretly, he's put it out there. He's realizing, a lot of these black folks that look like us, they really ain't global empowerment. They really team white supremacy. And that's a hard realization when you believe that they were your family the whole time.
Not only that, they have no psychological identification with us. And I talked about this on my live show this weekend. A lot of people, and we're going to be very honest, who are from the Caribbean and who are from African countries, they do not identify with us.
Oh, so he was saying this when? He was saying this 7 years ago, that these people do not identify with us psychologically. And is he lying? Listen, let's see, let's hear it from themselves. Let's see if they identify themselves with us psychologically. Let's let them tell it. Let's hear it from them. Do they believe they're one of us? That's the thing. Here you go.
This isn't necessarily the same way in which an immigrant would. The way how African Americans prioritize blackness isn't necessarily the same way in which an immigrant would prioritize their blackness. So, you know how African Americans would say, oh, black writer, black creator, black artist, black lawyer, black doctor, black woman in STEM? No, when we come to this country, it's immigrant or nationality, maybe our careers next, and then whatever else comes after that. So immigrant, Jamaican, marketer, whatever else comes after.
Okay, so she said we put our immigration status priority. Okay, we're immigrants. We're immigrants before Jamaicans. We're immigrants. We're not even Jamaicans when we come to America. We're immigrants. And then once that's established, we're Jamaicans, and then we go into our career, marketer. And then whatever else that's left, the crumbs, Black society, global empowerment, okay, we'll entertain that. But it's immigration status first. It's Jamaican pride second. It's my career third. And that black bullshit Tariq talking about, miss me with that. We ain't got time for that.
To that. The issue that you're having is we don't see ourselves as one of you.
Uh-oh. With the issue you're having, you keep thinking we're with you. But we don't see ourselves as one of you. You guys are foundational Black Americans and we are immigrants. We are different. Y'all not like us. We ain't mad at you saying they not like us because we ain't like y'all. You're a foundational Black American. You built something to be proud of. The world can admire it and it's an astonishment. We haven't built shit but a hellhole. So we don't see ourselves as you until we can level up. So until that time, we're gonna be jealous and hateful and bitter. That's what she's saying.
Whatever else comes after that. The issue that you're having is we don't see ourselves as one of you. And the reason that we don't see ourselves as one of you is not because of blackness. We just see ourselves as an outsider. We have to work twice as hard to get where you are. We are
okay, now she's just babbling. But you heard her clearly say, we don't see ourselves as you. That's the issue you're having. You're looking at me, I look black, I talk black, I cosplay the black person, and I dance black, I do everything black. I wear black clothes, but I don't see myself as one of you. But you keep thinking we do. Oh, we're not on the same page. Not even close. Okay, watch this. So that's what Tariq was picking up. Look at this tether.
Entire country is based off of people that fleed. Like, that is what people do. They flee. If it ain't working out there and the oppression is way too bad, they flee for better opportunities. Some people want to sit there and fight all day, but other people actually want to raise their children and they don't want to spend their life fighting. Do you get that? Do you understand that? No, you don't? Okay, no problem.
Ma'am, we don't relate to it. You 100% right. We don't relate to
Okay, this is tether babble. Okay, so now you see the point when Tariq is seeing this for himself. He like, wait a minute. So as he drawing strategy, the blueprint for this Black empowerment, this global empowerment, and he's listening to that, he starts to erase some stuff. Like, oh wait, okay, we can't do that. Say it again. Oh no. So he started erasing the plan. Like, wait a minute. So now he did so much erasing. When he was done erasing, he see that there was no more blueprint. It was a blank piece of paper. So you're looking like, oh shit. So as long as they are involved, we ain't gonna build a damn thing together. All right, we gotta scrap the project. All right, everybody, get out. Listen.
Than that,
hold on. Hold on. No. Start at the beginning.
Us or themselves with us. They're like, let me get mine and let me send it back to my country because I'm not like these niggas here.
And you heard her say it. You heard her say it.
Now, I like some of the advantages I get that these Negroes have taken bumps and bruises for.
Right.
But other than that, I'm not with these Black Americans. Even Black folks who were born here to foreign parents, they identify to the country that their parents are from because their parents have drilled into them, you're not like these Black Americans, you're something else. As a matter of fact, you're a little better because we've never been enslaved over in my...
Yeah, so you see what's going on here?
And that happens with a lot of people. They come over here and they're like, I'm gonna be a coon, I'm gonna throw these Negroes under the bus because I ain't like these Akatas. I'm gonna be a Black Republican. A lot of these people with these Nigerian last names, and I'm not shitting on Nigeria, my folks, a lot of my good folks are from Nigeria, but a lot of these Black Republicans have Nigerian family members, Nigerian parents, and they be all up at the Tea Party meetings, kissing ass, and then...
Yeah, I see the link. I'm gonna click it. That was an interesting link about the 50 rappers. I'm gonna click that.
And not just Nigeria, there are other African countries. They think they're going to come over here and coon it up. Then all of a sudden, Trump starts deporting your ass.
Now, look, he said this. Listen, Trump will start deporting your ass. He said this 7 years ago. He said this in 2018. You're going to coon it up, but when Trump start deporting your ass, and look where we're at now. We're in January, whatever date it is, and 2025, and it's still Trump is going to deport your ass. Ain't that crazy? He said this in 2018, and we're still talking about that now, 7 years later. We're still talking about Trump is going to deport your ass. That is wild.
Then, my brother, Black Lives Matter. No, nigga. My brother, Black Lives Matter. No, nigga. Sit down, Mdugu. Don't talk that Black Lives Matter shit now. You about to get deported. I was all types of Akatas and Murasokas. Don't start that now, brother. You should have been on the team before the deportation papers came through.
Yo, he's saying this in 2018. A whole 7 years later, he could say this. If I didn't play this date, if I didn't show you this date, you guys would have thought this was this year. Be honest. If I didn't show you guys the date of this video, which is 2018, you would think this video was yesterday. You would think this video, the way he's talking about the diaspora and the continental Africans, you would think that this video was made yesterday. 7 years later, and nothing changed with their mindset and their actions. They are still the same op they were 7 years ago, if not worse. If I didn't show this date, you guys would think this was a video made yesterday.
You understand? Now that your country is a shithole, now the African countries are all coming out like, hey, wait a minute, Trump is racist.
Okay, so again, if I didn't show that date, you would think this video was just yesterday. This is what happens when y'all tune in Unbiased Sports, who like Tone. Tone got the numbers. Well, I got the receipts. Tone got the numbers. I got the receipts. I got the clips. I got the clips. All right. So now, also, Tariq Nasheed started to understand that most of the media that paint FBAs in a negative, degenerate light were medias predominantly owned by tethers Just like Kanye West pointed out, he called them the red people. When he pointed out most of the people who own media had the small hats. Okay. Of course, bigger media. Well, Tyreek was pointing out on a lower scale, most of the media platform that invited Black Americans on there or showed us in a negative light, he realized that all of these medias are predominantly owned by tethers. None of them are putting us in a positive, fair light. They're repeating or they're showing us in the same stereotypes their parents came over this country with. So the same stereotypes their parents told them about us, the same stereotypes their parents revealed to them about us, the children are now portraying on social media the same very stereotypes. So they're like signaling to each other from the continent to America. Like, hey, you said Black Americans were lazy and this and that. Well, look, they are. Look at our media platforms. Look. So that's like confirmation. You dig? Okay. Watch this. So he started to peep. Like, yo, a lot of this media shit that's painting us in negative ways is coming from tethers. Now look, this is 2018, January 17. I got the clips.
Because understand, and I talked about this, if you look at a lot of quote unquote Black media or Black themed websites that show Black Americans in a negative light, they are run by people who are first or second generation African.
Yeah, serious B. Like, there's a myth with Caribbean people that they got to work harder than FBAs. And I'm gonna give an anecdotal testimony. I ain't never in my life worked with a Black immigrant who worked double as hard as I did on no job. I ain't never meet one. As I'm saying, I'm trying to recall. Now, some worked hard and some were lazy. Like, I know some Black Caribbeans who worked very hard, very good at what they did. And I know some who didn't work as hard, were lazy. So this whole idea that all of the Black Caribbeans that come over here just work hard on FBAs, that's another white supremacist lie. That's another lie rooted in white supremacy. That's their way that's their way. Those lies are dog whistles to white supremacy saying, we're on code with you. Look what we're saying about Black Americans, FBAs. You see this right here? Okay, give us a doggy biscuit. Give us some coon trinkets because we're doing your bidding. We're furthering the stereotypes and the misconceptions, the miseducation of the Negro. We will you ain't ask us to do it. You ain't pay us to do it. We will voluntarily do it.
Or first or second generation Caribbean. Like,
let me back up.
In a negative light, they are run by people.
Wait, back up.
In a theme websites. Me look at like that, and I wanted to show that, you know, the emphasis of the Ism reality show. I'm focusing on Brie and Layla, and I just want to show sisters who can be funny, witty, entertaining, sexy, all of that without being ratchet, without it being some shit that's just embarrassing. They can be funny, silly, goofy, but it's not ratchet. You can be entertaining in a classy way. Not that we're trying to be on the Huxtable shit, but you can be entertaining and you can show in a negative light. Or
Mona Scott, yeah, Haitian. That's right, MC Fact. Haitian. Yeah, so now listen, keep in mind, this is January 17, 2018, where he's on his global Black empowerment. He's on that still, but he's acknowledging the tethers. But now that word doesn't exist. He calls them bed wenches. He calls them coons, right? But he's acknowledging that there's non-African Americans who are on team white supremacy low key. And they're painting, but they got this obsession, this desire to paint African Americans in a negative, stereotypical light. So he's calling out all the social media play. He's putting them on blast. He putting them on a jumbotron. Okay, so now this is documented. So when people say he's a grifter, they all lying because you see the evolution, what led him into y'all got to hold your own nuts. You're seeing the evolution.
People from their home country in a negative light. They don't show people from the Caribbean in a negative light. You notice that? These people will shit on Black Americans all day, but don't you dare say anything about anybody in their home country. They'll cut that shit short. Let's go to Mia Love. Now, Mia Love, she's a white supremacist ass kisser. She's that Utah politician, bed wench. Whenever these white supremacists says anything negative about Black Americans, she's making excuses for them all day. When Trump said Africa and Haiti are shitholes, all of a sudden, Mia Love is... And now that the deportation game is popping, now everybody wants to look to us. And you can't be Johnny come lately when it's all about empowering. See, the thing is, a lot...
This sounds like he is saying this today. Okay, so let's get rid of that. And let's go to MC Fact link real fast. It says 50 in hip hop with Jamaican roots. So they got a heavy influence in rap. So all these little stereotypes, oh, the guns, yeah, that was your people in rap. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm making the argument. So Tariq said it, but I'm making the argument that I believe a lot of our degenerate behavior in hip hop is influenced by outsiders who are also Black. Okay, I believe outsiders had the degenerate history. Okay, and when they came over here in the high 1990s, high numbers in the 1990s, they brought their bullshit and intertwined in our culture and hip hop, and they became rappers. So they rapped about it. They did it in the music, and we were influenced by it, and we didn't understand it, and we took it and brought it to another level. Okay, so we are the originators. We are the people who brought hip hop. You are the people who brought degenerate behavior to the world, and you helped fine tune hip hop, and we helped fine tune degenerate behavior. That's how it happened. So now that's why hip hop is so goddamn ratchet. We went from rapping about dope stuff, smooth operator, and things like that, know the ledge, to this goofy Shatta shit. Booyaka, booyaka. Now we talking about that. Booyaka, booyaka. I'm a bad man. I'm a bummer clock. All this aggressive shit. And we rapping about, yeah, man, De La Soul. What's the other song? What's my name? God damn. I got a spot in the shit. Eliminate Gangstar. There we go. Come on, man. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. You know what I mean? Y'all come with the booyaka, booyaka. I'm a bad man. Bucka. Throw your lighters up. Y'all come with that shit. Guys, anyway, let me read this article real quickly. Yeah, so I'm making the argument. Y'all brought the rah-rah to hip hop. You dig? That's what you invented, the rah-rah. Okay, let's get this out the way real fast. Can I make it bigger? No, huh? Yeah, I can't make it bigger. All right, whatever. In the early 1970s, the cultural interactions between African Americans and immigrants from the Caribbean. I told you that that's after that 65, 1970s and on. You got to show us this degenerate behavior amongst FBAs before 1965. If you can do that, I'll entertain your argument. But I can definitely show y'all with this degenerate behavior around the 1960s. You can't even show us this even in 65. Show us this degenerate behavior in the 60s. Because I could definitely show baby mama, paternity fraud, and y'all 60s. Can y'all show us how we were just terrible people in the 1960s? Okay, so in the early 1970s, the cultural interactions between African Americans and immigrants from the Caribbean and the melting pot of New York City helped to spawn the musical movement now known as hip hop. Among the immigrant groups that influenced the movement and continue to be well represented in the music today are Jamaicans. Yeah, you definitely influenced the movement. You brought the ratchet shit. The booyaka, the twerking and the baby mama. You brought the ratchet shit. While the extent of the Jamaican and wider Caribbean influence on the formation of hip hop is often debated and sometimes controversial, there's no doubt about the instrumental roles played by members of the immigrant community in the development of the music. From the father of hip hop, DJ Cool Herc, to one of the greatest rappers of all time, Notorious B.I.G. The contribution of Jamaican Americans to the art is well documented. Okay. In the 5 decades since its origin in the Bronx, most notably at a party hosted by Herc and his sister Cindy Campbell, hip hop was permeated every corner of the world, expanding its history and mass influence on persons of all walks of life. In celebration of the movement's 50th anniversary, Observer Online has curated at least 50 rappers and important agents of Jamaican descent who have made their marks on the industry. Okay, we got Cool Herc. We got legendary Cool Herc. We got Cindy Campbell. We got Notorious B.I.G., Biggie Smalls. We got Heavy D and the Boys. We got Busta Rhymes. This damn coon right here, man. He's probably the only one I'm going to disagree with that's in his list. He raced that nigga. We got Pepper. I ain't no salt and pepper. I ain't Pepper. We got Special Ed. Okay. He had that one cool song. That was about it. We got Bushwick Bill. That's my guy right there. We got Grand Poobah. You know, he was the man. We got Kid, you know, he was the man. We got Slick Rick, he was the man. We got Pete Rock, he was okay. We got Cardinal Off Shaw, whatever. Renee, all right, they just chasing now. Renee Newarfall, whatever. Okay, Newartville, okay. Sean Kingston, what's that song? Suicide. Okay, we got Bobby Shmurda, and you know he's the worst Negro in hip hop. I hope King Bond's on this list, but this fool right here was the worst thing to happen to hip hop. Look at all these degenerates, by the way. Safari, why is he on the list? He like more of a writer, right? Tigger. Oh yeah, this clown. We got Chubb Rock. Oh, now you know Chubb Rock wasn't that. Treat me right. Nah. We got Mims. Okay, whatever. Oh yeah, this degenerate ass nigga right here. I'm so glad they put these niggas. Yeah, this guy was the worst with the music. This old drill culture, him and Bobby Shmurda. Yeah, get up out of here. We got Luke. You know how degenerate he was with all the naked dancers. I'm saying, yo, they brought this to hip hop. This degenerate behavior. They brought it to hip hop. Biggie Smalls with all of the. Well, I'm gonna get on Biggie Smalls next. I'm so glad he's on this list. I'm so glad. So we got Will I Am. I like him. We got Rampage. He was all right. We got Cannabis. He was dope. We got Hitman Howie T. Whatever. They chased him on here. Chipmunk. Never heard this guy. We got Moni Love. This Moni in the middle? Yeah, okay. Yeah, in the middle. Okay, I got it. This is YF and Lucci. Whatever. We got Joey Badass. All right, they just chasing names at this point. NLE Chopper. Yep. I see him on here. Straight gangster, straight degenerates. Steflon Don. I guess Nicki Minaj last. Yeah, got this damn coon. Get this coon on here. Get this tether on here. A plus, whatever. Trash. Who the hell is this? Roots, whatever. Big Tigger. Couldn't freestyle for shit. So yeah, he deserved it. Crazy Dre's, Dodge Effects. Oh, it's my boy right here. They want effects. Some Dodge Effects. They want effects. Some Dodge Effects. Snap a neck, put some Dodge Effects. Look, my boys. Mad Lion. The song in my head. Yeah, what's the song? It's top of my brain. He had that one hot, one of my favorite songs all time. Shine too. That Shine song was I love that Mad Lion song and that Shine Bad Boys. Yo, those were probably my favorite songs ever in hip hop. I ain't even gonna lie. I was listening to Shine Bad Boy the other day, man. That's how much and him. What's that song by him? Too many rounds. That song go, but I ain't gonna lie. That Mad Lion song, that shit was fire. Don't know who this is. Don't know who that is. Don't heat makers. Okay, I know them. Curtis, don't know. Don't know him. Don't know him. Olivia. Yeah, I see why she never make it. Gunplay trash. Tyson Beckford. That's my guy right there. I ain't know he's Caribbean, but whatever. That's my guy. And we got Missy Hilton. Funk Flex is Caribbean? Well, that's my guy right there. DJ Clue, he's cool. Where's Nicki Minaj? That was weird. They ain't have Nicki Minaj on here. All right. Yo, what is that Mad Lion song, yo? Yeah, but as you can see, like they paid they had a heavy influence in gangster rap. Okay. And I'm gonna argue they came with the rah-rah. And we just took it to another level. All right. So watch this. I'm gonna source up right now. I'm gonna source up right now. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? I'm gonna do a backtrack. I'm gonna go backwards because I want everything to fit smooth so y'all can have something to take into the future. Y'all can take this video, chop and screw it, whatever. So let's start with Fat Joe got stepped on and was forced to step down as host of the BET Awards. Because Math Hoffa anchored himself to Fat Joe, he's falling off. Okay? Now, remember we talked about the HMT Empire Windrush ship. Okay? So this ship in 1948, Empire Windrush arrived at the port of Tilbury coast near London, carrying 1,027 passengers and 2 stowaways who embarked at Trinidad, Jamaica, Mexico, and Bermuda. While the passengers included people from many parts of the world, the great majority were West India, Caribbean. While the passengers included people from many parts of the world, the great majority were from the Caribbean, West India. Okay? So they came to the UK in 1948. British Caribbean people who came to the United Kingdom in the period after World War II included those who came on other ships are often referred to as the Windrush generation. Use these terms, man. Call them what they are. They are the Windrush generation. Okay, they want to talk shit. Y'all are the Windrush generation, which is AKA the degenerates of the UK. When you say Windrush generation, that's AKA the low lives of the UK. That's just a fact. Okay, so they came over there during World War II. So British Caribbean people who came to the United Kingdom in the period after World War II, they helped restore Great Britain. They helped build it back up to a respectable place where you could thrive. And once they helped bring it back up, 14 years later, they were kicked out of the country, known as something called the Commonwealth Immigrants Act of 1962. So while the UK was getting rid of their immigrants, America decided we're going to invite more immigrants. Okay, so what is the Commonwealth Immigrants Act of 1962? The act entails stringent restrictions on the entry, on coming to the UK, the Commonwealth citizens, into the United Kingdom. Only those with work permits, which were typically only for high-skilled workers, i.e. doctors. So Jamaicans, get out. If you ain't a doctor, goodbye. Okay? And they got out. They got out. So look at this. It says, for instance, in the sparsely populated frontier area of Shantin in Hong Kong, 85 to 90% of the able-bodied males left for the United Kingdom between 1955 and 1962 to work in British factories, foundries, railways, buses, hotels, and restaurants. So even people from Shantin and Hong Kong was fleeing to the UK for job opportunities. Okay, but unfortunately, if you ain't a doctor, get out. All right. So now this is the Commonwealth Immigrants Act. This is where UK decided to close their borders and not let in burdens. We don't want the worst of your community coming in our country, stealing jobs from the British people. Get out. So now, as they got kicked out and they were deported back to Jamaica, This is what happened next. In America, black people in America were getting over Jim Crow laws. Okay. So we did the marching, we faced discrimination, we got hosed down, we got bit by dogs, we got hung, we got police brutalized. All the things were happening to us. And it was just us here going through this. Finally, 1964, enacted July 2nd, 1964, is a landmark civil rights and labor law. Civil rights and labor law. So we didn't have civil rights or we didn't have labor laws. In the United States, the outlaws discrimination based on race and color. That's all it really was. This other shit they talking about, this is fake. This is something added on. The Civil Rights Act is a law that was outlawing discrimination based on race and color. Nothing else even mattered. Because these nuts wasn't protesting, these nuts weren't getting sprayed down, and these nuts were not getting arrested by police officers for no reason. It was only these people who were affected by the Jim Crow laws. All right, so you can add this other shit on here, but that was not the case. Now, so after that was written into the law, to the books. Look else what happened. Okay, so now the very next year, America, because they had the same disdain for Black Americans, white Americans. They did. White Americans, racist white Americans, had this disdain for FBAs. When we got a law passed in our favor, now we can flourish and be great again, like we were in Black Reconstruction. What they did was they decided to invite a whole bunch of rejects from the UK. It's not my words. That's UK history. UK they had harsh, stringent restrictions on the West Indians and the Chinese and wherever else coming into the country. So these rejects turned their attention and they came to America in 65. So America opened the borders for immigrants on a widespread scale because they didn't want to see Black Americans thrive, FBAs thrive. So they're going to undermine us by bringing these rejects into the country that don't know our history, don't know anything about us, don't know how the country is built, none of that shit. They're going to come over here because they're desperate for jobs. Their countries are shitholes. So they're going to come to America to find opportunity that we presented. It wouldn't be, none of that shit was here or was possible without our civil rights movement. Because none of these tethers are going to come over here and endure Jim Crow and racial discrimination and racial segregation. They were not coming over here during that time. They couldn't have handled a little discrimination in UK. So they were not coming over here when that thing was real. All right. So anyway, so after 65, when immigrants were allowed to come into America and they pretty much immersed them in or mixed them in FBA society. So a lot of their degenerate behavior, they brought with them from their shithole countries. They brought their unsanitary practices, right? They came into our communities and they influenced and they practiced that shit there. Okay? Then we living amongst them, we start taking on some of these rituals and customs. Okay. Watch this. But they were not, the Caribbeans, all of them, they were not in America like that in deep numbers until the 1980s. So keep these dates in mind. So although they was coming in certain pockets in the 60s and 70s, they weren't really in great numbers until the 1980s. And you can see the Caribbean probably grew, and it stopped growing from here. Okay, now watch this. So really, you don't really have a significant presence from the Caribbean until about the late 70s, early 80s. So how do you influence hip hop? I don't know. A handful of Jamaicans influenced hip hop. They weren't even here like that. All right. Anyway, so let's move forward. So now, 1966. What was happening in Black America, FBA America? One of the most important social changes unfolding in the United States over the past half century has been the decline of the institution of marriage. Okay, so now these immigrants are coming over here. Check out the dates. 1965 was the Immigration Act. 1966, they're starting to see a decline in FBA marriages. Could it be that we were influenced by this baby mother culture of the Caribbean? Okay, watch this. In 1960, roughly, so this is 1960, roughly 74% of whites were married, and the rate dropped to 56% in 2008. That is a big drop, but not compared to the plummeting marriage rate for blacks. In 1960, 61% of blacks were married. So that means 2/3 of black folks were, well, up to 2/3. As high as it could be high as 2/3 of blacks were married in 1960. But 2008, it was only 32%. I wonder why. I wonder why. Who helped influence that? Hey, you ain't gotta get married. You can just have wild sex. Well, let's see. The baby mama culture helped influence Black Americans, FBA societies, to have reckless, wild sex with no relationship, no marriage. Let's just have wild, barbaric caveman sex. A baby mama or baby mama, also baby mother, is a slang term for a mother who is not married to her child's father, although the term often carries other connotations as well. This term is associated with African Americans originally. So it's, everybody was saying that was a baby. It was us, but it was never us. It was coming from Jamaican Creole. And it found its way into hip hop, like my boy MC Mac just put in the chat, that a lot of these hip hop artists that influence rap in a negative way, a negative light, were from the island. Okay, so they brought this baby mama bullshit into hip hop. The equivalent term for a male is baby daddy or baby father, but it is not used as frequently. Here we go. Origin. The term originated in Jamaican Creole as baby mother, pronounced baby mada. Okay, so this originated in Kingston, Jamaica, with the first printed usage appearing in the Kingston newspaper. The Daily Gleaner, 1966. That date is important because 1966 is a year after the 1965 Immigration Act. And that's a year after the 1964 Civil Rights Act. And that is 3 years after the 1961 consensus that Black FBA families married 66% of the time, 2/3. If you see 3 Black men or women and they had a kid with them or a significant other, 2 out of those 3 were married. Okay? And we didn't have no baby mama thing. So the same time we were marrying at high numbers, although it was declining, but we still married at high numbers. You have West Indians in 1966, marriage ain't even a thing to them. They just had wild, reckless sex. Okay? So let's go here. So we put everything in context. So now let's go to paternity fraud. Paternity fraud is one form of misattributed paternity or paternal discrepancy. Specifically, paternity fraud is the intentional misidentification of a child's biological father. That means they're doing it on purpose. They got a diabolical motive to call the wrong man the father. Paternity fraud is distinct from other unintentional misattribution, which may rise from simple error and accidents such as a mix-up during fertility treatment or sexual assault. Occurrence. Research published in 2016 has indicated that up to 2% of British fathers unknowingly raise a child who is the biological child of another man. Who was in British in 1947 influencing his behavior? Your West Indians family. Okay. Now I want to get to it. Let's get to it. Let's stop being nice and let's get to the root of this problem. All right. We ain't gonna play. We ain't gonna play. Let's get to who is responsible for this shit. They're trying to be nice. I ain't got time for that. Okay, you got countries right here. Okay, come on. Come on, Jamaica. Come on, Jamaica. Come on, Jamaica. Here, Jamaica. Where you at? I'll find you. Okay. No, we ain't gonna do that. Oh. Oh, they ain't got Jamaicans in the article at all. Or Nigerian. See? Oh wow, that's interesting. Okay. Okay. So, all right. Well, we definitely ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna be more specific. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I'm trying. Let me see. Look, remember the article, Jamaican Gleaner? Remember the article, Jamaican Gleaner? What do you got here? What do you got here? Yeah, you ain't gonna hide this stat from me. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Okay. And when St. James Central Member of Parliament Heroic Clark announced in 2021 that he intended to bring a motion calling for DNA paternity testing at birth, debate on the matter largely centered on the fact that a large number of Jamaican children have been given to the wrong fathers at birth. Our jacket culture, because keep these terms. In making this contribution to the state of the constituency, debate Clark had linked paternal issues to Jamaica's crime rate and lobbying for action to be taken for paternity testing at birth. It touched a nerve for women and was celebrated by men who held that paternity tests at birth should be routine. Okay. While Jamaica hasn't quite got to the stage of legislation yet, DNA doubt, paternity fraud, and the subsequent repercussions are problems greater than just having and just giving a man a jacket. Giving a man a jacket means giving a man a baby that's not his. As Jamaicans put it, it has bearing on a child's perception of self, inheritance, migration, birthright, and children's right in ways many women perpetrators don't think about. Okay, this is a huge issue in Jamaica. I ain't gonna read all that. 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 Where's the gleaner? Where's the gleaner? Who's the daddy? More women requesting paternity tests to verify whether sons, brothers, husbands being given jackets. Jacket, that's a Jamaican term. More Jamaican women are reportedly requesting paternity tests than Jamaican men. What? You don't know you don't know who you slept with? Damn. I wonder if those Maury shows, those women were non-FBAs. A recent cross-sectional study by the Northern Caribbean University, NCU, revealed that 76% of male citizens had been prodded to a DNA test by their loved ones, and that only 32% of Jamaican men were confident enough to request a DNA test on their own. Only 32%. The same study revealed that 67% of Jamaican females said they knew of another woman who had committed paternity fraud. I mean, this is just so popular in Jamaica. And that 26% of the Jamaican fathers who took part in the study admitted that they had been victims of paternity fraud. St. Thomas and Trelawing, whatever, are the parties with the highest numbers of self-reported victims, the study said. Believe it or not, men want the test, but most of the calls that we got are not from men. They are from the new men's new girlfriends. Oh my God. So this guy who has a new girlfriend, but he's said to have a kid, that girlfriend, she knows how filthy and treacherous these women are. Say, no, let's get a paternity test. That woman gave you a jacket, that baby ain't yours. You got a big nose, you got a thin nose, you got thick lips, you got thin lips, you got a big head of small paws. Go get a paternity test. So it's the girlfriends, it's the new women in their lives, or even their mama saying, yo, go get a paternity test. Do not take on that jacket. Go get a paternity test. That baby is most likely not yours. That is wild. Okay, now let's get to what I want to talk about. Let's get to twerking. Remember, I said I don't believe this is FBA culture. We got it. We got it. The history of twerk. Twerking is a way of moving the hips, back, and pelvis in various positions to create impressive booty shaking dance moves. Although twerking seems fairly new and modern, it actually has been part of the Black culture for over many decades. African roots. Twerking has origins in traditional African dance forms. Many West African dances, such as Mapuka, the dance of the behind from the Ivory Coast, involve similar hip movements. These dances are often performed during celebrations and are considered a form of expression and storytelling. Caribbean influence. The African diaspora brought these dance forms to the Caribbean. Where they evolved and integrated with the local traditions, dance styles like dance hall and soca, predominantly featuring twerk-like moves. I'm telling you, when I was growing up, I only seen the girl shaking the ass in these dance hall videos. I ain't never seen this shaking ass in rarely in hip hop videos. It was normally like the Jamaicans. So when we get tagged with, I'm like, I don't remember growing up. Now watch this. In the late 1980s, why is this date important? Because as you've seen with hip hop, it said those hip hop artists that was immigrants, they heavily influenced hip hop in the 1980s. They brought the baby mama drama, 1980s, 70s, 90s. Look, they came with this bullshit. Because look, late 1980s, we don't see this this is in Africa, this is in the Caribbean where they had the carnival costumes that would twerk then. But look at this. It's only seen in America in the 1980s and the late ones at that. Where's twerking in the 70s, 60s, 50s, or early 80s? I don't really recall seeing twerking until I seen it from our West Indian family and these goddamn Africans. So in the late 1980s and early 1990s, twerking gained popularity in the United States. I mean, that's clear. That's clear. That's clear. That's clear. 1980s, 1990s is where we started to see twerk in the United States. That was a Caribbean thing. Twerking has always been an African thing and a Caribbean thing. They brought it to New Orleans. They brought it to America. Like they brought Baby Mama, they brought African Booty Scratcher. They brought all this negative stuff to America and they're pinning it to us while they take hip hop. It's another bait and switch. So they're piggybacking from Garvey. Close it out. Close it out. Close it out. Close it out. Don't need that. So you see how you do the bait and switch on this? They take hip hop, but they give us twerking. And they give us baby mama culture. And they give us African booty scratch. They give us all this negativity, but they want hip hop. Now, y'all take the bullshit, but give us the greatness. We're not doing that, man. We are calling y'all out. All right. So now, I've been doing a lot of talking. I'm thirsty. I gotta drink some water. So I'm gonna play a video in between, a video two in between. So I catch my breath. I can get some stuff done around the house, and then the live is gonna keep going. I'm just gonna play some videos, some funny stuff from Tariq that he just did, and then I'll be back to talk some more. And again, I want an African immigrant to come on here. I want a Caribbean to come on here, and I want a Pan-Africanist to join me after these videos, after this break. Join me. Let's can y'all be honest? Can y'all have an honest discussion? All right. So in the meanwhile, let's take a look at this.
Subscribe. We got the tether. Let me get all the hostile tethers up here. We got Blood Money. He's a Nigerian tether who lives in the UK. This is Blood Money. He tried to cosplay his look as foundational Black Americans. He has a lot of jealousy of foundational Black Americans. He looks like a bootleg Travis Scott. Well, how are you, Blood Money?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Yeah, I just wanted to say, Tariq, why is it that Black Americans have problems with every other group?
Well, every other group has problems with us because we help every other group. In fact, foundational Black Americans are the only ones who consistently help all of you people. Don't nobody else really help you guys. And then y'all turn around and have contempt for us. Now, why do y'all have contempt for us and we're the only ones who help you? Without being exploitive. Without being exploitive. That's the key word there. We're not exploitive. So what's that about?
Okay, but how do we have contempt for you? You're the same person that says that everyone copies your culture. So that means that we admire you. How do we have contempt for you?
Yeah, because when y'all...
That's a contradiction.
Y'all call up, just like the Puerto Rican, just like the other guy. Y'all call into these spaces. Y'all do things to undermine us. Y'all have a lot of secret contempt and vitriol. You get into our political spaces and then try to undermine us. You infiltrate places like the Congressional Black Caucus, which is full of tethers who go out of their way to not do things for a foundational Black American. So that's what I mean. You do real world contemptuous things towards us. And you think for some reason we're supposed to be cool with that. What makes you think we're supposed to let that go on?
Okay, so when you say that, you're referring to like Barack Obama, Kamala Harris, etc., right?
Oh, no, those are just a couple of examples, way more. Those are just big examples, but just a lot. Even you have a lot of vitriol towards foundational Black Americans. You try to hide it, but it comes out. You have a lot of contempt for us.
I have vitriol for Black Americans because every day on my TL, I'm seeing Black Americans denigrating Africans unprovoked.
That's not true. It ain't no.
That is true. You got pages dedicated to denigrating Africans.
No, sir. It's.
Do you want me to name a few?
It's people. I don't give a. It's people responding to the vitriol that y'all been spewing for decades. We let that shit go on, and we're just not letting it go on no more. Y'all sat up here in y'all little websites and message boards, really denigrating us. Y'all would come over here and start blogs like Media Takeout, World Star, Shade Room, and go out of your way to show the underbelly of foundational Black American society, but you would always show your culture in a positive light. So y'all been doing that type of stuff for a long time. So it ain't us doing that type of shit to you, but people are checking that nonsense now, as we should. And now y'all want to cry foul that you're getting checked for that, right?
All right. I heard that, but yeah, I just wanted to. Did you see that post about the Nigerians and the Black Americans with the Uber driver
attacking an Uber driver? What do you mean?
No, did you see the post that white guy put up about the Nigerian Uber driver saying that
yes,
yeah, you saw that, right?
I did see that.
And have you noticed that in the comments, Black Americans are trying to get approval from white people?
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are. They're literally in the comments. They're in the comments trying to denigrate Nigerians. Why? Why do you even care about what white people think of? Why do you care what white people are saying about you?
You don't get that shit straight. We don't try to get approval from them. We don't give a shit. But we're just letting folks know we're not cool with the way y'all get around white folks and start denigrating us. We don't do that. Let me tell you something about our culture. We don't get around white supremacists and denigrate Africans. We never do that, because they always try to do that by talking about Africa. Look at Africa. Look how poor they are. We don't sit there cockeying and keying because we know inadvertently they're indirectly trying to shit on us too. So we don't let them do that. Y'all, on the other hand, when these white supremacists come around and start saying stuff about us, and y'all be like, "Ooh, I hate those Black American niggas, those FBAs, I hate those old lazy niggas." Y'all sit there cockeying and keying, denigrating us. So that's something very outside of our culture. We don't do that. And y'all are infamous for doing that. And that's a problem, right?
But you guys set the tone of the relationship. You guys love to shit on Africans. Yourself, you especially, you're
nobody shits on that. Who do you think helped you guys? We're the only ones who help you without trying to exploit you. What are you talking about? Who else is helping Africa? Let's just cut to the bullshit. Who else? Who's really helping Africa outside of Africa?
We're helping ourselves.
Now, you're in Britain. You're not even helping yourself. You're getting the hell out of your homeland. Who actually helps Africa outside of Africa? Who helps Africa?
No one. But I wanted to say, how did you help Africans though?
We do. We're always doing things to help Africa. We're always trying to uplift the history. That's us who do that. The John Henry Clarks, the Azra Kwazis, our good brother, and these are some of the people who passed. Renoko Rashidi, Anthony Browder. These Foundation Americans always trying to uplift the history of Africa. Even with my films, I try to uplift the history of Africa.
So why are you denigrating us now then?
No, I'm not denigrating you. I'm not denigrating
you
ever.
You denigrate us every day, man. These rhetorics that you're pushing out is very delusional, and it's just
I'm not denigrating you. But what you're going to do, you're going to get a wake-up call if we try to help you, and then you turn around and try to crap on us, and I'm going to give you a gentle reminder that you're not really popping over there right now to the point where you can be sitting here pointing your finger at people. So that's not being denigrated. You're getting some straightening. You understand? I'm still cool with African folks. I'm very cool, but I ain't letting you, the Myron Gaines, and none of these other people bring your ass over here and denigrate my lineage and my people here. Those days are over. You understand?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Another thing as well, you can't really group everyone together because people like Myron Gaines, you think I like Myron Gaines? He's a Sambo.
No.
I don't like Myron Gaines. So you can't group us.
Dude, there's so many Africans who agree with that dude. I have had a ton of them from all over Africa, not just East Africa, who agree with them. They share the same anti-FBA views as Myron Gaines. There's a lot of them. And just like that Uber driver, there's a bunch of them who get around white people and say what they really feel about us. And they've been doing that for decades. And they're very ungrateful. And we done broke our backs trying to help y'all. And we ain't playing that game no more. Anyway, but thank you so much, Blood Money. I appreciate you. Yeah, man, those damn days are over. And for the post he's talking about, yeah, there's a tweet that went viral. And I'm going to read it for you, family. And I reposted it and it went viral on my thing too. Let me read this tweet. And this tweet is from, he's a suspected white supremacist himself, by the way. This guy, hold on one second. Where we at? So this guy, he was in an Uber, this white man. Oh, where we at? Okay, well, how come my thing ain't loading? Okay, there we go. All right, so his tweet is, I asked my Nigerian Uber driver yesterday if Americans were friendly. He said almost everyone was. Then he went on a 20-minute tirade about Black Americans, how badly they treated him, and he didn't want to live by them or do business with them. And they are the rudest people he'd ever encountered. In his words, quote, if I get 10 Nigerians together in America, I guarantee at least 9 of us have degrees. I have 3 degrees. I was not poor in Nigeria. I come here to work a basic job. I'm fine with this. We must start somewhere. You're born in this country, your entire life is here, but you cannot get a degree? You cannot work? What is wrong with you to act this way? I'm going to buy a house and live far away from them, meaning Foundation of Black Americans, in a better neighborhood than where I live now. So he's up here cacan and kikiing with this suspected white supremacist denigrating us, talking that Prince of Zamunda shit. They always pull that Prince of Zamunda. I'm not poor in Nigeria. I got all this money. I'm a Nigerian prince, but I'm over here working a basic job. I have to pretend to be poor. Okay, stop. So a lot of people were chiming in on this discussion. And let's be real, that type of mindset from them, that's been around for a minute. They've had that mindset for a minute. This real vitriolic mindset towards foundational Black Americans. They've been on that. Now, family, thank goodness for Uber and rideshare apps now, because remember, family, y'all know decades ago in cities like New York, DC, a lot of those East Coast cities, where foundational Black Americans, we couldn't get cabs. Y'all remember those days? So we don't have that problem now because we got ride sharing. But remember when we could not get cabs as foundational Black Americans in places like New York? I would go to New York all the time back before the ride sharing apps. And I'd go out there in the winter and I'd be out there freezing for like 20, 30 minutes waiting on a damn cab while the cabs would drive past me to get to the white people. It was them tethers driving them cabs. You understand what I'm saying? It was them damn tethers driving them cabs, ladies, and let's be real. It was them driving them cabs doing that old shit. They've been doing little stuff like that for years. Yeah? They've been, well, the excuse was, we don't want these niggas to rob us because we got robbed by niggas before. Yeah, whatever. But sometimes we be out there with our families. You know, the family ain't gonna rob you. They leave us in the cold. They were doing that stuff for the longest. So yeah, they've always had that little vitriolic relationship or disposition towards us. Let's keep it a buck. A lot of them have. Let's get Brother Ani Asaru in the building. Brother Ani, what's up, sir? Brother Ani, where you at?
What's going on, brother?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Doing pretty good. You're absolutely right. You hitting on everything tonight. And also what that other tether said about Fat Joe and all the way up, that came out of 2016. But he needed our energy. He needed Remy Ma. He needed the energy of FBA on that song. So we need to highlight everything that he ever did that really blew up. Most of the things he did was because of foundational Black American energy, and I'll land on that.
Yep. So yeah, all the way up. That was damn near a decade ago. Like I said. All right. Let's get what's this person's name? Tawanga? Let's get Tawanga in the building. Tawanga. All right. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Tawanga, hop in.
Hello, my brother. How are you?
I'm good, Tawanga. How are you?
I'm good too.
Where you from?
I'm from Senegal.
You're from Senegal. Okay.
Yes, and actually, I live in Kenya.
You live in Kenya. Okay. So what's on tonight, man?
Man, all good. I heard everything you said. And sorry, by the way, I speak French, so my English is not that good, but I'm gonna try and speak with you.
It's good.
All right. So you see, in Africa, we don't hate African Americans. I can guarantee you that when you go to Senegal, when you go to Kenya, and everywhere in sub-Saharan Africa, 99% of people you're gonna encounter are really nice people. They don't talk shit about African Americans. They're really nice, and we don't hate you guys. Seriously.
I agree. They're very nice people over there. I've been all over Africa. Most of the people I met were very nice people. They were very good people. The problem we have is that, and Dr. John Henry Clark talked about this too. He said a lot of folks leave Africa, come to the West, and start playing these little goofy games, and that's the problem. A lot of the Sambos start coming over here with that bullshit, or they go to the Western nations and then they start trying to get brand new and act like they didn't come from a place that was struggling, and then try to point their fingers at us. That's when we got a problem, because we're not going to, denigrate nobody because they're struggling, because again, we go over there and we try to help. I've helped so many African nations. The problem is the ones who leave, they have
Yes,
like,
I really agree.
yeah, they have a contempt for their home, and then they have contempt for us because we're in our home and we're standing on home and lineage business. So they kind of feel a certain way about that. So they try to bring us down a peg by wagging their finger, like, what about black on black crime, nigga? And then we have to gently remind them, dude, you left a crime ridden place. Now don't let us get on you. So that's what we're doing. We're just getting some straightening. We're just getting some straightening. But we ain't got no problem with the brothers and sisters over there. Shout out to you guys. We just want folks to build things up and get things popping so we can go visit and be comfortable when we go visit. That's all we're saying. All right. Let me see. Shout out to everybody in here. All right, we're in here heavy. Let's get Noisy B in the building. Noisy B in the building. But we're in here heavy. There's a lot of people in here. Noisy B, what's up, brother? Noisy B, what's happening?
What's good? What's good, Terry? Yeah, I just came up in regards to that Gina Carlo
Yeah.
dude.
Oh, wait. Get those headphones out. Those earphones, that earpiece. That earpiece is very janky. Let's get that off.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah. That earpiece is not the business, brother. You need to send that back to Timu. Send them back and get your $8 back. All right. Noisy, you good?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Much better. Much better. All right. So
in regards to Giancarlo, yeah, don't mind him. Don't worry about him or anything. He's low-class immigrant who got kicked out of both countries he immigrated to. First, he tried immigrating to the UK, then he got kicked out of there and immigrated to America. Yeah, me and Davinsky just learned that a few days.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's a super tether.
Oh, not the super tether. He's a tether with super tether powers.
Yep.
He can make Goya from scratch in less than 2 seconds. Okay, he's a super tether.
Yeah.
But thank you so much. Thank you. All right.
Some rude work on you. Yeah. Put some rude work on, yeah. Put some rude work on you. Subscribe, Darling Radio. Like and subscribe.
Let's get Paulina. Let's get Paulina in here. What's going on, Miss Paulina?
Hi, how are you? Happy New Year. It's Happy New Year. I wanted to say something to Tariq. Tariq, my honest opinion, I believe you're Haitian. I don't believe that you're an FBA.
Slow down. Ma'am, slow down. Now, ma'am, why would you project your tetherness onto me? Slow down. Now, why are you lying like that? Now, are you that desperate, Paulina? Now, this is just tether desperation. Let's stop that. Let me slow you.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Fair enough. Fair. That's fair enough. But this is what I'm going to say to you, Tariq. And
slow down. You're Somali, right? You're Somali.
No, I saw some of your family members. Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question, Tariq, and please, I apologize ahead of time if I'm wrong. I apologize.
Man.
You did a documentary called 1804.
Down.
Why would you do a documentary 1804 if you're not Haitian?
Oh, what kind of question is that? Because I like the history.
I thought Haitians were settlers.
I've never said Haitians were tethers. Why are you such a disgusting liar?
Okay, so I apologize. Tell me what we are, because I'm
You're a
Haitian.
liar.
Tell me what we are.
You're a liar.
Okay, so tell me what we are.
What you're a tether because you're a lying, scam
Mm-hmm.
degenerate. You done came in here lying your ass off. That's why I
Okay.
delineate.
Okay.
Why are you reduced to look? I know that part of your culture, unfortunately, because you
Mm-hmm.
don't really have anything, is
Mm-hmm.
you got to lie and scam your way up out of there. And that's why we delineate. But we don't want that lying, scamming mindset over here with us. You just hopped on here lying your ass off, ma'am. That's pathetic. And then y'all wonder why we want to delineate.
Okay, that's your opinion, and I
That's
respect
not
it.
my opinion, ma'am. You just lied.
It's not ma'am, it's miss. And number two,
Ma'am,
I still believe you're Haitian. I believe you're Afro-Cuban Haitian,
ma'am,
and your wife is Jewish. I saw her picture. Nobody is.
do you think anybody in this room believes this nonsense you're saying? That's that Myron Gaines talk. You just, you
Show your wife. Show a picture of your
so
wife.
stop it. You just lying back to back. Do you think anybody in this room believe you? Huh? Do you think the black people in this room, the beautiful foundational black Americans, are stupid?
You look exactly like my cousin. Yes, they do.
Ma'am, I do not have no big light bulb forehead. How dare you? I do not
You look Haitian.
know
You
that.
look Haitian Cuban.
You're East African. I don't look like no Haitian, nor do I look like a Cuban. Which
Where's your dad from? Where's your dad from?
lie you gonna run with?
Where's your dad from?
Wait,
Your dad from?
which lie are you going to run with?
I'm asking you, where's your father from?
Can't be Haitian and Cuban. Which one? Which lie you gonna run with,
I'm both Dominican and Haitian. I know you're Haitian, Tariq.
ma'am?
I know you parle Creole. I know you're lying. You're Haitian.
Ma'am,
I know you are.
tethers always want somebody to be a tether with them.
Oh no, you're Haitian. And I heard somebody's doing a piece on you about your Afro-Latino descent. I saw all the pictures.
Ma'am, you just throwing shit on the wall and nothing is sticking, ma'am. There's nothing foreign about me. There are no immigrants in my family at all. Okay. You understand that?
That's a lie.
Prove it. Okay, then you prove it right now. Prove that I'm anything other than a foundational black American. You prove it right now.
I will, and I'm going to tell you something. Your
No, no,
wife.
no, no,
Where's
no,
your wife from?
no. Prove it. Go ahead.
Your wife is Jewish. She's
Prove it.
not black.
Okay. Prove it. Okay. Prove that.
That's,
Prove it. Prove it. Why are you quiet?
you keep muting me because you know I'm telling the truth.
No,
If I
prove
was
it.
not telling the truth,
Okay. I'm telling you to prove it. You just lying over and over means you're lying. I want you to prove that my wife is Jewish. The Jumbotron is yours. Stop talking and then post proof. Go.
I will, and I'm gonna go
Go.
because you keep muting me. I will. I'm gonna post it, and eventually,
Why are you not posting your proof now? Because you don't have any.
because you keep muting me.
No, I'm not. That doesn't stop you. I'm just stopping you from just talking.
You Haitian, so Haitian, oui, but I'm gonna go.
Then prove it, ma'am. Prove it. You're not proving anything because you just got caught lying like a lie.
No, you do 1804 documentary.
Yeah, I did 1804. It's a great history. I'm
But you're not Haitian, right? Yeah.
not Haitian. I'm a
You're
foundational black.
FBA, but you're proud of us.
No,
Thank you so.
my family is an immigrant. Sorry, I'm full-blooded FBA, beloved. There's nothing you can do about that.
I
Lying,
don't believe you, but good night, happy New Year. You're,
ma'am, you're a fleeing tether. Nobody believes you. Who are you to?
but you did 1804. You
Yeah,
thank you.
and you're welcome. And you're welcome. You're just a lying, scamming tether, ma'am. That's all you're doing. I believe you're a lying, scamming tether. Okay? You just
Just like
walked in, you just
just
walked
like
into,
you are, just like you were. You're just making money off people, and
and you can't make money. That's why you had to flee your dilapidated homeland, beloved.
Our
You are
homeland.
the,
Our homeland. We're Haitians. You
oh
and I
no,
are
we're
Haitians.
no, we're not. No, we're not. I don't have no family in no Haiti. My wife,
Liar. Liar. You're Haitian.
ma'am, you're projecting your failure onto me. That's you projecting. You can't project your failed lineage onto me, beloved. You're not going to do that.
Guys, you don't believe me? Watch his 1804. Unless he was proud of Haiti, he would never do this. He's a
No, see, the thing about foundational Black Americans, we can advocate for other groups. We've always advocated for other groups. We want to elevate people. See, that's our spirit, beloved. We were the ones advocating for South Africa. We were the ones advocating for the Congo. That's just the spirit of foundational Black Americans. We're always advocating for other groups. And you're not even Haitian. You're not Haitian. Somebody just showed me some stuff. You're not even Haitian. You're Somali. So you're double lied. You're a big liar, beloved. Why are you such a liar?
C'est haïtien moyen. I'm
No,
Haitian, half Dominican, parle Creole, parle Panyo, parle tout bagay. I want his
ma'am, you're Somali. You're just a Somali who knows how to speak French.
my God. Oh my God. Your wife, where's your wife from? Where's your wife from?
Here,
How light skin is she? Is she my color?
my wife is FBA. She's not a musty tether like you. My wife is not musty. You're musty. My wife is
She's light skin.
my,
Light skin looks like a
my
white.
wife is musty. That's why I wifed her. Nobody wife you because you're too musty.
I've been married 3 times, Tariq, and I'm about to get
All
married 4.
all three of them niggas got their green card and ran. All right.
Oh no, absolutely not.
It was fellow tethers who used you for a green card once you anchored your musty ass over here.
You know that's
Goodbye.
not the truth. You know I'm beautiful, Tariq. Please stop. Please stop. You can clearly see it.
Ma'am, you're a big wide head tether, and you probably had a female circumcision from them niggas over there in your homeland. And
I
you're,
don't date black guys. So whatever you said, I don't date black guys to begin with.
I know you're,
Let's be real.
ma'am, I know you're a musty bed wench. That's another thing. Y'all musty bed wenches love you as zaddy.
What is musty bed? What does that mean? I don't
You,
understand.
that would be you, beloved.
But what
That
does that mean, though? Can you translate? I don't know Ebonics. What does that mean?
musty bed wench, beloved. You're a musty failed bed wench. Trying to project your bed wenchery onto us.
But what does bed wench means? I don't understand that word. I don't understand it.
That's you. That's you. That's what you had to do to
But
get
can you explain it to me? I'm being honest.
that you had to give up some of your nasty, musty Somali cooch to a white man to get a green card. That's what that means. All right.
Oh no, you're so wrong. You're so
No,
wrong.
you had to give
You're
that
so
money.
wrong. I'm
Um,
currently learning Russian. You have no idea who you're dealing with. Oh my God, that's so sad.
had
But
to
I speak French, Spanish, Portuguese.
because you got to flee to all of these places. We don't, beloved. Yeah, you got to speak all these languages so you can find the next place to flee. All right.
Just like you, Haitian. What about you, Creole? I'm pas Creole. You and I, let's speak Creole together. Let's
Hey,
stop.
so thorough. You got to lie on me. So all you saying is, hey, Tariq, you're thorough as hell. When you lie on me, you're just saying how thorough I am. You can lie to you blue in the face. That ain't gonna change my strong FBA lineage. My people built this country on
Mentiroso, eres tremendo mentiroso.
baby. My people built this country from scratch and didn't flee
Not
like
your people. You and I were
you.
one. You mean the
No, we're
others?
no,
Yeah,
ma'am.
we are.
A musty fleer. Nobody in my family is a musty fleer like you. Don't project your failure onto me.
I would say you must see yourself then.
No,
And
no,
what?
no. My family stayed 10 toes down on this land for centuries.
What about your wife? She's biracial.
I'm
Explain that.
foundational Black American, ma'am. And she has a foundational Black American husband. We got foundational Black American kids,
No, she has Jewish descent.
and you are musty, lying, fleeing tether, beloved. And you're projecting your Jewish white man love onto
Oh
us,
my God.
ma'am.
Tariq,
No,
buenas noches.
oh no, because you tethers think everybody's white because y'all.
Buenas noches.
Oh, you tethers are constantly looking for Sally Struthers to show up to your village to bring you some food. So yeah,
My
everybody's white.
brother, my Haitian.
You're looking for white people because y'all praise white people to feed you all the time. We're
Just
different.
like you do. All your movies have been founded by Jewish people and white people. You
Man,
do the same thing.
hey,
Like, what were you doing before?
ma'am, you're just saying stuff.
I'm not. You were rapping
No,
before. I saw a video of you rapping.
ma'am, yes. And you were rapping too. You were rapping too, beloved. Yes, you were MC lightheaded. That's what your name was. Because you were starving and hungry. So you were MC lightheaded. Because you were dizzy from hunger. All right. So you were rapping too. We're rapping together.
Yep, I told you we're Haitian. You and I, we
You know,
connect. Afro-Cuban Haitians, we are the same. You and I were brothers and sisters. Anyways, I'm gonna go.
Ma'am, I don't have musty siblings. All my siblings are FBA. We are not family, beloved. I don't have lying scammers in my family.
No, you're lying. You look like my brother. You're lying.
Ma'am, I do not look musty.
Yeah, you do. You're good looking. You look like me. You're
I
gorgeous.
don't have flies flickering around my face. I'm sorry.
You're gorgeous, just like I am. We look like family.
No, we don't.
Period.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do. You're gorgeous, just like I am. Tariq, but at the end of the day, thank you so much. I want to say Happy New Year, despite everything that we talked.
And stop being a lying scammer, ma'am, because that makes us want to delineate even more. All that lying and scamming, beloved, good Lord. And by the way, somebody said they were checking your links and you running a scam business. What you got? They said you scamming now on your
No, you're my brother.
Hold
You look
on.
exactly like my cousin. There's no scamming. Delineation is you and I against everybody else.
Link,
That's the way it works.
even the link on your page is a scam. It don't even work. They said the link on your page, you click it, this shit don't even work. So you scamming all across the board. Good Lord.
So, but listen, Tony, I'm going to DM you privately
And
privately, and then we can go next time and have a better debate, whatever it may be. But honestly, I just want to.
Sweetie, I've already defeated you.
Yeah, you have. But at the same time, you have
to talk to you about anything. What do I need to talk to a fleeing tether bedwench who's up in Canada? You've already proven to be a pathological liar, so there's nothing to discuss, beloved. You just reiterated what we've been saying about lying, fleeing tethers. You're just doing what lying, fleeing tethers do, which makes us want to delineate more.
No, you are Haitian.
Ma'am, you are a case study.
You are Haitian, Dominican, Cuban. You're lying.
Ma'am,
you speak. Your dad is Haitian, is married a Cuban woman. I saw all your family online.
Nobody in my family is married to no Cuban. My dad is from Alabama. So is my mother.
Where's your wife from? Your wife's biracial. What is biracial with?
A foundational Black American.
And her white side. Where's her white side from?
Father's a foundational Black American. So lying.
You're lying. Where's her white side from?
Ma'am, you lying about.
She's Jewish, and you know that.
No, she's not. Prove it.
Okay, you know what, Tariq? I'm going to let you go.
All right, you can't prove anything. Tethers think.
Guys, do your research.
Right. Do your research on these lying tethers. They can't prove anything. When you ask for proof, they just think lying over and over is the proof. That doesn't work, dear. This is why we delineate from you, dear.
Guys, do your research.
Yeah, do your research on these lying tethers. All right? Anyway, you're just going to sit here lying all night and you're proving how thorough I am. Thank you, dear. Ladies and gentlemen, now some of the foreigners who's listening, now do you see why the delineation movement is such in full swing? These are your people. This is the problem. Do you think that we, foundational Black Americans, want to be associated with pathological liars like this? Do you really think we want to be involved? What are we going to build with these people? You couldn't build nothing with these people. That's why the homelands are failed. That's why people have to leave. In order to build, you have to have trust. If people are lying and scamming, nobody trusts each other, nothing gets built. Then people have to flee. You see? I'm telling you that lying and scamming is a harsh part of Haitian of tether culture. That's a major part of the failure of tether culture. All that lying and damn scamming. Everything is a lie and everything is a damn scam, and then they try to project that nonsense onto us. Blood money. Let's get blood. Speaking of scam and tether, this is another tether. Blood money. What's going on? This is, I think, Blood Money. He's a Nigerian in the UK. Blood Money, what's happening?
What's up, Tariq?
What's with the other?
But Tariq, what did she say that was a lie? She was asking you a question,
No,
right?
she wasn't. She was lying, and you know it. She was doing what you tethers do. Tethers don't.
Yeah, but
Tethers start lying, which is what you're used to. Liars lie.
you set up her. You lied as well,
You don't.
Tariq. You said your wife is biracial, right? And I'm not trying to attack your family, but I'm just stating the obvious.
Foundational Black American.
Well, she's biracial, bro.
She's a foundational Black American.
But she has white and she's mixed race, bro. She's half white.
So did Booker T. Washington. So did Frederick Douglass. They're still foundational Black Americans.
Yeah, but you can't deny that these people have whites in them, so they're not 100% foundational Black American.
Stop it. But she's still a foundational Black American on her homeland, and you're not on your homeland. So she's different from you. I'm different from you. She didn't flee. You did. So you can try to remix some shit in your mind to make it better. She's not a fleer like you. You see?
All right. Yeah, I saw a Twitter page and they were kind of getting onto you about your lineage, but I just wanted to ask you. So they're basically saying you're Dominican or whatever. So I'm asking you, is it true? Is it? So I'm not stating anything. I'm just asking.
You're not asking. You know good. You know.
I'm asking you.
Listen to me. You know good and well that I am not no foreigner. You're not dumb. Let's not play dumb. You tethers get on here and try to play dumb. You're not dumb. You know that I'm not a foreigner. You know those little FBI pages are shit posting. You know that. You're not dumb. That's
but that woman posted
no. You tethers just like to waste time by playing dumb and projecting your failure. All right? That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to project failure. You know that I'm not a fellow fleeing tether like yourself. Because you don't really have any real thing to combat the movement that's going on, you're going to do what tethers do, which is lie. And that's going to make people want to delete. Okay? So that's not going to work.
Bro, delineate.
Lie.
Do what you want to do. We want you.
Listen, why don't y'all tethers stop lying all the time? Do you understand that's why you fail? Because all the lies and scams? Why don't y'all stop lying and just do square business? And build some shit without lying and scamming and just being the stereotype that people have of you.
Bro, you're literally lying right now, bro.
Dude, you're scamming right now. Which is what
you're literally a pathological liar too. You're a hustler.
You're projecting your own failure, sir.
You're a hustler and you're capitalizing.
Dude, you're a lying, scamming failure who's up there in Britain with a whole British accent cosplaying as foundational Black Americans. You're trying to look like us, sir. Well,
how am I?
You're trying to look like us with your skull cap and your braids while trying to project your tetherness onto us. Interesting, right?
I'm sorry to put it to you, but braids come from Africa.
Not those kind of braids, sir. No, not those kind of braids. And the way you rocking your cap and the way you trying to have your hip hop look, that's you trying to cosplay as us.
Bro, you're delusional, man.
You're trying to look like us. You're trying to cosplay as us, sir.
Tariq, you're too delusional, bro. What the hell? This is the problem I have with FBAs. You guys think that you think you're something you're not, bro. How am I trying to cosplay as an FBA?
What do we? What
I've got braids and a hat.
What do we think?
The braids and a hat. Listen to what you just said, Tariq. I have braids and a hat.
The way you trying to rock your braids in your hat, you're trying to look like a foundational Black American, sir.
So how else am I?
You what? Even, you know what, y'all get a lot of stuff from us. Even the dashikis and all of that. You know what? Y'all got that from us. Do you? Even the dashikis. Family, let me school the FBI family on something. Do y'all know rocking the dashikis? They weren't doing that over there. in the 60s and 70s. They were not doing that. We started doing that over here. We started to reach back to traditional African stuff. We started doing that. Then they started doing it. They were rocking dashikis emulating us. A lot of y'all don't know that.
Tariq, there's nothing that you guys have done that precedes anything Africans have done. We will hear before you people. Anything that you think you've done, we've already done, brother.
Like what?
Stop being
Like
delusional.
what?
Everything, bro. You need to remember we predate your culture. In fact, white people made you guys. Without white people, there will be no black Americans. You need to show respect.
Down, but you got a flag in your bio of Nigeria that was named and created by white people. The irony. That's crazy, ain't it? You're rocking a flag from your homeland in Africa that was named by a white woman.
Yeah, facts. But you need to understand that if white people, without white interference, there would be no black Americans. They created you people.
But they created you. And
no, they did not create me. I'm Yoruba. My tribe predates any colonization.
really?
Your tribe initiated from a plantation in Mississippi.
Wait. How old is your tribe?
Ancient.
How old?
Ancient.
Ancient, how old?
Brother, ancient. Centuries.
So you're trying to tell me, this is what you're saying. Your tribe is centuries old, possibly thousands of years.
That's what a century means, brother. But
no,
yeah.
A century is 100 years.
No, 100. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, go on.
So, centuries old tribe, been around. Ancient is into the thousands. When you say ancient, you're talking thousands. So your tribe is thousands of years.
Of course, yeah.
And you can't build a dirt road and a running toilet?
Brother, there's conflict in our countries.
No. So you've been on your land for thousands of years, and a nigga can't build a bridge and a paved road?
Because, okay, what about the Benin Wall? What about Benin, the Benin kingdom?
Okay, even with the war, without the war, ain't no war there now. How come?
You just because we are.
Okay, you've been there thousands of years and you ain't figured out how to pave a road. Why is that?
Because we're being destabilized by Europeans. You know, you talk about white supremacy all the time, but you know the effect.
Okay, you just said that white people made us, so they're making your ass. So they're making you.
No, white people made your.
Come on, man, talk to me. You've been in the same place for thousands of years and you ain't got electricity?
All right, Tariq, so let me give you an example. In Nigeria. Bro, I'm literally...
Don't slow down. Because even us over here in oppression, we had Lewis Latimer learning the ins and outs of electricity. We were creating that. Coming out of slavery, we were creating that. You've been there thousands of years and y'all can't even get generators to work on time? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, can I explain why that's the situation in that country? Or are you going to mute me? Can I explain or are you going to mute me?
I just don't want you to lie like you called up lying before.
I'm not going to lie. I'm just stating facts.
No, you're a liar, but let's hear some of these lies. Go ahead.
So, in Nigeria, there's a lot of tribalism, like you said, like you already know. So, like the Igbos, the Yoruba, the Fulani, Hausa, whatever they call it, they don't get along with each other. So when one person, for example, right now in Nigeria, Tinubu, he's the president, he's Yoruba, so he's gatekeeping all the resources for his tribe. So this is what destabilizes the countries, that there's internal conflict.
So scamming niggas. So a bunch of scamming niggas are scamming each other.
Bro, internal conflict is there can be no nation.
Scamming, lying niggas scamming each other. That's what it is, right? Scamming, lying niggas scamming each other, and you can't get nothing built. Yeah, what else is new? That's what I said
Yeah, facts. No,
That's
I
what
agree
I
with you.
said.
To
Oh,
Africans
that's
are
what I
conniving.
said. And y'all call up with that same scamming, lying nigga mentality. This is what I'm saying. Y'all problem is scamming, lying niggaism. Y'all got
All right,
y'all,
cool. But
but
to
I'm
me, let's establish
no,
this. Let's establish this.
you just prove what I said. That scamming, lying mindset is a problem. You and that other tether woman, y'all called up lying y'all asses off, just saying anything. That's the problem. Y'all gonna have to start standing on business. That whole scam stereotype and that lying stereotype, you're just not ethical. You don't stand on nothing, just cutthroat, do anything, and then y'all bring that bullshit over here. That's why we delineate from that. This is a case study as to why it is important for foundational Black Americans to delineate from that lying, scamming mindset. It's a cancer. We don't want it. And you've proven that. And the other woman has proven that. Thank you so much. I don't really want to hear no more of the explaining. Family, let me talk to the foreigners. Y'all gonna have to get a code of ethics, man. You just not gonna be able to lie and scam your way through all this shit. That's why nobody want to do business with you. You can't build nothing. Nobody trusts you. You walk in the door lying. Everything becomes a damn scam. Every relationship you get in, it's a scam. If you marry me, I will give you $2,000 to help me get my green card. Everything is a scam. And don't tell me how long your tribe has been there and y'all ain't building nothing. What does that say? Don't tell me how ancient you are and niggas can't even pave a road. You ain't learn how to pave a road in thousands of years? What does that say? I'm not trying to beat up on people, but if you're going to have these people represent your country with this lying, scamming mindset, they're going to get the business. All of my non-FBA people, this is the problem. Y'all need to be checking your lying, scamming degenerates. Y'all don't check these people.
We don't know the beginnings of rap because as long as our music has been recording, people have been rapping. The disco DJs separated themselves from us. We were the next generation coming up with this thing, and they was like, what's this little hippity hop thing?
The first time I heard somebody spit a 16 over a break beat was probably Melly Mel.
The Melly Mel sound that you hear today, I got that sound from Hollywood.
I was doing this same form of entertainment long before it had a name.
A lot of the gangs were fading out by the time hip-hop came in. A lot of those gangs turned into crews.
As far as influencing hip-hop, I saw no Puerto Rican or Jamaican influences whatsoever.
Let them know how the beginning started. In the 70s.
When rap and hip-hop was all black, we don't know the beginnings of rap. Because as long as our music has been recording, people have been rapping. The disco DJs separated themselves from us. We were the next generation coming up with this thing, and they was like, what's this little hippity hop thing?
The first time I heard somebody spit a 16 over a break beat was probably Melly Mel.
The Melly Mel sound that you hear today, I got that sound from Hollywood.
I was doing this same form of entertainment long before it had a name.
A lot of the gangs were fading out by the time hip-hop came in. A lot of those gangs turned into crews.
As far as influencing hip-hop, I saw no Puerto Rican or Jamaican influences whatsoever.
I started breakdancing in the 70s.
When rap and hip-hop was all black, it was negative. Now that it became a big phenomenon and corporately acceptable, now there's this need to take foundational Black Americans out of the creation of it and give it away to other people. And it's important for us to set the record straight.
Let me get some more people in here. Let's get let me see, Rolanda. Let's get Rolanda in here. Let's get Rolanda in the building. Rolanda, what's happening? Rolanda, unmute your microphone. All right. Rolanda is not unmuting that microphone. Let me get some more people in here. Let's try it like this. If you're ready to speak, raise your hand, because I see people in the request queue. Some people request by accident. So if you're ready to speak, let's get that hands up. All right. Let's trying to get some new faces in here. Let's get Young Spiller. Let's get Young Spiller in the building. Spiller, what's going on, bro?
Hello, Tariq.
What's happening with you, man?
Nothing too much. How are you?
I'm good. What's on your mind, Spiller?
So I just want to ask you, what is your issue with the Caribbeans and the Haitians? Because you know your wife is a Haitian and a mulatto.
Okay, and your accent is fake. That's not a Caribbean accent. That's a very horrible accent, sir.
No. I'm not a Caribbean.
No, and that's not even an African accent. That accent is horrible.
What the accent are you talking about?
That's not a good accent, sir.
What
Now
accent? Tariq, why's your wife Haitian?
Now
Your
you
wife is
sound like a
Haitian.
now you sound like a Mexican,
Tariq,
sir.
you are a your wife is a fucking Haitian.
Your mouth.
Your
Watch your
wife
mouth.
is
Sir.
a Haitian. Your Haitian wife. Your wife. You make fun of Haitians. But
yes.
Some of they eat cats and all that. But your wife is a Haitian. You hypocrite.
We
You
are
are
not
a fucking
boiling no
hypocrite. You are a
but my wife is not boiling a cat. How dare you say that about my queen? My queen is sitting here and there's no cat meat on the oven, sir. How dare you?
I am a Caucasian Somali man, Tariq, and you are a fir. You
Okay.
fucking
Lord. Sir, I'm going
you have a big Negro nose, Tariq.
sir,
Fucking
and my nose look like the hump on your pet camel. That's what we got in common, my guy. All right. Anyway, Young Spiller, you got to work on some of your material, sir. Okay, let me get Guapo Man. Guapo Man in the building. What's up, Guapo?
Yo, what up, Tariq?
What's going on with your player?
This is Jay from Gardena.
What's up, Jay? How are you, bro?
Shit, I'm chilling. I was in the building for the last comedy show.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we got another event coming up on October 26th.
Yeah.
So you got to come through. So what's on your mind tonight, brother?
I was gonna ask you, do you think that shit with Keefy D is gonna come into play on the Puffy shit?
You know what? That's interesting. That is interesting. Hey, it might fall through with that because they're going to try to throw everything at him, at Puffy now. They're getting any and everything. And I wouldn't be surprised if they try to tie in the Tupac murder.
Right.
So that would be very interesting because Keefy D has been talking about for years how they, Puffy had gave them money for this and that. So that's going to be very interesting. But thank you, brother. Because Puffy was using Keefy D's car in like an early Usher video. That video, Can You Get With It? Something like that. It was a real good song. And Puffy was in there with Usher, and that was Keefy D's 6'4". So allegedly Puffy was paying some of the Southsiders protection money when he came out here. Allegedly. I'm I ain't trying to be on no Gene Deal thing, just saying shit. But it's about to be interesting how this thing plays out. Let me get Sir Major in the building. Let's get Sir Major in the building. What's up, Sir Major?
Hey, what's up, Tariq? So yeah, the last gentleman brought up a point that we've been discussing over the last few days. Diddy was incarcerated, was found liable for. I mean, the court awarded in the state of Michigan was an inmate who filed a lawsuit against Puffy, and he won $100 million verdict by default judgment. And the goal is to tie this guy's funds up, strip him from everything he owns, and leave him ass naked.
Yeah.
Like no pun intended. So we asked the question, because there's this QVD case. I think that they're going to try him for this sex trafficking case, hit him with the murder case. There's a lot of evidence there, I'm told, and then also hit him with so many different lawsuits that his funds are going to be depleted.
Right.
And I think if Puffy was smart, prior to the first lawsuit, he would have had to have everything in a trust. If things are not in a trust and things are not put into like an estate or some sort, he's going to lose everything.
Yeah.
I don't see them letting him walk away from this. I think you discussed and everybody else said, they're going to Jeffrey Epstein him. In my opinion, there's no way in hell that they'll let this guy walk around being able to have bragging rights that he beat the system.
Yeah.
The government is not taking the L. Either you're going to, they're going to give you some Benadryl, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But Diddy's not walking away from this. So if he did not have a plan B put in place for if anything should happen, because look, this is not a surprise to him. His lawyers prepped him. They knew that this indictment was coming down. They knew that more than likely an arrest was going to be happening. The question is, what did he do to prevent the exposures, which is being exposed to a lot of elements, and what sort of contingency plan did he put in place? Hey, if I go down, leak these tapes.
Yeah.
And where are these tapes going to be located? He has nothing to lose at this point. What I think he should do is dump everything to the internet, do like a cable, like a WikiLeaks almost thing, and you just leak everything and then let people decide from there.
Yeah.
But I think that he's finito.
Oh yeah. And I just don't see him getting out of jail alive, man. The way they're doing this, they got something on them tapes that's not supposed to be on those tapes. That's what I think all of this stuff is about. This is not about no baby oil and freak offs. There's something on them tapes, and they're using the baby oil freak off stuff as a smoke screen to justify throwing him under the bus. And I would be surprised if he got out that jail alive, man. Unfortunately. Let's get let me see. What's that? Fast Money?
Yo, Tariq.
What's up, Fast Money?
What's good, my foundational begging Americans?
Okay, we're foundational begging?
Yeah, foundational begging Americans.
All right. So what are you going to do about that, but why?
Is that what it stands for?
All right. But you're over here begging.
Begging for what?
For citizenship.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. I got that. I ain't begging. I got that.
Yeah, you begged for it. You had to beg for citizenship to leave your...
I got that. You guys are begging. You ain't got shit.
No, you don't have anything. So you're projecting. You had to come over here because you didn't have anything, sir. You're here with us.
I got a culture. What's your culture?
Not fleeing. What's your culture?
My culture is recognized across the world.
Like what?
Bro, the traditional clothing, the cuisine.
What clothing? What clothing that's traditional? Those clothes that you get from Europe? Those
from
European...
Europe? No, come on. No. Our fabrics, our colors, the aesthetic of our clothing, our traditional clothing.
Those patterns from India? What?
Nah, not from India. Not from India. We're not you guys. Not from India.
Yeah.
Tariq. What's FI, Tariq? Please enlighten me. Please.
No, don't run now. We're gonna deal with your culture. We're gonna deal with your culture. You said you got culture. You talking about your fabrics. That's from India. A lot of those clothes originated from India. You understand? And your cuisine. Let's get into your cuisine. What's your cuisine, sir? What's your cuisine?
You know my cuisine. You know.
Nigerian cuisine.
What's that? What is that? I want to hear.
Jollof rice, eba, pounded yam,
which was French. But the French had a woman making some food over there, and she used some French influences. So that came basically from the French. But go ahead.
That's cap. Because the French woman couldn't make it today. What are you talking about?
It's not cap, sir.
That's cap, bro. Our cuisine can't be remade by no white woman. What are you talking about?
Yes, it can.
Your cuisine is fried chicken, collard greens, without.
Like those countries were named by the white supremacists over there, sir. And fried chicken is way better than a goosey soup. No disrespect.
No, that's not the point, though. The point is your cuisine is white people's food, bro.
Oh, no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Cook it like we cook it.
Fried chicken. How is your cuisine fried chicken? What the fuck?
But it's called
collard greens. What the fuck? What is that?
Yeah, it's good, sir. It's very delicious, sir. Unfortunately, our chicken is better than fried bushmeat. All right, that's your problem. Just because you have bushmeat taste buds, sir, doesn't mean that our chicken is not the business.
I've never eaten bushmeat in my life.
It's not called Kentucky Fried Bushmeat. It's Kentucky Fried Chicken. They don't have bushmeat chains around nowhere, sir. Is that what you're jealous of? Are you jealous because you don't have a chain of bushmeat stores where people are buying hyena back and giraffe knuckles? Or are you upset with that, sir?
No, there's actually KFC in Africa, but we don't really fuck with that.
Right.
That's oily. So oily, it's unhealthy, you know. Our food makes us strong. That's why anytime Africans compete in fighting sports, we knock FBAs out. You understand?
What Olympics did you win? What Olympic gold medals you win?
Bro, look at for example, look at the UFC. We had the 3 African champions.
No. What Olympic gold medals did you win, sir? Come on, dude.
Bro, Africans been winning the Olympics. We had to let you guys win some this year, man. Come on. We had to let you guys get something this year.
How come you didn't win none this year, sir?
I just told you we've been winning it. We had to let you guys win some this year.
Oh, you haven't. The Kenyans, they might win from running because but y'all didn't over there in West Africa. Y'all didn't win anything, sir. No disrespect.
Respectfully, I don't even care about running, bro. I care about fighting. I care about physical sports and
you're so strong. I mean, you're so strong. I mean, you couldn't. You know what? You're strong.
What happened? What happened to Jared Anderson the other?
Your strong people are Big Groove, the big old dude who's buff, dancing and biting in hamburgers. That's what your strong guys are doing. They're bussy popping and burger biting. That's what you're doing. Is that your strong people? Huh?
Yeah, bro. The other day, what happened with Jared Anderson? Martin almost took his head off his shoulders. You FBAs are weak, man. Stop eating that weak white food. You gotta eat some proper spiritual food, man. Get that good stuff in you. Eating collard greens and all that bullshit. That's white people food, brother.
So bushmeat is spiritual food? Bushmeat and egusi, is that spiritual food that we need to be eating, sir? We need to be eating porcupine back?
Nah, forget the bushmeat. Your jokes, Tariq. Forget the bushmeat. That's for the lower class.
Food. So are you going to pray over the zebra livers? Is that what you do? You're going to have spiritual zebra liver? and
nah, you're a funny guy, Tariq.
Come on, brother. I mean, man, what spiritual food are you doing? The meerkats are praying for their lives when you're cooking them. That's the spiritual food. You got praying meerkats. Okay. Man, come on, brother. You got to come with it. So,
all right, Tariq, forget all the jokes. Let's chop it up properly, man. Tariq, you guys said you got a culture, right? All right, tell me what's your cuisine, what's your traditional clothing, and what's your native language?
Oh my goodness. Well, one of our languages is Tutney.
Yeah, speak that now. Speak that quickly.
Mustio tether.
Mumu. Olodo.
Tether though. So
Olodo.
Did you translate that? Mustio tether though. All right. Musty tether. That's what I said. Also, everything about American culture comes from foundational Black American culture. The way we prepare food, the inventions that we've come up with, sir. We come up with things that's going to be practical to the culture. Things like doorknobs, hell, potato chips, that's foundational Black American culture. The modern ice cream is foundational Black American. The modern macaroni and cheese is foundational Black American culture, sir.
Well, that don't come
So
from the yardies.
dry cleaning clothes is foundational Black American culture, sir. So many things. Biochemistry, George Washington Carver, he's the creator of that. That's foundational Black American culture. We are the culture, and we can get into the music genres that we've created. I mean, everything about this is foundational Black American culture, sir. So what else is your culture? So we got some of your clothes that came from India, some of your jollof that came from French, and your bushmeat. But what else is your culture, sir?
Come on, bro, man. Nigeria, man. Nigeria, we're the goats of Africa. What do you mean, what's our culture?
What's your culture?
We're the goats of Africa, man. Come
Okay,
on.
I eat goats as bushmeat, but I'm talking about
No,
what's the
no,
culture?
we're the
What's
greatest
the,
Africans. We're the greatest Africans. We're the
okay,
most
okay,
educated in America. We earn
what,
the most. Come on, man. The richest man is from here. Come on, bro. What are you talking about? What's our culture? We're running shit, bro.
okay, running away from shit. You're
No,
running away
we
from
running
there.
shit. We running shit. We running shit, man. Come
No,
on.
yes, sir. You ran to Britain because I can hear your Britain accent. You went to Britain. So are you in Britain or are you in the US? Because you're not in Nigeria, sir. So where are you?
No, right now I'm in Dubai, innit? Man's getting that Arab money. I ain't stuck to one country like you foundational begging Americans. I'm outside, man.
Yeah, you fleeing all over the place. Yeah, we ain't got to do that. That's the great thing about foundational Black Americans. We create a lane where we ain't got to flee all over the damn place. You understand? That's the great thing about us. We built a big country that we can go to and enjoy it, and we ain't got to be running and fleeing and hiding and all that old shit. We ain't got to.
Tariq is called networking, and you guys
No, no,
didn't
no,
build America. Black Americans didn't build
it's,
America.
you ain't
White
networking.
Americans developed it. You guys just did the hard labor.
And how come the networking never benefits your homeland? Huh? How come the networking never benefits and uplifts your homeland? That ain't networking, that's fleeing. Networking is when things connect and there are equal opportunities on all sides. That
It's
ain't
gonna,
networking.
it's gonna benefit Nigeria, because once I touch it,
No, it never does. How come none of that networking benefits Nigeria? Huh? How come you never benefit your homeland, sir? Huh?
I've built wells in my country. It's a work in progress. I'm
Oh,
still young.
sir.
I'm only like 24. By the time I'm your age, I'm gonna do lots for my country, bro.
It's
I'm not
always a
gonna
work.
be sitting on.
Been saying that shit for 100 years. It's a work in progress. It's a why you boning the hell out fleeing. All right, y'all gonna have to stop fleeing. Ant CEO, let me get Ant in here to chop up with us. Ant, what's up, brother?
What's the deal, Flex? I'm gonna be quick. So what?
Go ahead, brother. I can't hear you. Go ahead. Ant, where you at, brother?
Yeah,
Go on.
it's a double mute. You good? So I'm gonna be quick. What he said about UFC combat sports, that's not true. John Jones is the greatest UFC fighter of all time. He's Black American. And Floyd is the greatest boxer of all
Jones, I
time.
was ducking Francis Ngannou. Come on, man.
Let me finish my point, though, Brody. So John Jones, Floyd, greatest combat fighters of all time. Not only that, I want to get off and quit talking his tether ass. As far as the whole situation with the guy, what's his name? Was it Marcellus Williams? I forgot his name. I hope I ain't fuck his name.
Yeah.
I think it was okay. So like you said, Kamala Harris and the Biden administration didn't say nothing, and we forgot they also still didn't say nothing about what happened in Tulsa. Like them people should have justice right now, and we still waiting on that. They still didn't say nothing about that. And then as far as the Donald Trump situation, they saying Donald Trump appointed that judge. Donald Trump appointed that judge back in 2020. It's 4 years later.
Yeah.
And they'll say that, but then one end not say nothing about Joe Biden's mentor being a white supremacist and being in the Ku Klux Klan.
Exactly.
So we don't ever talk about that. So I mean, it's just people like to pick and choose when they want to use their logic and use their benefit, but they don't ever want to look at it on the flip side. So keep doing your shit, Tariq, and we're gonna keep laughing at this goof ass tether up here.
Real talk. Thank you, brother. All right, 100. You still in here, brother?
Yeah. So tell me, what's your culture, bro? Elaborate on it.
I just broke down just a piece of our culture. I've already
No,
broken
you said you named
all of
patterns.
patterns that can't be verified, but
It can. Yeah, patents can be verified, sir. That's what a patent is.
Debatable, man. The white Americans, they stole it from you guys. They took it. They seized it.
Yeah. They stole a lot of our stuff, but
Yeah, so it's not your stuff. It's not your stuff then.
we've gotten over 50,000 patents. You don't have any patents to steal, do you? What's your patents?
Our patents, come on, man. With the goats of Africa, that's our patent.
That keeps goats of Africa. How are you the goats of Africa and people out there they got a problem with defecation in the streets? Is that the goat?
If Black Americans were left, if Black Americans had their own country, you'd be.
If nothing, how you the goats of Africa and you're defecating in the streets? They got ordinances to stop people from defecating in the streets. Is that your greatness, sir? I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but listen to yourself. Come on now. Is that your
Tariq, elaborate. Tariq.
But a shea butter leaf after you done crapped on a sidewalk, is that your greatness? That's the goat? Huh?
If Black Americans had their own country, you guys would be defecating in the street as well.
We would.
Stop flexing a white country. It's embarrassing. Just stop.
No, we wouldn't. Foundational Black Americans, we ain't never lived like that. Never. We've never lived in shanty towns. We've never lived like that. Even during slavery, we had to build our own quarters. And by comparison, those were pretty decent. Foundational Black Americans, we've always been clean people. No, I'm not trying to disrespect my African brothers and sisters. I'm really not. But when we have tethers like you trying to talk greasy, you got to just be humble. Now, we see what's happening over there. We're sympathetic, but not sympathetic to the point where we'll allow you to be disrespectful and try to paint a picture that's not real. We see what it's looking like over there. See, that's why cats like you mess it up for some of the brothers and sisters who come over from there who want to do the right thing, and they got a nitwit like you as their representative that they end up getting hit with some shrapnel because of your nonsense. You understand? So you make it bad, and you make it a bad look for other people over there who try to come over, and they probably don't have your little janky ass disrespectful mindset. Because again, we got good brothers and sisters from Nigeria. I rock with a lot of them, and I'm cool with a lot of them. But boy, I'm telling you, and folks like you, y'all make it bad for them.
I'm just reciprocating the energy, Tariq. I'm not even trying to shit on you guys. I'm just literally speaking the truth. I said, if you guys had your
No. You ain't reciprocating a damn thing because you're not at liberty to reciprocate anything. All right. You don't have any bargaining chips. We don't owe you anything. We've given a lot of people like you enough. And all you guys do is sit there trying to be disrespectful. And we're verbally spanking those little ashy butt cheeks right about now because that's enough. That whole disrespect thing, it's no longer being tolerated. No longer. All right. We got another person in here. We got another. Let me get one of your other fellow tethers, I think. I don't know if he's a tether. He might be, but Big GT, hop in here. I think that's his name. And I get you back in a minute, 100. All right, Big GT, hop in. Big GT, hop in here, man. Whoops, hold on, let me unmute you. Hop in, Big GT.
Yeah, that's right. I'll mute the mic. You know what I'm saying? Like, you said something the other day that I found very interesting. You said that you guys are the only one fighting white supremacy. So why haven't you guys got?
You can't even fight your phone service. Your phone service is janky. Now, I didn't mute you, Big GT. Now, why didn't we do what? I didn't mute you, Big GT. I think your hyena stepped on your phone, sir. Big GT, I wanted to hear the rest of what you had to say. All right.
Yeah, so as I was saying, you're saying that you guys are the only one fighting white supremacy. So why haven't you got your own nation yet? Where's your nation, my guy?
What's your nation? You don't have your own nation.
We have our own nation. Stop talking over there. Everybody has their own nation. Everybody that you call a tether has their own nation.
No,
so
you
where's
don't.
your nation?
No, you don't. You're under white supremacy. You don't have a nation that's not dominated by white supremacy. None of you. You do not have a nation that is not completely dominated.
Where is your nation, Tyreek? You're colonized right now.
My nation is here, and I'm under the global system of white supremacy. This is my homeland, and I'm under the global system of white supremacy, and your homeland is. That's why you fled. You're not even in your...
Come on, you don't have a homeland. You don't have a nation.
This is my homeland, and you fled from yours.
Bro, there's no nation if you're a second-tier citizen.
You have a British accent, sir. You can talk all that homeland, my nation shit all day. You ain't got no nation. You're stateless. You're in Britain right now with a full British accent. You are stateless as hell. You don't have a homeland. I do. I have a homeland, which is the United States of America.
No, it's not.
We are indigenous to the United States because we built it from the...
No, you're not. You're not indigenous to the United States.
I'm not
enslaved Africans built that continent.
Right. Foundational Black Americans, sir. We're indigenous to the United States. We did not immigrate here. We built the thing up from the ground up, the culture from the ground up. We are indigenous to the United States.
No. Enslaved Africans came with their culture. They mixed and blended and created a new one. So you never created nothing. You wasn't
have a culture, sir. What's your culture?
Me, what's my culture? A can culture is my culture. A cans. Go on, you read about it. You know about it. Come on, don't play stupid.
What is that?
The same kente cloth that you wear around your neck, the same libation that you pour for your dead homies. That's all my culture, my guy.
Okay. People they've been pouring libations for thousands of years, sir. That's not from your culture. What you talking
about? Not you guys. You don't pour libation. You got that from somewhere. Where did you get it from? Where did you get it from?
People have been doing that for thousands of years.
Where did you get it from?
My ancestors.
Who did your ancestors get it from?
The spiritual gods. That's who they got.
Stop lying. That Najaro, whatever you made up that.
Oh yeah, Majara. Yeah, we had an ethnogenesis and a spiritual ethnogenesis. We have a spirit that you don't have. It's called Majara.
Bro, come on. Libation. Let's talk about.
Listen. We have a Majara spirit. Foundational Black Americans, we have a whole different spiritual energy that you don't have. That's why we don't flee running all over the place. We ain't running like little rats all over the place like you. You're in Britain talking about your homeland. We got a spirit where we're the minority here and we still stand 10 toes down. There's a certain spirit that goes with that. We don't get punked out like you. Our food is...
Where is your nation? Where's your nation?
Our nation? Yeah.
Last time I read the Constitution, it was made for white people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
country. It's called white supremacy. We're under global white supremacy, like in your home country, right? That's why you ain't there. And I hear you're driving an Uber truck over there. I hear it beeping. You're backing up to pick up some white customers. That's your culture.
Actually, I'm a boss. Actually, that's.
No. You're a boss of Uber Eats. That's you backing up the truck to deliver some tea, crumpets, and English muffins. All right. You're the boss of Uber. That's
we all know you ain't got no nation. You're under colonization right now. You're like Palestinians.
No. This is our homeland. Let me get Dr. Randy. Hold on, Big GT. Let's hold on. Hold your zebra. Let me get Dr.
No nation. Give me the nation, bro. Where's your independence? Where's your independence?
You don't have independence. We're under global white supremacy. Big GT.
You're still colonized like Palestinians.
Dr. Randy Short, hop in, sir.
How you doing, Tariq, before they cut me off?
Go ahead, bro.
I'm good. Look, this is what I'm witnessing here is a person's preference for the white supremacist narrative of who and what we are. I, maybe nobody else in the space, have both indigenous and African ancestry. However, as a genealogist,
This guy talking, the
much to
ancestors
my
told me not to hear him, bro. So,
you're rude. He's rude. I didn't say a thing about him.
Right.
But let's just talk quickly. In his nation, Ghana, speaking of independence, in order for his country to not go broke, they had that phony year of return where Black Americans bailed out Ghana. Okay, I was
the
with the
ancestors, I can't
ambassador
hear
of
him, so
Ghana.
whatever he's
Hold on,
saying
shut
doesn't
him
make
up,
no
shut him
difference
up.
to me. You know what I'm
I don't
saying?
interrupt people. Shut him up.
Got it.
Please shut up. That's not right. I don't interrupt people. The ambassador of Ghana, I had a dinner with him at the ambassador's house in Potomac, Maryland. And he let me know before the year of return. Ghana may have, 20, 30 million people, but in the entire nation, there were 16 respirators for babies. I'm not putting Ghana down. I love Ghana. I love Ghanaians. But he explained to me the year of return had nothing to do with really unity. In reality, it was helping Ghana out, appealing to the fact that Black Americans have really, in a sense, their nation is in Africa in their mindset, so we pay for it. But in reality, there were no real business linkages or things to really have reciprocity. Now, that's just one example. So Ghana would have gone broke had Black folks not gone there years ago. And I'm not trashing anyone. And I'll even go further. Ghana would go broke right now if their president, whose name is Adudu, if he signs the anti-LGBTQ bill that his own parliament universally and almost unanimously signed. Ghana will go broke if they don't do, the president is afraid of being cut off from American foreign aid, which I think is unfair, but they're that dependent where the people don't want the rainbow shoved down their throats, but their crooked elites who are living in England, everywhere else, and some of them are back in Ghana, bow down to white supremacy. Yes, they do. So a lot of African countries and Caribbean countries have flag and parliament nations, but they do not control their economies.
Right.
In fact, and so like what's happening in Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, it might be painful, but they're defending, they're getting missiles, they're going to fight for their gold and everything else. Ghana should have a gold-backed cedi. Ghana should have one of the best currencies in the world because they have gold. But because they're crooked, white-minded, elitist, in fact, tribalistic people do not care enough about the masses. And they don't want to risk being assassinated or kicked out of office like their first head of state, beloved Kwame Nkrumah. They do all this stuff, all this posturing. It's so, yeah, you have a nation, but you don't control it. It's like me having a house and squatters in it. And so in reality, and that's not to trash Ghana, it's to tell the reality truth of what's happening to Black people everywhere. So imagine a country that's overwhelmingly Black with thousands of years of history, and they don't control their own country. They you don't either.
Where's your land? Where's your land? We control the land. We control the land. Once you control the land, it's your nation. Sorry, my guy. Sorry, my guy. What kind of doctor are you? What kind of doctor are you?
You can't rebut
Where is the nation? Yeah, neocolonialism.
You can't rebut one thing that I've said. You guys are on your knees to LGBTQ for American foreign aid, or your country goes down the toilet with the land you're holding. That is a fact. Okay, I don't go.
Where is your land? Where's your land?
My land
Where's
is
your nation?
here.
No, it's not. It's the white man's land.
My nation is here.
It's the white man's land.
I'm a Piscataway.
I'm sorry, it's the white man's land. The Constitution said it was made for white people.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're in England.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry that you can't. I'm sorry that you can't cut it in Ghana, where the government doesn't really provide for the people. So, you know, you guys leave. I'm not mad. You've got such hatred and tribalism in yourself that you can't even be honest about what it is that I'm saying because of pride. Why not have enough pride to get rid of a doo-doo and have the currency backed by the gold in your country and tell the people to leave you the hell alone? Actually control the land that you're boasting about versus
It's Ado. You control it. We control it. Do you control the land? That's what I'm asking you.
Nor do you control that's why you're in England right now, sir. You're not controlling anything. Y'all don't run nothing over there, sir. Just stop fronting. Let's stop faking the funk, Big GT. You're not running anything over there.
Listen, ancestors told me again not to hear none of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about?
Talking over people, that's not going to change the fact that your country is being controlled by the white supremacists to the point where you got to flee. You can talk and babble and project all day and whine about foundational Black Americans. This is my homeland. This is our homeland. We know where we're under a global system of white supremacy. We ain't tripping on it. We ain't sitting here lying to ourselves. We know we're under global white supremacy. Wherever you go, it's going to be some white supremacy. Y'all ain't running nothing over there, but at least we fight these damn white supremacists consistently to the point where we're not sitting up here in a shanty town wiping our ass with zebra fur. As long as we ain't doing that, we good money. You feel me?
I cry, I went, I cried till you need us. I cried, I went, I cried till you need us. Tears fall from my eyes like a gentle touch. Why do you FBA niggas hate me so much? Why are you so divisive? I thought you were my brother, man. Why do you call me a tether? Because I fled from the motherland. I cried, I whined, I cried till you need us. I cried, I whined, I cried till you need us. I cried, I whined, I cried till you need us. I cried, I whined, I cried till you need us. Tears fall from my eyes like a gentle touch. Why do you FBA niggas hate me so much? Why do you call me a scammer and you point out my scandals? You niggas make fun of my flip-flops like you make fun of my sandals. I cried, I went, I cried till you niggas. I cried, I went, I cried till you niggas. I cried, I went, I cried till you niggas. I cried, I cried till you niggas. You said I fled my homeland on a boat or an airline. You say that I work for Postmates and you make fun of my hairline. I cried, I went, I cried till you niggas. I cried till you niggas. I cried, I went, I cried till you niggas. I cried, I went, I cried till you niggas.
where rather than deal with the problems of your own society that is disenfranchising the phenotypically black people, you just import more people from other countries and embed them into your society and allow them to succeed, and then turn around and, you know, create this hierarchy of exceptionalism that tells all the poor black people in your country, you know, you can't get ahead because you ain't worked hard enough. Hey guys, it's Julesy, and we are back for another video. I know, rare sightings, because baby, sis is overwhelmed. I am trying to stay afloat. I don't know. How are we doing? I can't tell you right now. Check back with me next month, my birthday month. Okay, maybe we'll be feeling better, but the beginning of the year is always kind of a hard time of the year for me. And I'm in grad school, running a book club, doing Patreon, and this YouTube channel. So babes, 20 out of 10 overwhelmed. That's where we're landing at right now. But shout out to Audible for keeping a bitch here, all right? We're coming back because a good old Audible. So slide on over to audible.com/Julesy if you're new to this. Or you could text Julesy to 500 and get your first month free, because not only is Audible the sponsor of this video, but one of my favorite podcasts, I definitely referencing here in this video, definitely inspired a lot of thoughts about a very controversial conversation, but Mike Duncan's Revolutions is also available on Audible. So, you know, slide on over, listen to season 4 about the Haitian Revolution. There's a lot of context, right? A lot of things to get thinking about. It's really, really good, and I love it, along with all the audiobooks that I have been listening to on Audible, because this month in the book club, February is always Toni Morrison month, and this month we read Jazz, which is a delightful listen, absolutely on Audible, and Toni Morrison giving us a sultry jazz-like read is so apropos. I loved it, and it definitely helped me be able to manage all the reading I have to do this month. My Audible book list is bananas. I have been using it every month. So come on over to audible.com/Julesy or text Julesy to 500 and get your first month free and have fun, because there are so many Audible originals. There's original podcasts. There's so many good audiobooks. And if you're looking for any good recommendations, definitely come on over to sbgbookclub.org. We have a new website, so sign up. We're doing some good things over here, making it a better experience for everybody. And we'll definitely give you all the recommendations for the best audio books. So shout out to Audible for sponsoring this video, and let's get into it. Are we dibbling our toes into the diaspora wars, or are we course correcting on the diaspora wars? Stick with me here, because I really want us to have a respectful and productive conversation. And that's also the point of even approaching this question. And I want us to consider why this is even a question, what context is this question being asked, and who is asking it. Diaspora wars are nothing new. You know, I always have to give a little bit of historical context here, but any country where slavery was an institution, there has always been, during the institution of slavery and post-emancipation, for any country, especially the country that ends slavery the earliest, through the Haitian Revolution, but there has always been a distancing of oneself from the African phenotype is seen as distinguishing someone as a slave, versus the closer your phenotype is to white, the more that suggests status and free status. Absolutely has been a historical tradition across the Americas of differentiating oneself distinctly from the African. And every one of these societies in the Americas has gone through various iterations where we seek to align ourselves with either European, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant aesthetics. It absolutely happens here in the United States of America. We absolutely, coming into the late 1800s, early 1900s, have this idea of, you know, you work hard, you are married, you are partnered, you get an education, and that puts you above the lowly Negro. We quickly go into criminalizing poverty, because poverty is associated with blackness. And distinguishing yourselves from the African is also about distinguishing yourself through your ability to procure economic status, which is wild when you consider what was happening in the 1890s and what work was even available to Black Americans. The same thing happens across the Caribbean and the West Indies, where post-emancipation, post-colonization, you have this attunement to the colonizer, essentially, and who can take on their aesthetics as symbols of success. It's perverse. Now, what's happening in modern times is, yes, we have a burgeoning class of Black immigrants. We're getting into stats later about the growth that has happened within the Black immigrant population in recent years. And we see this distancing from the African manifested in how Black people who selectively migrate come through the American immigration system, because the African phenotype still represents a low class of people within the diaspora. Exceptionalism still reigns supreme, and those same class aesthetics of whiteness, of the Western world, European, American aesthetics and veneer of wealth are still desirable. And on the other side, and then we have social media. Now this conversation has gone from distancing yourself or differentiating yourself versus the African American versus the African, has now morphed into a diaspora war of how is the immigrant, the Black immigrant, both the African and Caribbean immigrant, encroaching upon the few Black spaces that exist for us here in this country. How are they encroaching on the possibilities of opportunity that exists for the African American community? And that has now become a profitable conversation because people can position themselves as purveyors of the Black community, as leaders within the Black community, by antagonizing the Black immigrant community and then raising funds for their supposed movements. And who better than do that than someone with a long history of grifting than one Tariq Nasheed. Now, Tariq Nasheed has had a long history on the internet. You know, when he first made it on the scene, he was definitely a pimp. Didn't he even have a show on MTV calling himself K-Flex? You know, when YouTube came about, he was up on YouTube telling Black men to go to Brazil and get them wives because Black women had too much attitude. He was beefing with everybody he could beef with. Then he put out the Hidden Colors documentary, and I have been very disappointed to see various members of the Black community, some people that I even respect, feed into the ahistorical, intellectually dishonest, homophobic, misogynistic take that Hidden Colors absolutely was. And the crazy part is that you really can't even discuss Nasheed. Like, you know, I understand that in having this discussion and the little bit that I'm going to talk about him here in the intro opens me up to a sort of antagonization that is extremely difficult for people to weather. It is overwhelming the way he has been like one of the original people to utilize bots. Like, if you talk about it on Twitter, they'll just come at you and it's constant and there's no way to block it. There's no way to counter it. There's no way to, like, it's so many accounts coming after you that you can't even, you know, report them properly. There's no proper infrastructure to kind of counter that sort of harassment. You just have to like log off the internet, and it stops people from actually having conversations about the sort of harm.
So you got fake feminists like this who try to use their 242,000 subscriber influence. Okay, she said he was a pimp. Now, this is something, I don't know where her background is. She could be FBA, it doesn't matter. But what happens is that people got to lie to make their point. So that's the difference between people who know they're FBA, Adolf Friedman, and people who don't, or just non-FBAs. They have to lie just to win or make a point. Where's the evidence that Tariq was a pimp? Now, this is somebody who, you know, in these tether spaces, trying to gather intel. There's like she was not watching Tariq when he was on Ustream. She wasn't. So this is a person whose butt hurt. She could be FBA, doesn't matter, but she has her own agenda. While she's on here lying, misrepresenting what Tariq is about, and what he stands for. Now, you don't have to agree with everything he does. Just say, hey, he said this, I don't like it. He did that, I didn't like it. But just be accurate, be correct. Don't lie. And then argue your lie. So she lied, he was a pimp. And now she's going to argue from that position, which makes her whole argument flawed. But this is why, let's listen to a few more before I get rid of her.
That Nasheed pushes forth in his messaging and rhetoric. He's also handing out bedwench awards. You can find that here on YouTube. He does it on Twitter, calling black women bedwench, a term from the slave plantation, and which, what I've discussed in previous videos, the United States of America, the institution of slavery relied on the forced reproduction in order to produce more capital through.
Okay, but you gotta make sense though. You gotta explain why bedwench is a bad term. That's a real term. That's swirling with a bad intention. You know, that's a real term. So you're doing a bad job of explaining. Oh yeah, he said this, he said that. Yeah, he said it. Now keep in mind, this same dog right here, she won't go and make commentary on the Africans or the black immigrants who says that their hatred this hatred stems from movies. That's really immature and like stupid. I hate another ethnicity, another group, because of a movie I watch about them. Like, that ain't stupid. It's stupid logical thinking. I watched a movie about you guys, all 43 million of you, and the movie put y'all in a negative light, so I hate y'all, and I don't want to be around y'all. Or my mom told me to stay away from y'all because y'all are criminals and thugs. Like, where'd your mom get this from? Your mom is in Jamaica. That's a shithole country, nothing but pedophiles, criminals, and murderers. You're in Nigeria eating mud cakes. You're in Haiti eating cats and dogs. So where do y'all have the gall just to focus on FBAs when you got so much ammunition for the blacks in the diaspora and the continent that talk their shit, and we're responding to them? Y'all can't find no video of me getting on blacks globally outside of FBAs before they started this diaspora war. And I even ignored it for so many years. I just say, it ain't gonna stop. Let me stop ignoring it. It ain't gonna stop. So now I'm all in here. I got a full house. Here my cards, here my chips. I'm all in. I got a full house. I got all aces. You ain't gonna beat me. Okay, so this is what we got to endure right here. All right. So hold that tether, or whatever she is. I don't know what she is, but let's pause here real fast, and let's take it about rage. 1, 1, 1. Let's bring it to. Matter of fact, I'm gonna end it on that. I gotta run anyway. So man, thank y'all. Peace. I'll be back. I got some more information. I'm taking it somewhere else. So I'm gonna get at these shitty people from a different angle when I come back. All right. Peace, and I appreciate y'all.